Section 61 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We may take briefly as epilogue to the Council of Chalcedon the disturbances and insurrections consequent on the attempts to enforce its decisions, A. in Palestine, B. in Egypt, C. in provinces further to the east. A. Juvenal, Bishop of Jerusalem, had played a sorry part in the whole business. It is not surprising that when he returned, pardoned and rehabilitated, to his bishopric, his flock was not unanimous in welcoming him back. His opponents, the most vigorous of whom came from the monastic bodies, set up in opposition to him a certain Theodosius, a monk who had been at Chalcedon, and who had returned full of wrath and of determination to resist the new decisions. Juvenal fled back to Constantinople, while Theodosius acted as patriarch, appointing bishops of Monophysite views and bidding defiance to imperial as well as to conciliar authority. The recalcitrant monks had the sympathy, if not the active assistance, of the ex-empress Eudokia, who was still residing in Palestine. Pope Leo, it need scarcely be said, was vigorous with his pen on the other side. Marcian determined on armed intervention. Forces were sent under the Count Dorotheus, and Juvenal was reinstated. Theodosius was brought prisoner to Constantinople and liberated during the next reign. The undercurrent of Monophysitism was, however, only covered for a time, not permanently checked. B. In Alexandria, as might be expected, the resistance was more prolonged and more serious. Whatever the faults of Dioscorus, he still had partisans among the monks and the common people. His successor Protarius was chosen, we are told, by the nobiles civitatis, and aristocratic management did not always succeed in Alexandria. Here again recourse was had to military force. Protarius had not the art of making himself popular, and when Dioscorus died at Gangra, his place of banishment, a clever schemer came to the fore. This was Timothy, a Teuton, whose tribal name, the Harul, was appropriately twisted into Ailurus, the cat. He is said to have gone by night to the bedsides of those whom he wished to persuade, and to have told them, as they lay between sleep and waking, that he was an angel sent to bid them provide themselves with a bishop and, in particular, to choose Timothy. On the death of Marcian, he obtained his desire, and was chosen bishop by the people, and consecrated in the great church of the Caesareum, once the scene of the murder of Hypatia. A fate very much like that of Hypatia befell the bishop Protarius, whose mangled body was dragged through the streets, and then committed to the flames. How far the actual murder was instigated by Timothy it is impossible to say. The Emperor Leo, who had succeeded Marcian in 457, could not of course sanction the result of such proceedings. One scheme which suggested itself was the calling of a new council. Any notion of the kind was, however, frustrated by Leo of Rome, who probably thought that an assembly held in the East at that juncture might prove even more antagonistic to Roman authority than the Council of Chalcedon. Accordingly, by his advice, the emperor sent round circular letters to a large number of bishops and ascetics. Simeon Stylites had a copy, asking for their opinion and advice. The result was a general condemnation of Timothy Ailurus and a confirmation of the Chalcedonian decrees. One bishop declared against Chalcedon, but even he was opposed by Timothy. Ailurus was accordingly driven out and succeeded by another Timothy called Salophaciolus. But Ailurus maintained his influence, and on the wave of Monophysite reaction under the pretender Basiliscus, he returned to his see. From about this time we may date the practical nullity of the Orthodox Alexandrian Patriarchate and the rise of the Coptic Church. But as is seen by the whole course of events from the days of Theophilus and earlier, the causes of disruption were not entirely due to the differences between ek and en. Alexandria itself might be Greek and cosmopolitan, but Egypt had a peculiar and national character which was chiefly evident in its language and its institutions, particularly its monasticism. If it seems surprising that violent ecclesiastical rivalries and the turbulence of the most unrestrained city mob to be found in all history should have led to the growth of a church which, with all its faults, has maintained itself ever since in the affections of the common people, the clue is to be found in the separation of Greek and Egyptian elements, which were incapable of a satisfactory and wholesome combination. But the separation naturally led in time to the fall of the Roman power in the chief seat of Hellenic civilization in the East. C. In the East, on the other hand, in Syria and Mesopotamia, there was less opposition to the Chalcedonian settlement, but a few years later a latent discontent broke into revolt. Domnus, Bishop of Antioch, had played an undignified and unhappy part in the controversy. Though a friend of Theodoret and of Abbas, and an Antiochene in theology, he had been forced to subscribe the decisions of the robber council, and even after that humiliation had been deprived of his see. He was therefore pardoned at Chalcedon, but he was pensioned, not restored, to office. His successor Maximus had been practically appointed by Anatolius of Constantinople. Leo thought best to confirm the appointment, and Maximus justified the hopes placed in him by proclaiming the decrees of Chalcedon on his return. But a few years after, for some unknown reason, he was deposed. In 461, a violent Monophysite, Peter the Fuller, succeeded in intruding into the see. His contribution to the Monophysite cause was of the kind always more effectual than argument in winning popular sympathy, a change in ritual. He introduced into the Trisagion, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts," the phrase, "who was crucified for us." The imputation of suffering to one of the Trinity seemed to go further in the doctrine of one nature than even the ascription to the deity of birth in time. The catchphrase excited the more passion because of the opportunity it afforded for rival singing or shouting in the church services. Peter was twice expelled from Antioch, but returned in triumph, and took an active part in the Henoticon scheme, to which we shall come directly. Meantime, Abbas had returned to Edessa. The part taken by this city in the next period of the conflict is so interesting and important that it may seem desirable to notice here the circumstances which had made it theologically prominent. Edessa was the capital of the border province of Osroene, belonging to the empire, but close to the Persian frontier. According to tradition, it had received Christianity at a very early period, and there is no doubt that the people of those regions, speaking a Syrian tongue and but little acquainted with Greek philosophy, held a theology different in many respects from that of the Catholics or of Greek-speaking heretics of the 4th and early 5th centuries. All this, however, came to be changed by two events: the foundation of a school chiefly for theological studies at Edessa, circa AD 363, and the active efforts of Bishop Raboula, who died AD 435, to bring the Church of Edessa into line with those of the empire. These two forces, on the present occasion, acted in contrary directions. The school, which had been founded soon after the abandonment of Nisibis to the Persians 363, had become a nursery of Antiochene thought. For some time Abbas had presided over it, and labored hard at the translation and promulgation of the theology and exegesis of Theodore of Mopsuestia, the real founder, as is sometimes stated, of Nestorianism. Rabula, the bishop, was an uncompromising Cyrillian. On his death, Abbas was raised to the bishopric, and thence exerted his influence in the same direction as formerly, supported by a faithful and singularly able pupil, Barsumas or Barsauma, who shared his fortunes and returned with him to Edessa after the Council of Chalcedon. On the death of Abbas, however, there came a Monophysite reaction. Nonus, who had held the see while Abbas was under a cloud, reascended the episcopal throne 457. In his anxiety to purge the city of Nestorianism, though Abbas had anathematized Nestorius more than once, he made an attack on the school and banished a large number of Persian teachers, i.e. of the Orientals who had kept by Abbas. Barsumas came to Nisibis, now under Persian rule, and there devoted himself to the task of freeing the Syrian Church from the Western yoke and of combating Monophysite doctrine. It will shortly appear how an unexpected turn of events greatly assisted him in both these objects. What has chiefly to be noticed here is that a few years after the Council of Chalcedon, Nestorians and Eutychians, or those to whom their adversaries would respectively apply these names, were in unstable equilibrium in various parts of the East. Part 4. We now come to the fourth stage in the controversy, or series of controversies, which both manifest and also enhance the religious disunion of this century. The attempt of the Emperor Zeno, along with his bishops of Constantinople and Alexandria, to bring about a compromise. A few words about the character and position of each of the three parties in this attempt may fitly precede our examination of their policy and the reason of its failure. Zeno the Isaurian, history has forgotten his original name, Tarasarcadusa, the son of Rusum-Bladestus, was son-in-law of Leo I and succeeded his own infant son, Leo II, in 474. As to the part of his policy which concerns us here, we have Gibbon's often quoted remark that it is in ecclesiastical story that Zeno appears least contemptible. We shall see directly that this opinion is open to controversy. But there is no doubt that Zeno found himself in a very difficult position. Scarcely was he seated on his throne when Basiliscus, brother of the Empress Dowager, raised an insurrection against him, 475, and he went into exile. Basiliscus appealed to the Monophysite subjects of the empire, anathematized the tome of Leo and the Council of Chalcedon, and recalled the disaffected bishops, including Timothy the Cat and Peter the Fuller. The circular letter in which he stated this decision is a remarkable assertion of the secular power over the Church. It was, however, of no lasting effect. The storm it aroused forced Basiliscus to countermand it. After about 2 years of banishment, Zeno fought or bought his way back. The bishops who had assented to the encyclical of Basiliscus made very humble apology, and for a time it seemed as if the Chalcedonian settlement would prevail. The fact that it did not is to be attributed mainly to the bishops of Constantinople and Alexandria, Acacius and Peter. Acacius, who had succeeded Gennadius, third after Anatolius, on the episcopal throne of Constantinople in 471, was a man of supple character, forced by circumstances to appear as a champion of theological causes rather than in the more congenial character of a diplomatist. He seems to have been drawn into opposition to Basiliscus, to whose measures he had at first assented, then to have headed the opposition to them, and to have earned the credit of the anti-encyclical and of the final surrender of the usurper. In this crisis, Acacius had found his hand forced by the monks of the capital. The monastic element is very strong in all the controversies of the period, but it is not always on one side. In Egypt, as we have seen, the monks were Monophysite. In Constantinople, the great order of the Achaematai, sleepless, so called from the perpetual psalmody kept up in their churches, was fanatically Chalcedonian. Possibly the recent foundation under the Patriarch Gennadius of their great monastery of Studium by a Roman may partly account for their devotion to the tome of Leo. In any case, they formed the most vigorous resisting body to all efforts against the settlement of Chalcedon. The policy of Acacius seems to have been determined by the influence acquired over him by Peter Mongos of Alexandria, although in his earlier days of Chalcedonian orthodoxy he had regarded Peter as an arch-heretic. Peter Mongos, or the Stammerer, had been implicated in many of the violent acts of Dioscorus, and had been archdeacon to Timothy the Cat. On the death of Timothy, he was under circumstances somewhat diversely related, chosen as his successor, though the other Timothy, Salophaciolus, was still alive. On the death of Salophaciolus, a mild and moderate man, there was a hotly disputed succession, and Zeno obtained the recognition of Peter as Patriarch of Alexandria, AD 482. Peter had already sketched out a line of policy with Acacius, which was shortly embodied in the document well known as the Henoticon, or Union Scheme of Zeno. The object of the Henoticon was stated as the restoration of peace and unity to the Church. The means by which such unity was to be obtained were, however, unlikely to satisfy more than one party. We have seen that Gibbon eulogizes it, and more recent historians have followed his opinion. But since a theological Eirenicon, drawn up by men of shifty character and no scruples, must be judged by the measure of its success, we may hesitate to congratulate the originators of a document which, though approved by the patriarchs of the East, was certainly not so by all their clergy and people, and therefore caused a schism of 35 years between Rome and Constantinople, and forced the Church of the Far East into counter-organization under the aegis of the great king. Like the Emperor Constantius before him, who sought to settle the Arian difficulty by abolishing the Homoousion, and the Emperor Constans after him, who wished to allay the bad feelings of the monothelates and their opponents by disallowing their distinctive terminology, Zeno tried the autocratic shortcut out of the controversy by the prohibition of technical terms. Like the other would-be pacifiers, he aroused a great storm. The Henoticon is in the form of a letter from the emperor to the bishops and clergy, monks and laity of Alexandria, Egypt, Libya, and Pentapolis. It begins by setting forth the sufficiency of the faith as declared at Nicaea and at Constantinople, and goes on to regret the number of those who, owing to the late discords, had died without baptism or communion, and the shedding of blood which had defiled the earth and even the air. Therefore, the above-mentioned symbols which had also been confirmed at Ephesus are to be regarded as entirely adequate. Nestorius and Eutyches are anathematized, and the 12 chapters or anathemas of Cyril approved. It declares that Christ is consubstantial with the Father in respect of the Godhead, and consubstantial with ourselves as respects the manhood, that he, having descended and become incarnate in the Holy Spirit and Mary, the Virgin and Mother of God, is one and not two, for we do in no degree admit those who make either a division or a confusion or introduce a phantom. It goes on to say that this is no new form of faith, and that if anyone had taught any contrary doctrine, whether at Chalcedon or elsewhere, he was to be anathematized. Finally, all men are exhorted to return into the communion of the Church. On its face, the document may seem reasonable enough. If all men could be brought to an agreement on the basis of the creeds of 325 and 381, the less said about Chalcedon the better. But the very mention of Chalcedon in the document, with the suggestion that it might have erred, destroys the semblance of perfect impartiality. As might naturally be expected, the Alexandrians and Egyptians generally were ready to adopt it, though there was an exception in the headless party, the Akephali, the right wing of the anti-Chalcedonians, who were not satisfied because it did not directly condemn the tome of Leo. But these people were extreme. In general, the apparent intention of leaving the authority of Chalcedon an open question was interpreted as giving full liberty to repudiate that authority. This was certainly the view taken by Peter Mongus, and in all probability by Acacius likewise. Certain letters purporting to be from these prelates show a more compromising spirit, but in a lately discovered correspondence handed down from Armenian sources, we find Peter denouncing the infamous Leo and exhorting Acacius, as he celebrates Mass, to substitute mentally for the names of Marcion, Pulcheria, and others whom he is bound outwardly to commemorate, those of Dioscorus, Eudokia, and other faithful persons. As might naturally be expected, the Henoticon policy received strenuous opposition in Rome, where Simplicius, the next pope but one after Leo the Great, was determined to lose none of the ground gained by his predecessors. After a very bitter and unsatisfactory correspondence with Acacius and two nugatory embassies in Constantinople, Simplicius solemnly excommunicated the Patriarch of Constantinople as favorer of heretics at a synod in Rome. An Achaemate monk took charge of the notification and fastened it to the mantle of Acacius during service. A similar sentence was passed on Mongus and on Zeno himself. During the long period of the schism, a good many efforts were made for the restoration of peace, which proved abortive by reason, on the one hand, of the high demands of the Roman See, which always required the erasure of the name of Acacius from the diptychs, and on the other, the growth in power and assurance of Eastern Monasticism. Anastasius, Zeno's successor, 491 to 518, generally bore a character for piety and moderation, but towards the end of his life, when he was very aged, appears to have been committed to a Monophysite policy. He seems at least to have been regarded by the Monophysites of later days as friendly to their party. He was influenced in this direction by a refugee of great force of intellect and will, Severus the Pisidian, formerly a pagan and a lawyer, later an uncompromising Monophysite, and head of the once headless party, to whom the Henoticon seemed not to go far enough. Under his influence, the people of Constantinople were agitated by the singing in church of the Trisagion with addition, while their rivals shouted Peter's Theopaskete in its original form. Anastasius showed some firmness in withstanding the Roman demands, but he was unfortunate in his dealings with his own patriarchs. The first of these, Euphemius, who was eager for peace with Rome, he degraded from office only to replace him by another advocate, Macedonius, of the same cause, and after Macedonius in turn had been degraded, a patriarch was appointed, Timotheus, who gave no confidence to either party. With a large section of the people, Anastasius, in spite of his conscientious devotion to duty, made himself intensely unpopular. He made a last attempt to come to an agreement with Pope Hormisdas, but it failed in the same way as previous efforts. The task of making terms with Rome was left to his successor, Justin, who became emperor in 518. A solemn ceremony was held in rehabilitation of the Council of Chalcedon. Shortly after, legates arrived from the Pope, and union was restored on the condition, formerly refused, of the erasure of Acacius's name from the diptychs. Strange to say, the two patriarchs whom Anastasius had displaced for their Romeward inclinations were, in virtue of their schismatic appointment, struck off likewise. Zeno and Anastasius received a kind of post-mortem excommunication. All the leading members of the Monophysite and other heretical sects were anathematized. The end of the schism can hardly be regarded as terminating the series of controversies which are the subject of this chapter. East and West were never again to be reunited with any cordiality. But now, for a time, the outward dissension ceases, and in the struggle not far distant with Vandals in Africa and Goths in Italy, the empire represents the side of the Catholic faith against either persecuting or tolerant Arianism. Meantime, in the East, the Henoticon and the semi-Monophysite policy of the emperors had far-reaching results. Mention has already been made of the school of Edessa, once presided over by Abbas, and of the reaction in Osroene after Abbas's death in a Monophysite direction. In 489, Zeno, regarding Edessa as still a hotbed of Nestorianism, closed the school there. The result was that a good many scholars migrated across the Persian frontier to Nisibis, where, as already stated, Barsumas was bishop. In this city a very flourishing school was founded, in which the works of the great Antiochian doctors Diodorus of Tarsus and Theodore of Mopsuestia might be studied in peace, and where even the memory of Nestorius himself was honored. The great episcopal see of the Persian Church had since 410 been fixed at Seleucia Ctesiphon, and the bishop, Catholicos, of that see was fairly independent of those who, from his point of view, were regarded as the Western fathers of the Syrian churches. Christians in Persia enjoyed peace and patronage with intermittent persecutions under the great kings of the Sassanid dynasty. It seems to have been part of the Nestorian policy of Barsumas to convince the king that Monophysitism meant inclination to side with the empire whenever war broke out, while Nestorianism was consistent with loyalty to Persia. Under these circumstances, the Nestorian church in Persia grew and flourished. Beside its school at Nisibis, it had, in course of time, one at Seleucia. Its character was greatly determined by its monastic institutions. Its missionary zeal made itself felt in India and even in China. Altogether, though the time of its greatness was not of very long duration, it acquired, by its intellectual and religious activity, a very respectable place among the churches which the dissensions of the 5th century alienated from Catholic Christendom. While Christianity in Persia was becoming Nestorian, Syria was becoming Monophysite. The whole story of the process does not fall within our present limits, but it may be remarked that the great organizer of the Monophysite communities, both in Egypt and Syria, was Severus the Pisidian, who held the see of Antioch from 512 till his deposition in 519, and whose active and productive life ended about 540. The reorganizer of the Monophysite Church after the persecution which followed the reunion of Rome and Constantinople was Jacobus Baradaeus, who died about 578, and from whom the Syrian Monophysites are sometimes called Jacobites. His history, however, does not concern us here. Historically viewed, the interest of these controversies lies not so much in the motives by which they were inspired, as in the dissolutions and combinations to which they gave birth. The alienation of churches seems in many cases to be at bottom the alienation of peoples and nations, the religious difference supplying pretext rather than cause. And sometimes the asserted cause of the dispute is lost sight of when the difference has been made permanent. So it was, apparently, with the Jacobite Syrian and the Nestorian Persian churches. Also, we may notice that the Christianity of the Copts has become more like a reversion, with differences, to the popular religion of the old Egyptians than an elaboration of the principles of Cyril and Dioscorus. And again, the breach between Greeks and Latins was sure to break out again, however often the ecclesiastical dispute which had served as the occasion of a temporary alienation might be settled. The fruits of the disunion we have been examining became evident enough in the days of the Mohammedan invasions. Yet had the actual occasions of the disunion been entirely absent, we can hardly feel sure that a united Christendom would have stood ready to repel the Saracen advance. Even if the empire had never lost its unity, it could hardly have retained in permanent and loyal subordination the populations of Egypt and of the East. They had been superficially connected with Byzantium, while perhaps unconsciously they remained under the sway of more ancient civilizations than those of Hellas and of Rome. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 62, Chapter 18, Monasticism, by Dom A. C. Butler. Christian monasticism was a natural outgrowth of the earlier Christian asceticism, which had its roots in the Gospel. For it is now recognized that such sayings as, "If thou wouldest be perfect, go sell that thou hast and give to the poor, and come follow me," and "There are eunuchs which made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He that is able to receive it, let him receive it," and the teaching of St. Paul on celibacy did as a matter of fact give an impetus to the tendency so common in seriously religious minds towards the practice of asceticism. These tendencies are clearly discernible among Christians from the beginning, and not only among the sects, but also in the great Church. Celibacy was the first and always the chief asceticism, but fasting and prayer, and the voluntary surrender of possessions, and also works of philanthropy, were recognized exercises of those who gave themselves up to an ascetical life. This was done at first without withdrawal from the world, or abandonment of home, or the ordinary avocations of life. At an early date, female ascetics received ecclesiastical recognition among the virgins and widows, and there are grounds for believing that at the middle of the 3rd century there already were organized communities of women, for in the life of Anthony we are told that before withdrawing from the world, he placed his sister in a house of virgins, the name later used for a nunnery. At this date there was nothing of the kind for men, but at any rate in Egypt the male ascetics used to leave their homes and dwell in huts in the gardens near the towns. For when, circa 270, St. Anthony left the world, it was this manner of life he embraced at first. St. Anthony was born in Middle Egypt about the year 250. When he was 20, on hearing in church the Gospel text, "If thou wouldest be perfect, as cited above," he took the words as a personal call to himself and acted on them, going to practice the ascetical life among the ascetics who dwelt at his native place. After 15 years so spent, he went into complete solitude, taking up his abode in a deserted fort at a place called Pispir, on the east bank of the Nile, opposite the Fayum, now called Der el Memon, circa 285. In this retreat Anthony spent 20 years in the strictest seclusion, wholly given up to prayer and religious exercises. A number of those who wished to lead an ascetic life congregated around him, desiring that he should be their teacher and guide. At last he complied with their wishes and came forth from his seclusion to become the inaugurator and first organizer of Christian monachism. This event took place about the beginning of the 4th century. 305 is the traditional date. Only a few years later did Pachomius found, in the far south, the first Christian monastery, properly so called. It will be convenient to trace separately the two streams of monastic tradition that flowed respectively from the two great founders, Anthony and Pachomius. The form of monachism that drew its inspiration from St. Anthony prevailed throughout Lower and Northern Egypt. All along the Nile to the north of Lycopolis, Asyut, and in the adjacent deserts, and on the seaboard near Alexandria, there were at the end of the 4th century vast numbers of monks, sometimes living alone, sometimes 2 or 3 together, sometimes in large congregations, but even then the life was semi-eremitical. Antonian monachism reached its greatest and most characteristic development in the deserts of Nitria and Scite, and it is here that we have the most abundant materials for forming a picture of the life of these monks. Palladius and Cassian both lived in this district for many years during the last decade of the 4th century. St. Jerome, Rufinus, and the writer of the Historia Monachorum visited it, and they have left on record their impressions. Nitria, the present Wadi Natron, is a valley round some niter lakes lying out in the desert to the west of the Nile, some 60 miles due south of Alexandria. Those who began the monastic life here were Amun and Macarius of Egypt, himself a disciple of Anthony. A few miles from Nitria was the desert called Kelia, from the number of hermit cells that studded it, and further away still, out in the utter solitude, was the monastic settlement of Scite. Rufinus and the writer of the Historia Monachorum describes Kelia. The cells stood out of sight and out of earshot of one another. Only on the Saturday and Sunday did the monks assemble for the services. All the other time was spent in complete solitude, no one ever visiting another except in case of sickness or for some spiritual need. Palladius says that 600 lived in Kelia. This was a purely eremitical life, but in Nitria it was otherwise. The following is Palladius' account as he saw it in 390. In Mount Nitria 5,000 monks dwell following different manners of life, each according to his power and desire, so that anyone could live alone, or with another, or with several. In the mountain there are 7 bakeries, and a great church, by which stand 3 palm trees, each with a whip hanging from it. One is for the monks who misbehave themselves, one for thieves, and one for chance comers. so that anyone who offended and was judged worthy of stripes embraced the palm tree and made amends by receiving on the back the fixed numbers of blows. Close to the church is the guest house, and any guest who comes is entertained until he goes of his own accord, even if he stay for 2 or 3 years. For the first week they let him stay in idleness, but after that they make him work, either in the garden or the bakehouse or the kitchen. Or if he be a man of position, they give him a book to read, but do not allow him to have intercourse with anyone till noon. Physicians dwell in this mountain and confectioners. They use wine, and wine is sold. They all make linen with their hands, though that they have no needs. And about 3 in the afternoon one may stand and hear how the psalmody arises from each habitation, and fancy oneself rapt aloft into paradise. But they assemble at the church only on Saturday and Sundays. Palladius tells too of one Apollonius, a merchant, who became a monk in Nitria, and being too old to learn a handicraft, purchased medicines and stores at Alexandria, and cared for all the brotherhood in their sicknesses, for 20 years going the round of the cells from daybreak till 3 in the afternoon, knocking at the doors to see if anyone was sick. And of another, who, on becoming a monk, retained his money and devoted it wholly to works of hospitality towards the poor, the aged, and the infirm, and was judged by the fathers to be equal in merit to his brother, who had dispossessed himself of his belongings and given himself up wholly to a life of strict asceticism. What has been said will bring out the special feature of this type of monasticism, its voluntariness. Even when the monks lived together, there was not any common life according to rule. A large discretion was left to each one to follow his own devices in the employment of his time and the practice of his asceticisms. In short, this form of monachism grew out of the eremitical life, and it retained its eremitical or semi-eremitical character, even in the great monastic colonies of Nitria and Skeet. We may now pass to the Pachomian monachism, dominant in the southern parts of Egypt. Pachomius was a pagan by birth. He was born about 290 and became a Christian at the age of 20. He adopted the eremitical life under Palaemon, a hermit who lived by the Nile in the diocese of Tentyra, Denderah. The legend of his call to be the creator of Christian cenobitical life is thus told by Palladius. Pachomius was in an extraordinary degree a lover of mankind and a lover of the brotherhood. While he was sitting in his cave, an angel appeared unto him and said, Thou hast rightly ordered thy own life, needlessly therefore dost thou sit in the cave. Come forth and bring together all the young monks, and dwell with them, and legislate for them, according to the exemplar I will give thee. And he gave him a brazen tablet whereon was engraved the rule. There follows what probably is the most authentic epitome of the earliest Christian rule for monks. St. Pachomius founded his first monastery at Tabenisi near Denderah, circa 315-320, and by the time of his death in 346, his order counted 9 monasteries of men and 1 of women, all situated between Panopolis, Akhmim, to the north, and Lotopolis, Esnech, to the south, and peopled by some 3,000 monks in all. After his death, other monasteries were founded, one at Canopus near Alexandria and several in Ethiopia, so that by the end of the century Palladius tells us there were 7,000 Pachomian or Tabenesiot monks. St. Jerome's 50,000 may safely be rejected. Palladius visited the Pachomian monastery at Panopolis, Akhmim, and has left us what is by far the most actual and living picture of the daily life. He tells us that there were 300 monks in this monastery, who practiced all the handicrafts, and out of their superabundance contributed to the support of nunneries and prisons. The servers of the week got up at daybreak, and some worked in the kitchen, while others laid the tables, getting them ready by the appointed hour, spreading on them loaves of bread, mustard leaves, olive salad, cheeses, herbs chopped up, and pieces of meat for the old and the sick. And some come in and have their meal at noon, and others at 1 or at 2 or at 3 or at 5, or in the late evening, and others every second day. And their work was in like fashion. One worked in the fields, another in the garden, another in the smithy, another in the bakery, another at carpentry, another at fulling, another at basket making, another in the tan-yard, another at shoemaking, another at tailoring, another at calligraphy. He mentions also that they keep camels and herds of swine. He adds that they learn by heart all the scriptures. From the rule it appears that they assembled in the church 4 times a day, and approached communion on Saturday and Sunday. Here we have a fully constituted and indeed highly organized cenobitical life, the day being divided between a fixed routine of church services, Bible reading, and work seriously undertaken as an integral factor of the life. Herein lies one of the most significant differences between Pachomian and Antonian monachisms. In the latter the references to work are few, and the work is of a sedentary kind, commonly basket making and linen weaving, which could be carried on in the cell, and the work was undertaken merely in order to supply the necessaries of life, or to fill up the time that could not be spent in actual prayer or contemplation or the reading of the Bible. Palladius' picture of the Pachomian monastery, on the other hand, is that of a busy, well-organized, self-supporting agricultural colony, in which the daily religious exercises only alternated with, and did not impede, the daily labor that was so large an element of the life. And so this picture is of extraordinary value. Whatever may be thought of the life led by the ermites or quasi-ermites of northern Egypt, there will hardly be 2 opinions as to the strenuousness and virility of the ideal aimed at by St. Pachomius. The Antonian ideal is the one that, even in accentuated forms, has been in all ages dominant in the East, and it was the form of monachism first propagated throughout Western Europe. It was not the least of St. Benedict's contributions to Western monachism that he introduced, with the modifications called for by differences of climate and national character, a type of monachism more akin to the Pachomian, in which work of one kind or another, undertaken for its own sake, forms an essential part of the life. Having thus traced in the briefest manner the external phenomena of the earliest Christian monachism, we must say a word on its inner spirit. The theory of philosophy of primitive Christian monachism finds its fullest expression in Cassian's Collations. These are 24 conferences of considerable length, which purport to be utterances of several of the most prominent of the Nitriot and Scythic monks, made in response to queries and difficulties put by Cassian himself and his friend Germanus, who lived for a number of years in Scyth between 390 and 400. The Collations were not written till 25 years later, and the question has been raised how far they reproduce actual discourses uttered by the various monks named, or are compositions of Cassian's a literary device for presenting the teaching and ideas current in Scyth. In any case, there can be no reasonable doubt that they do faithfully represent the substance and spirit of that teaching, and this is all that is of historical importance. Cassian puts into the foreground, in his first collation, an exposition of the purpose or scope of the monastic life. Abbot Moses declares it to be the attainment of purity of heart, so that the mind may rest fixed on God and divine things. For this purpose only are fastings, watchings, meditation of Scripture, solitude, privations to be undertaken. Such asceticisms are not perfection, but only the instruments of perfection. This conference supplies the key to the fundamental conception of the monastic state. It is a systematic and ordered attempt to exercise the tendencies symbolized by the terms mysticism and asceticism, two of the most deeply rooted religious instincts of the human heart, but which beyond most others need regulation and control. Egyptian monachism was probably at its highest point of development about the year 400, just when Cassian and Palladius came in contact with it. Without accepting the probably apocryphal figures given by some of the authorities, there can be no doubt that there were at that date very many thousands of monks in Egypt, and the original enthusiasms and spirituality of the movement still, on the whole, held sway. But with the 5th century the decay set in, which has gone on progressively till our day. The Egyptian monks, who had been the great adherents of the Catholic faith in the Arian times, became the chief supporters of Dioscorus in making the Egyptian church monophysite. As the Mohammedan invasion swept over Egypt, the monasteries were in great measure destroyed, and Egyptian monasticism has ever since been gradually dying out. At the present day only a few monasteries survive, and the institution is in a moribund condition unless some unlooked-for revival come about. When we pass from Egypt to the Oriental lands, we find that in Palestine monastic life was introduced from Egypt by Hilarion early in the 4th century. He had been a disciple of Anthony, and the life he led in Palestine was purely eremitical. There are traces of Cenobitic monasteries in Palestine during the 4th century, especially those established under Western influences, as by St. Jerome and Paula, Rufinus and the two Melanias. But the glimpses of Palestinian monachism, the end of the century given us by Palladius in the Lausaic history, reveal the fact that it remained in large measure eremitical. In Syria and Mesopotamia, whether in the Roman or in the Persian territories, there was at the beginning of the 4th century what appears to have been an indigenous growth of asceticism analogous to the pre-monastic asceticism found in Egypt and elsewhere. The institution was known as the Sons of the Covenant, and the members were bound to celibacy and the usual ascetical practices, but they were not monks properly so called. We hear much of them from Aphraates, circa 330, and Rabula, bishop of Edessa a century later, wrote a code of regulations for priests and sons of the covenant. As he wrote also a rule for monks, it seems clear that the sons of the covenant did not develop into a monastic system, but the two institutions existed alongside of each other till at any rate the middle of the 5th century. The beginnings of monachism proper in the Syrian lands are difficult to trace. It is probable that the story of Eugenius, who was said to have introduced monasticism from Egypt in the early years of the 4th century, must be rejected as legendary. Theodoret opens his Historia Religiosa, or Lives of the Syrian Monks, with an account of one Jacob, who lived as an hermit near Nisibis before 325. But as this was a century before Theodoret's time, the facts must remain somewhat doubtful. He gives accounts of a number of Syrian monks in the end of the 4th century and the beginning of the 5th. Most of them were hermits, and even when disciples gathered around them, the life continued to be strongly individualistic and eremitical. This has continued to be the tendency of Syrian monachism, both Nestorian and Monophysite. Cenobitical life was commonly only the first stage of a monk's career. The goal aimed at was to be a hermit. After a few years each monk withdrew to a cell at a distance from the monastery, to live in solitude, frequenting the monastic church only on Sundays and feasts. Rabula's admonitions for monks, circa 425, are of great interest. He lays down that no one is thus to become an hermit until he has been proved in a monastery for a considerable time. The following regulation is of special interest. Those who have been made priests and deacons in the monasteries and have been entrusted with churches in the villages shall appoint as superiors those who are able to rule the brotherhood, and they themselves shall remain in charge of their churches. The practice here indicated of monks serving churches is probably unique in the East. It has been done in the West in later times, but has always been regarded as abnormal. Thus, while in Egypt the tendency was to abandon the eremitical life for the cenobitical, in Syria the opposite tendency set in. In another respect, too, Syrian monachism developed along lines different from those that prevailed in Egypt. Egyptian monks practiced, it is true, austerities and mortifications of the severest kind, but they were what may be called natural, as prolonged abstinence from food and sleep, exposure to heat and cold, silence and solitude, heavy labor and physical fatigue. In Syria, on the contrary, austerities of a highly artificial character became the vogue. The extraordinary life of the pillar hermits, who abode for years on the summits of pillars, at once presents itself in illustration. Theodoret and the other authorities speak as if it were a common practice that monks should carry, continually fastened to their backs, great stones or iron weights. Rabbula forbids this except to hermits. Sozomen tells us of a kind of Syrian monk called grazers, who used to go out into the fields at mealtimes and eat grass like cattle. A good picture of the lines on which Syrian monachism settled down after the 6th century is afforded by Thomas of Marga's Book of the Governors, or History of the Great Nestorian Monastery of Beth Abhei in Mesopotamia. All the evidence shows that the ingrained Oriental hankering after asceticism, still found in Hindu fakirs, asserted itself in Syrian monachism from the beginning, and it has there at all times been a characteristic feature of the system. Monasticism seems to have made its entry into Greek-speaking lands from the east. It first appears in the Roman province of Armenia in connection with Eustathius of Sebaste, circa 330–340. The claim has been made, indeed, that monasteries were established in Constantinople by Constantine, but this must be regarded as legend. There probably were none there before the end of the 4th century. The monasticism of Eustathius was of a highly ascetical character, with strongly developed Manichaean tendencies, which were condemned at the Council of Gangra, circa 340. Similar in character, but carrying the same tendencies to still greater extremes, were the Messalians or Oikiti in Paphlagonia, described by Epiphanius. The real father of Greek monachism was Saint Basil. After spending a year in visiting the monks of Egypt and Syria, he retired, circa 360, to a lonely spot near Neo-Caesarea in Pontus, and there began to lead a monastic life with the disciples who quickly gathered around him. His conception of the monastic life was in many important points a new departure, and it proved epoch-making in the history of monachism. It has continued to this day the fundamental conception of Greek and Slavonic monasticism, and Saint Benedict, though he borrowed more in matter of detail from Cassian, in matter of principles and ideas owed more to Saint Basil than to any other monastic legislator. Thus, in the monasticism of both East and West, Saint Basil's ideas still live on. For this reason it will be proper to give a somewhat full account of his monastic legislation. The materials are to be found chiefly in the 2 sets of rules, the longer and the shorter, the authenticity of which is now recognized, and in certain of his letters, supplemented by letters of St. Gregory Nazianzen to him. St. Basil's construction of the monastic life was fully cenobitical, in this respect advancing beyond that of St. Pachomius. In the Pachomian system the monks dwelt in different houses within the monastery precincts, the meals were at different hours, and all assembled in the church only for the greater services. But St. Basil established a common roof, a common table, a common prayer always, so that we meet here for the first time in Christian monastic legislation the idea of the cenobium, and common life properly so called. Again, St. Basil declared against even the theoretical superiority of the eremitical life over the cenobitical. He asserted the principle that monks should endeavor to do good to their fellow men, and in order to bring works of charity within reach of his monks, orphanages were established, separate from the monasteries but close at hand and under the care of the monks, in which apparently children of both sexes were received. Boys also were taken into the monasteries to be educated, and not with the view of their becoming monks. Another new feature in St. Basil's conception of the monastic life was his discouragement of excessive asceticism. He enunciated the principle that work is of greater value than austerities, and drew the conclusion that fasting should not be practiced to such an extent as to be detrimental to work. All this represents a new range of ideas. The following is an outline of the actual daily life in St. Basil's monasteries. A period of novitiate or probation of indeterminate length had to be passed, at the end of which a profession of virginity was made, but no monastic vows were taken. Palladius, writing in 420, says, in the prologue to the Lausiac history, that it is better to practice the monastic life freely, without the constraint of a vow. But though there were no vows, St. Basil's monks were considered to be under a strict obligation of persevering in the monastic life, and of abiding in their own monastery. Their time was divided between prayer, work, and the reading of Holy Scripture. They rose for the common psalmody while it was still night, and chanted the divine praises till the dawn. 6 times each day did they assemble in the church for prayer. Their work was field labor and farming. St. Gregory Nazianzen speaks of the ploughing and vine dressing, the wood drawing and stone hewing, the planting and draining. The food and clothing too, the housing and all the conditions of life, he describes as being coarse and rough and austere. The monastic virtues of obedience to the superior, of personal poverty, of self-denial, and the cultivation of the spiritual life and of personal religion are insisted on. The Basilian form of monachism was the one that spread in the adjacent provinces of Asia Minor and in Armenia, and under the influence of the Council of Chalcedon, which passed several canons regulating the monastic life, and of the civil law, it gradually made its way and became recognized throughout the Greek portion of the empire as the official form of monastic life. But the Eastern tendency towards the practice of extreme austerity and the eremitical life has always struggled to find expression, and to this day there are hermits on Mount Athos and at other monastic centers of the Orthodox Church. In the 5th century, the Holy Land became the head center of Greek monachism, and monasteries of 2 kinds arose in considerable numbers. There were the cenobia, or monasteries proper, where the life was according to the lines laid down by St. Basil, and there were the lauras, wherein a semi-eremitical life was followed, the monks living in separate huts within the enclosure. St. Sabas, a Cappadocian, was the great organizer of this manner of life. He founded no fewer than 7 lauras in Palestine, and drew up a typicon or codes of rules for their guidance. Sabas was appointed exarch of all the lauras of Palestine, while his compatriot and contemporary Theodosius became archimandrite of all the Cenobia of Palestine. Under the stress of the Origenistic controversy and of the Arab invasion, Palestinian monachism waned, and in the 7th century the center of gravity of Greek monasticism shifted to Constantinople, where in the early years of the 9th century it underwent a reorganization at the hands of Theodore, abbot of the monastery of the Studium. In the 11th and 12th centuries the center of gravity again shifted, this time to Mount Athos, where it has ever since remained. Since the time of Theodore, the Studite Greek and Slavonic monachism has undergone little change. It is still St. Basil's monachism, but the elements of hard labor and of works of charity have been almost wholly eliminated from the life, and intellectual work has not, as in the West, taken their place on any large scale. Indeed, it has usually been discouraged, so that for the past 1,000 years Greek and Slavonic monks have been almost wholly given up, in theory at any rate, and in great measure in practice too, to a life of purely devotional contemplation. They do not call themselves Basilians, but simply monks, and St. Basil's rules scarcely hold a leading place in the code of monastic legislation that regulates their life. While the monastic system was in its primitive, unorganized state, it lent itself to certain obvious abuses. Anyone who chose could become a hermit and live according to his own devices. Impostors and charlatans, under the guise of pretended austerities, deceived the simple and lived upon alms received on false pretenses. These abuses seem to have attained a great magnitude in Syria at the middle of the 5th century, if we may judge from the vigorous protests of Isaac of Antioch, but they existed everywhere. They led to the gradual regulation of the monastic life and the subjecting of the monks to the authority of the bishops. In this way a body of legislation, both ecclesiastical and civil, grew up, which restricted the voluntariness of the system and made it an integral part of the general polity of both church and state. This ecclesiasticizing of the monks is often deplored, but it was part of the inevitable march of events and a condition of the continued existence of the institution. In the 5th and 6th centuries other tendencies made themselves felt, and the monks in great numbers became embroiled in the ecclesiastical politics and the theological controversies of the time. Sometimes they were on the orthodox side, sometimes on the heterodox, but on whatever side they stood, they were only too often violent and fanatical, and some of the most discreditable episodes of church history in those days were the work of Eastern monks, as the murder of Flavian at the robber synod of Ephesus. Before we pass to the West, it will be well to speak of the nuns in Egypt and the East. It has already been said at the beginning of this chapter, when speaking of the pre-monastic Christian ascetics, that communities of women existed at an earlier date than communities of men, in Egypt as early as the middle of the 3rd century. The records of Egyptian monachism agree in representing women as taking part in great numbers in every phase of the monastic movement. There were women who lived as hermits and as recluses, shut up in tombs. There are various stories of women disguising themselves as men and living in monasteries, and being discovered only after death. Pachomius founded 2 nunneries, one under his sister at Tabenisi, the other, which numbered 400 nuns, near Panopolis, Akhmim, and after his death many others were founded in his order. The famous Coptic abbot Senuti of Atripe governed a great community of nuns in addition to the monks of the White Monastery. We learn from Palladius that at the end of the 4th century there were numerous nunneries in all parts of monastic Egypt, and the glimpses he lets us see of their inner life are graphic and interesting. He tells us of one Dorotheus, who had the spiritual charge of a nunnery and used to sit at a window overlooking the convent, keeping the peace among the nuns. also of an old nun, Mother Tallis, superioress of a convent at Antino, so beloved by her nuns that there was no need of a key in that convent, as in others, to keep the nuns from wandering, as they were fast tied by love of her. End of section 62. Section 63 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 63. Chapter 18, Part 2, Monasticism by Dom E. C. Butler. In Syria, there were at the beginning of the 4th century daughters of the covenant, analogous to the sons of the covenant, spoken of above. Whether they led a full community life is uncertain, but in one of Rabula's regulations at the beginning of the 5th century it is prescribed that sons or daughters of the covenant who fall from their estate be sent to the monasteries for penance, which implies the existence of convents of women. In all probability, there were in Syria, as elsewhere, fully organized nunneries, though there is not much Syrian evidence concerning them. Certainly in Palestine at this time, there were many convents of women, including those established under the influence of the Roman ladies Paula and Eustochium and the Melanias. When Saint Basil began his monastic life about 360, his mother and sister were already living in a community of nuns in the immediate vicinity, with a river between them, and throughout Greek-speaking Christendom, in Asia Minor, and above all in Constantinople, women practiced the monastic life hardly less than men. No Eastern nuns, however, have at any time devoted themselves to external works of charity, like the modern active congregations of women in the West. There is a considerable body of evidence showing that the ascetical life was pursued in the West, notably at Carthage and Rome, as in the East, before the introduction of monasticism proper, but there is no sufficient reason for questioning the tradition that attributes the knowledge of the monastic life in Western Europe to the influence of Saint Athanasius. In the year 339, he came to Rome accompanied by 2 Egyptian monks, and thus spread in the city and its neighborhood the knowledge of the manner of life that was then being practiced in Egypt. Many candidates presented themselves, and we learn from Ambrose, Jeremy, and Augustine that in the last quarter of the 4th century there were numerous monasteries of men and of women in Rome. Among the high-born patrician ladies, the movement had a great vogue and became so fashionable that an agitation against it arose, of which St. Jerome had to bear the brunt. These ladies, brought up in every luxury, gave up all things and surrendered themselves to lives of hardship and devotional exercise. The most famous of them, as Paula and Melania, even left Rome and went to the Holy Land, where they established sisterhoods. Monasteries rapidly spread over central and southern Italy, and the islands of the Tyrrhenian Sea were peopled by hermits. In North Italy, too, monasteries existed by the end of the 4th century at the chief cities, at Aquileia, where Rufinus and Jerome were trained in the monastic life, at Milan, where Ambrose had a great monastery of men, at Ravenna and Pavia, and many other towns. Eusebius, bishop of Vercelli, died 371, introduced a change in the idea of the monastic life that merits for him a more prominent place among monastic legislators than is commonly accorded to him. He combined the clerical and monastic states, making the clerics of his cathedral live together in community according to the monastic rule. This was the starting point of the practice destined to prevail both in West and East, whereby monks, as by ordinary rule, became priests, though it was several centuries before the custom was established. It was in the form initiated by Eusebius at Vercelli that the monastic life was introduced into Africa by St. Augustine on his return from Italy in 388. In 391 he was ordained presbyter at Hippo and established a community of clerics living together according to rule, and when in 396 he became bishop of Hippo, he continued to follow the same manner of life along with his clerics. Several bishops went forth from this community to other sees, and in most cases they established similar monasteries of clerics in their episcopal cities. This union of the clerical and monastic lives was widely prevalent in Africa, and it became the exemplar both of the institution of secular canons in the Carolingian reform and of that of canons regular or Augustinian canons in the Hildebrandine. Monasteries of the type normal in those days also arose in Africa. In the times of Tertullian and Cyprian, veiled virgins were recognized, but it is doubtful whether they had developed into a proper monastic system before St. Augustine's time. During his episcopate, there certainly were many nunneries, one being presided over by his sister, and his Letter 211, the only authentic rule of St. Augustine, was written for the guidance of a nunnery. Thus, in the early years of the 5th century, monachism was strong and flourishing in the African Church. The beginnings of Spanish monachism are obscure, and the records scanty. The first reference is a canon of the Council of Zaragoza in 380, forbidding clerics to become monks. This shews that the monastic institute must by that date have spread considerably in Spain, but there seems to be no extant evidence of the existence of a monastery in Spain till the beginning of the 6th century. There is a tradition that then one Donatus carried monasticism from Africa into Spain, but the names to be associated with early Spanish monachism are Martin, Bishop of Braga, a Pannonian, and the apostle of the Arian Sueves, who died in 580, and Fructuosus, also Bishop of Braga, about a century later. The latter was the great organizer and propagator of monachism in the peninsula, establishing several monasteries and writing, probably, 2 rules for their guidance. It is chiefly from these rules that we get glimpses of the earlier Spanish monachism. It seems to have been a common practice for a man to call his house a monastery and to live in it with his wife, children, and servants. Against this abuse and others St. Fructuosus legislates. One feature of his rule is unique. It contains a pact between the abbot and monks, whereby the latter bind themselves to the performance of the duties of the monastic life under the abbot, and empower him to inflict specified punishments for certain offences, and on the other hand reserve to themselves, in case the abbot should act in an arbitrary or tyrannical way, the right of appeal to other abbots or to the bishop. St. Fructuosus lived a century after St. Benedict's death, but throughout the Gothic period there is no trace of Benedictine monachism in Spain. In the extant rules of Spanish origin, those of Leander, of Isidore, and of Fructuosus, it is possible to discern certain reminiscences which betray a knowledge of the Benedictine rule, but Mabillon greatly exaggerates their significance. These rules are in no sense declarations or commentaries on St. Benedict's, and Spanish monachism was not at all Benedictine before the time of the Christian reconquest. Early Spanish monachism was indigenous, and it retained its individuality till the fall of the Gothic kingdom. Our only glimpses of it have to be obtained through these later rules, and so it has been necessary to carry our view forward beyond the strict limits of this survey. It may be doubted whether monasteries were numerous in the Gothic period. The councils of Toledo throughout the 7th century used to be attended by 50 or 60 bishops, but there were never more than 10 abbots present, and often only 6 or 5 or 4. We have little information concerning the origins of monachism in the Celtic lands, though the system played a prominent part in the Christianizing of most of them. It seems that the earliest Celtic monasteries were missionary stations, closely connected with the tribal system. Saint Patrick, who had passed some years as a monk in Larines, see below, built up the Irish Church in large measure on a monastic framework, and this initial tendency became more and more accentuated, till the bishops came to be subordinated to the abbots of the great monasteries. Our first definite knowledge of an organized cenobitical life in Ireland comes to us from the 6th century, during the course of which several great monasteries were established in various parts of the island, some of them counting more than 1,000 monks. But any full knowledge of early Irish monachism has to be gathered not on Irish soil, but from the documents connected with Saint Columba, who towards the end of the 6th century established a great monastery in the island of Iona or High, the missionary influence whereof spread over southern Scotland and northern England, and from the documents connected with Saint Columbanus, who early in the 7th century founded a number of Irish monasteries in Central Europe. Saint Columbanus' rule is the only Irish monastic rule, properly so called, that has come down to us from the early period of Irish monachism. It was not composed in Ireland, but undoubtedly it embodies the Irish traditions of monasticism and ascetical discipline. Irish cenobitical life, as seen in these documents, was one of extreme rigor and austerity. At all times, the eremitical life had a great vogue in Celtic monachism, and in spite of all difficulties of climate, the Irish hermits successfully rivaled in their extraordinary penances and austerities and vigils the hermits of Egypt and even those of Syria. In Ireland, where the population continued purely Celtic, the Irish rules and Irish monasticism maintained themselves throughout the Middle Ages. But in England and on the continent, where they came into contact with populations Teutonic or Teutonized, they succumbed before the Roman rule of Saint Benedict. Gaul is the country of Western Europe in which early monachism was most widely propagated and flourished most, and for which the records of pre-Benedictine monachism are the most abundant. It is said that Saint Athanasius introduced the knowledge of the monastic life at Trier during his exile there, 336-37, and the well-known story of Saint Augustine's conversion shows that before the end of the century there were monks living an eremitical life there. But it is with the name of Saint Martin of Tours that the beginnings of Gallic monachism are rightly associated. A Pannonian by race, born early in the 4th century, he had practiced the monastic life for some years before becoming Bishop of Tours in 372. Nearly 10 years earlier he had established a monastery near Poitiers, and on becoming Bishop of Tours he formed one just outside of his episcopal city at the place afterwards called Marmontier. Here he gathered together 80 monks and lived with them a life of great solitude and austerity. They dwelt singly in caves and huts, meeting only for the church services and for meals. They fasted rigorously and prayed long. It was indeed a reproduction of the life of the Egyptian monks. Our information concerning this earliest Gallic monachism is mainly derived from the writings of St. Martin's biographer, Sulpicius Severus, and from his correspondence with St. Paulinus of Nola. From these sources we learn that by the end of the 4th century, monasteries and monks and nuns were already numerous not only in the province of Tours, but in Rouen, and the territory that afterwards became Normandy and Picardy. The beginning of the 5th century witnessed the inauguration of monarchism in Provence, at Marseilles, under the influence of John Cassian, and in the island of Larines under that of Honoratus. From Larines went forth a number of monk bishops, who, throughout the 5th and 6th centuries, by the monasteries they set up in their episcopal cities, and by the monastic rules they composed for their government, spread far and wide through southeastern Gaul the influence and ideas of Larines. In other parts of Gaul, too, monasteries arose in the 5th century, the most famous being Condat in the Jura Mountains. After the Frankish conquest of Gaul, and under the early Merovingian kings, the monastic movement continued throughout the 6th century to spread all over Frankland. A twofold tendency set in, one towards relaxation of life of observance, the other towards the eremitical life and the extremest forms of asceticism, such as are met with among the Syrian hermits. Gregory of Tours gives numerous examples of hermits, especially in Auvergne, who in their fantastic austerities equal those in Syria, and his evidence is corroborated by other documents. It was not till the 7th century that Benedictine monachism got a foothold in Gaul, and about the same time St. Columbanus imported his rule and manner of life from Ireland. For a time, the 3 forms of monachism, the Old Gallic, the Columbanian, and the Benedictine, existed side by side in Gaul. In order to understand why the Benedictine gradually and inevitably supplanted the earlier monachisms in France, in Italy, and in England, and was destined to become the only monachism of Teutonic Europe, it is necessary to survey the character of the earlier types. The early African and Spanish monachisms were swept away by Vandals and Moors. The Irish remained insular and isolated from the great currents of monastic development, so that Italy, France, and England are the countries in which the transformation of the earlier types of Western monachism into the Benedictine was worked out. It has to be remembered that in those days, neither in the West nor in the East, outside the Pachomian system, was there anything resembling the present Western idea of different orders of monks. There was only the monastic order. Monasteries were autonomous, each having its own practices and its own rule, or selection of rules, depending mainly on the abbot's choice. Before Saint Benedict's time, there were current in the West translations of certain Eastern rules, that of Pachomius translated by Jerome, that of Basil translated by Rufinus, and the rule attributed to Macarius. There was a rule made up out of the writings of Cassian. There was St. Augustine's letter, number 211, on the government of a nunnery. It is doubtful whether Honoratus of Larines wrote a rule. The only extant Western rules, properly so called, which are certainly earlier than St. Benedict's, are that of Caesarius of Arles for monks, and his somewhat longer rule for nuns. But these are quite short, and not one of these rules that came into contact with St. Benedict's in his own time, or for a century afterwards, not even the rule of Columbanus, could claim to be an ordered and practical code of laws regulating the life and working of a monastery. This St. Benedict's rule preeminently was, and the fact that it supplied so great a want doubtless was one of the chief reasons why it supplanted all its rivals. But there was another and still more powerful reason. Saint Benedict was the man who adapted monasticism to Western ideas and Western needs. Monasticism in Italy and Gaul was an Eastern importation, and up to Saint Benedict it bore the marks of its origin. The life of the hermits in the Egyptian deserts, with their prolonged fasts and vigils and their other bodily austerities, was looked upon as the highest ideal the true ideal of the monastic life, and the monks of Italy and Gaul endeavored to emulate a manner of life hard enough in Oriental climes, but doubly hard in Western Europe. This straining after severe bodily austerities can clearly be discerned in the fragmentary records that have survived of pre-Benedictine monachism in Italy and France, where the practice of a purely eremitical life was very common. Saint Benedict, while recognizing the eremitical life, says definitely that he legislates for cenobites only. Moreover, he did away with the Oriental spirit of rivalry in asceticism, whereby the monks used to vie with one another in their mortifications. Saint Benedict laid down the principle that all should live by the rule and conform themselves in all things to the life of the community, and even during Lent, when the undertaking of some extra mortification was recommended, it was all to be under the abbot's control. Moreover, the common community life which Saint Benedict established in his monasteries was not one of great severity. A hard life it was, of course, and one of self-denial, but if judged by the ideals and ideas current in his day, his rule must have appeared to his contemporaries to be, in the matter of diet, of sleep, of work, and of hours of prayer, nothing else than what he describes it, a little rule for beginners. Italian and French monks were at that time trying to live up to ideals that were impossible for most in the Western lands, and the general failure was producing a widespread disorganization and decay. Saint Benedict came and eliminated these incongruous Eastern elements, and made a reconstruction of the monastic life admirably suited to Western and especially to Teutonic conditions. To this must be attributed in greatest measure the success achieved by his rule. Saint Benedict was born in Nursia, near Spoleto, probably about the year 480. He was of a noble Umbrian family, and he was sent to Rome to follow the courses in the schools. The licentiousness there prevalent made him determine to withdraw not only from Rome, but also from the world, and to become a monk. Full of this idea, he fled away from Rome to the Sabine hills, and buried himself in a cave overlooking Nero's artificial lake on the Anio at Subiaco, 40 miles from Rome. It is probable that he was not a mere boy, but a youth old enough to have become enamored with a lady in Rome. Consequently, the date was within a few years of 500. There can be no doubt that the Sacro Specco at Subiaco is the cave inhabited by Saint Benedict during the first years of his monastic life. Its solitude was complete, and the wild, severe grandeur of the surrounding scenery was well calculated to inspire his young heart with deep religious feeling. In this cave he lived for 3 years, only a single monk of a monastery in the neighborhood knowing of his existence, and supplying him with the necessaries of life. It is not a little remarkable that he, who was destined to turn Western monasticism definitely away from the eremitical ideal, should himself, as a matter of course, have gone to live as a hermit on determining to become a monk. It was only after very thorough personal experience of the hermit's life that Saint Benedict decided it was not to be for his disciples. In another matter also did he turn his back on his own early ideas. After passing 3 years of solitude in his cave, his existence gradually became known, and disciples flocked to him in such numbers that he was able to establish not only a monastery ruled over by himself, but also 12 others in the neighborhood, over which he exercised the sort of control which the superior general of a group of congregation of monasteries would now be said to exercise. But when he was compelled to leave Subiaco and migrated to Monte Cassino, he confined himself exclusively to the government of his own community there, without continuing to exercise control over the other monasteries he had founded. and so his rule is concerned with the government of a single monastery only, without any provision for the grouping of monasteries into congregations or orders, as became the vogue later on in the West. This continued the Benedictine practice for many centuries. During the greatest period of black monk history, the great Benedictine houses stood in isolation, each self-governed and self-contained. It was not till the 13th century that, under the inspiration of Cluny and Citeaux, the policy was adopted of federating the Benedictine abbeys of the different ecclesiastical provinces, and to this day the essential autonomy of each house is the foundation stone and central idea of black monk polity. It is impossible to fix the date at which Saint Benedict founded his monastery at Monte Cassino, probably around 520. He lived there till his death, and Monte Cassino is the place above all others associated with his name. The rest of his life was quite uneventful. In 443 he was visited by Totila, and he died about the middle of the century. As Benedictine life soon became, and for well nigh 7 centuries continued to be, the norm of monastic life in the Latin Church, it will be the point to give a rough picture of the daily life that obtained in St. Benedict monasteries, as it may be reconstructed from the rule. St. Benedict's monks rose early in the morning, usually about 2, but the hour varied with the season of the year. They had had, however, an ample period of unbroken sleep, usually not less than 8 hours. The midnight office between 2 periods of sleep, so common a feature of later monasticism in the West, had no place in Benedictine life as conceived by St. Benedict. The monks repaired to the church for the night office, which consisted of 14 psalms and certain readings from Scripture. It was chanted throughout, and must have taken from an hour to an hour and a half. It was followed by a break, which varied from a few minutes in the summer to a couple of hours at midwinter, and which was devoted to private reading of Scripture or prayer. The matin office, now called Lauds, was celebrated at dawn and prime at sunrise. Each took about half an hour. Prime was followed by work, field work for most of the monks, or reading, according to the time of the year, and these exercises filled up the time till dinner, which was at 12 or at 3, the short offices of tierce, sext, and noun being celebrated in the church at the appropriate hours. In summer, when the night sleep was short, the usual Italian siesta was allowed after dinner. The afternoon was passed in work and reading, like the forenoon. Vespers or evensong was sung some time before sunset, and in the summer was followed by an evening meal. Before dark, while there yet was enough light to read by, they assembled once again in the church, and after a few pages had been read, Compline was said, and they retired to rest in the dusk, before there was need of an artificial light. On Sundays there was no work, and the time assigned to the church services and to reading was considerably lengthened. According to St. Benedict's scheme of the monastic life, work occupied notably more time daily than either the church services or reading, and this work was manual, either in the fields or garden or about the house. This element of work was intended to be an integral part of the life, not a mere occupation, but a very real factor of the monk's service of God, and from 6 to 7 hours were devoted to it daily. These long hours of manual labor, coupled with the unbroken fast till midday or 3 p.m., or even till sunset during Lent, and the perpetual abstinence from flesh meat, may convey the impression that after all, the life in St. Benedict's monastery was one of great bodily austerity. But it has to be remembered that though members of patrician families were to be found in his community, still the great majority was recruited from the ranks of the Italian peasantry or from those of the Goths and other barbarians who were then overrunning Italy. Neither the fasting nor the abstinence from meat would appear to Italian peasants in the present day, and still less in the 6th century, so onerous as they do to us in northern climes. The other exercise of the monks, outside the direct worship of God, was reading, to which from 3 to 5 hours were assigned daily, according to the season. There can be little doubt that this reading was wholly devotional, confined to the Bible and the writings of the Fathers, St. Basil and Cassian being recommended by name. Out of this germ grew in the course of ages those works of erudition and of historical science with which the Benedictine name in later ages became associated. The first step forward along the path of monastic studies was taken not by St. Benedict, but by his younger contemporary Cassiodorus in his Calabrian monastery at Squillace. But the chief work of the monk was, in St. Benedict's eyes, neither field work nor literary work. All the services of Benedictines to civilization and education and letters have been but byproducts. Their primary and essential work is what St. Benedict calls the work of God, Opus Dei, the daily chanting of the canonical office in the choir. To this work, he says, nothing is to be preferred, and this principle has been the keynote of Benedictine life throughout the ages. The daily course of psalmody ordinarily consisted of 40 psalms, with certain canticles, hymns, responses, prayers, and lections from Scripture and the Fathers. It was divided into the 8 canonical hours, the vigils or night office being considerably the longest. It is probable that this daily common prayer took some 4 to 4.5 hours, being chanted throughout, and not merely recited in a monotone. Mass was celebrated only on Sundays and holidays. Private prayer was taken for granted and was provided for, but not legislated for, being left to personal devotion. The abbot governed the monastery with full patriarchal authority. He was elected by the monks and held office for life. All the officials of the monastery were appointed by him and were removable at his will. He should take counsel with his monks, in matters of moment with the whole community, in lesser matters with a few seniors. He was bound to listen to what each had to say, but at the end it rested with him to decide what was to be done, and all had to obey. The great, in a sense it might be said, the only restraining influence upon the abbot to which St. Benedict appeals was that of religion, the abiding sense, impressed on him again by St. Benedict, that he was directly and personally responsible and would have to answer before the judgment seat of God for all his actions, for all his judgments, nay, even for the soul of each one of his monks as well as for his own. But his government must be according to the rule, and not at his own mere will and pleasure, as had been the case in the earlier forms of monachism, and he is warned not to overburden his monks or overdrive them, but to be considerate always and give no one cause for just complaint. The chapters specially written for the abbot, 2, 3, 27, 64, are the most characteristic in the rule, and form a body of wise counsel not easily to be surpassed for anyone in office or authority of any kind. This formation of a regular order of life according to rule, this provision for the disciplined working of a large establishment, was St. Benedict's great contribution to Western monachism, and also to Western civilization. For as Benedictine abbeys came gradually to be established more and more thickly in the midst of the wild Teutonic populations that were settling throughout Western Europe, they became object lessons in disciplined and well-ordered life, in organized work, in all the arts of peace, that could not but impress powerfully the minds of the surrounding barbarians, and bring home to them ideals of peace and order and work, no less than of religion. Another point of far-reaching consequence was that St. Benedict laid upon the monk the obligation of abiding till death, not only in the monastic life, but in his own monastery in which he was professed. This special Benedictine vow of stability cut off what was the very common practice of monks, when they grew dissatisfied in one monastery, going to another. Saint Benedict bound the monks of a monastery together into a permanent family, united by bonds that lasted for life. This idea that the monks of each Benedictine monastery form a permanent community, distinct from that of every other Benedictine monastery, is a characteristic feature of Benedictine monachism, and a chief distinction between it and the mendicant and other later orders. Without doubt, it has also been the great source of the special influence and strength of the Benedictines in history. Another distinction lies in the fact that Saint Benedict, in common with the early monastic legislators, set before his monks no special object or purpose, no particular work to be done, other than the common work of monks, the living in community according to the evangelical counsels, and thereby sanctifying their souls and serving God. A school of the service of the Lord is Saint Benedict's definition of a monastery, and the one thing he requires from the novice is that, in very deed, he seek God. Nothing probably was further from his thoughts than that his monks were to become apostles, bishops, popes, civilizers, educators, scholars, men of learning. His idea simply was to make them good, and if a man is good, he will do good. The ascetical side of the training in the rule lies chiefly in obedience and humility. The very definition of a monk is one who renounces his own wishes and comes to fight for Christ, taking up the arms of obedience. It is the temper of renunciation and obedience, rather than the actual obeying, that is of value. The chapter on humility, 7th, the longest in the rule, has become a classic in Christian ascetical literature. It embodies Saint Benedict's teaching on the spiritual life. The general spirit of the rule is beautifully summed up in the short chapter on the good zeal which monks ought to have, 72. As there is an evil and bitter emulation which separates from God and leads to hell, so there is a good spirit of emulation which frees from vices and leads to God and life everlasting. Let monks therefore practice this emulation with most fervent love, that is to say, let them in honor prefer one another. Let them bear most patiently with each other's infirmities, whether of body or of character. Let them contend with one another in their obedience. Let no one follow what he thinks most profitable to himself, but rather what is best for another. Let them show brotherly charity with a chaste love. Let them fear God and love their abbot with sincere and humble affection, and set nothing whatever before Christ, who can bring us unto eternal life. In view of the great influence exercised on the course of European history and civilization in things both ecclesiastical and civil, from the 6th century to the 13th, by Saint Benedict and his sons, it seemed proper to supply the foregoing somewhat detailed account of the Benedictine rule and life. With an outline sketch of the steps whereby Saint Benedict's supremacy in Western monachism was achieved, this chapter will be concluded. Though the rule was written as a code of regulations for the government of one monastery, it is evident that Saint Benedict contemplated the likelihood of its being observed in different monasteries, and even in different countries. Besides Monte Cassino, his own monastery at Subiaco, and perhaps the 12 others, continued after he had left them, and there is mention of one founded by him from Monte Cassino at Terracina. These are the only Benedictine monasteries of which there is any record as existing in Saint Benedict's lifetime. For the stories of the missions of Saint Placidus to Sicily and Saint Maurus to Gaul must be regarded as apocryphal. It is said of Simplicius, the 3rd abbot of Monte Cassino, that he propagated into all the hidden work of the Master, and this has been understood as indicating that the spread of the rule to other monasteries began in his abbacy. But the historical determining point was the sacking of Monte Cassino by the Lombards about 580-590, when the monks fled to Rome and were placed in a monastery attached to the Lateran Basilica in the heart of Latin Christendom under the eyes of the popes. It is now generally agreed by critical students of the period that the monachism which St. Gregory the Great established in his palace on the Coelian Hill, wherein he himself became a monk, was in an adequate and true sense Benedictine, being based on that rule which St. Gregory eulogizes as conspicuous for its discretion. From the Coelian Hill it was carried to England by Augustine, the prior of the monastery, and his companions, 596, and it is probable that the monastery of Saints Peter and Paul, later St. Augustine's Canterbury, was the first Benedictine monastery out of Italy. As has been said above, it was not till the 7th century that Benedictine monarchism got a foothold in Gaul, but during that century it spread steadily and at last rapidly throughout Gaul and England, and from England it was carried into Friesland and the other Germanic lands by the great English Benedictine missioners, Willibrord, Boniface, and the rest. Being well adapted to the spirit and character of the Teutonic peoples then overrunning Western Europe, the Benedictine rule inevitably and quickly absorbed and supplanted all those previously in vogue, so completely that the Charles the Great could ask the question if there had ever been any other monastic rule than St. Benedict's. The Benedictines shared fully in the effects of the Carolingian revival, and from that date, for 3 centuries, St. Benedict's spirit ruled supreme throughout Western monarchism, Ireland alone excepted. All through the Benedictine centuries, Benedictine nuns flourished no less than Benedictine monks, and nowhere more than in England. St. Boniface's correspondence with several Anglo-Saxon nuns, both in England and in Germany, reveals the high standards of education and of life that prevailed in the English nunneries. Communities of Benedictine nuns have in all ages been predominantly ladies, recruited from the upper classes, and the life is specially adapted for them. Naturally, it has been a more secluded life than that of the monks, but the great Benedictine nunneries have always exercised considerable religious and social influence. In the foregoing pages, the ideals of the various phases of early monasticism have been set forth. It is not pretended that these ideals have always been realized by monks, but it is right to estimate a system in large measure by its ideals, except where failure adequately to realize them has predominated. That this has been the case with Christian monarchism as a whole will hardly now be contended by any historian. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. Section 64. Social and Economic Conditions of the Roman Empire in the 4th Century, by Paul Vinogradoff, Part 1. The ancients saw in the stupendous destiny of the Roman state the clue to the history of the universe and revelation of the plans of Providence in regard to the world. Italy, wrote Pliny the Elder in the time of Vespasian, has been selected by deity in order to collect dispersed power, to soften customs, and to unite by the communion of one language the various and barbarous dialects of so many nations, to bestow on men the intercourse of ideas and humanity, in a word, that all races of the world should have one fatherland. Historia Naturalis, Volume 3, Chapter 6. For Christians, the conquest of the world by Rome had even a deeper meaning. Quote, Jesus was born in the reign of Augustus, who as it were associated in one monarchy the immense multitude of men dispersed about the earth, because a plurality of kingdoms would have been an obstacle to the diffusion of Christ's doctrine through the whole world. End quote. Origen, Contra Celsum, Volume 2, Chapter 30. But Augustus was a heathen, and his successors persecuted Christianity, so that the Roman Empire served the gospel for a long time unconsciously and in spite of its desires. This conception of universal history made a further stride when Constantine the Great proclaimed Christianity the religion of the state. In ancient times, says Eusebius of Caesarea, the world was divided according to countries and nations into a multitude of commonwealths, tyrannies, principalities, hence constant wars and the devastations and depredations following thereupon. The origin of these divisions may certainly be ascribed to the diversity of the gods worshipped by men, but when the instrument of salvation, the most holy body of Christ, was raised against the demons, forthwith the cause of demons has vanished, and states, principalities, tyrannies, commonwealths have passed away. One God has been announced to the whole of mankind, one empire obtained sway over all men, the Roman Empire. Eusebius, Panegyric of Constantine, Chapter 16. But the unification of the inhabited world, oikomene, which forms the meaning and the greatness of the Roman Empire, is a process presenting two different sides to the observer. Celts, Iberians, Rhaetians, Moors, Illyrians, Thracians were to some extent civilized by the culture of Greece and Rome, and achieved by its help a great advance in economic and civil organization as well as in education. Syrians, Egyptians, and the inhabitants of Asia Minor only modified to a certain extent their manners and views in order to meet the requirements of the empire. But if the intermixture of tribes and their permeation by Greco-Roman culture was in one sense a great progress, it was at the same time, but from another point of view, a decline. It was accompanied by a lowering of the level of the culture which exerted the civilizing influence. While conquering barbarism and native peculiarities, Greco-Roman culture assumed various traits from its vanquished opponents, and became gross and vulgar in its turn. In the words of a biographer of Alexander Severus, good and bad were promiscuously thrust into the empire, noble and base, and numbers of barbarians. Historia Augusta Alexandri Severi, 64. The unification and transformation of tribes standing on low grades of civilization leads to consequences characterized by one common feature, the simplification of aims, degeneration. This process is concealed for a while by the political and economic advantages following on the establishment of the empire. The creation of a central authority upholding peace and intercourse, Pax Romana, the conjunction of the different parts of the world into one economic system enlivened by free trade, the spread of citizenship and civil culture in wider and wider circles of population, all these benefits produced for a while a rise in prosperity which counterbalanced the excess of barbarous, imperfectly assimilated elements. But a series of political misfortunes set in rather rapidly in the 3rd century. Invasions of barbarians, conflicts between rival candidates to the throne, competition between armies and provinces put an end to order and prosperity and threatened the very existence of the empire. In these calamities, the barbarization of Roman culture became more and more manifest. A backward movement began in all directions. A backward movement, however, which was by no means a mere falling back into previous conditions, but gave rise to new and interesting departures. It suffices to glance at the names of the Roman citizens of the empire in order to notice that we are in very mixed company. Instead of the nomina and cognomina of earlier days, we find strange barbaric appellations hardly whitewashed by the adjunction of us or at the end. A T. Dammonius Saini Dammoni Filius Vitalis and a Blescius Diovicus do not look very pure quirites. Such barbarians had first of all to learn Latin as the common tongue of the Western Empire, and they did learn to use Latin. But what Latin? As St. Jerome has it, Latin language gets transformed according to countries and to epochs. Common speech, the lingua vulgaris, whether former Celt, Iberian, or Rhaetian, became gradually a new Romance language, the sounds and forms of which were deflected from the original Latin in consequence of the physiological and intellectual peculiarities of Celts, Iberians, Rhaetians. We may be allowed to give a few instances of this curious process of transformation from the well-known history of French phonetics and grammar. The Latin U was kept up in Italian, but softened into the French U, e.g. durus, duro, dur, and we cannot wonder at that, because the population of Gaul, when yet speaking Celtic, sounded U as U, and not somewhat like the English U in poor. The French liaison, the habit of sounding the otherwise mute consonant at the end of a word before a vowel in order to avoid a hiatus, may be traced to the Celtic habit of joining separate words into compounds. In Celtic dialects, the accent makes one or the other syllable so prominent that the other syllables become indistinct and may get slurred over. This stress put on the accentuated syllable has called forth in French a characteristic deterioration of unaccentuated parts of words. Sometimes whole groups of sounds disappear, as in ut, Augustus. Sometimes they are represented only by a mute e, as in vi, vita. The French habit of marking the last syllable by an accent, even in the pronunciation of Latin, goes back ultimately to this trait. In reading the Latin text of the Salic Law, we are struck by the complete dislocation of the system of declensions. The ablative case is constantly used instead of the accusative, the accusative instead of the nominative, etc. But this degeneration was prepared by the practice of vulgar Latin even in the 1st and 2nd centuries, when the genitive case disappeared. The dative followed suit somewhat later. It is not, however, to be supposed that Latin was imposed even in its vulgarized forms on the entire population of the empire. It is needless to remind the reader of the fact that in the whole eastern half Greek was the language of the educated classes. But both in the east and in the west there were many backward regions in which vernacular speech held its own stubbornly against Greek and Latin. The Copts, Arabs, Syrians, Armenians never gave up their native languages, and the Oriental undercurrents continued to play an important part in the social life of Asia and Egypt. There are many vestiges of a similar persistency of barbarian custom and speech in the West. Roman law admitted expressly that valid deeds could be executed in Punic, and judging from the story about a sister of Septimius Severus, Punic must have been very prevalent among well-to-do families of knightly rank in Africa. When the lady in question came to visit her brother in Rome, the emperor had often to blush on account of her imperfect knowledge of Latin. The letters and sermons of St. Augustine show that this state of things had by no means disappeared in Romanized Africa in the 5th century. The great African bishop repeatedly urged the necessity for dignitaries of the Church to be acquainted with Punic, and he had recourse himself to illustrations drawn from this language. In Spain and Gascony, one living remnant of pre-Roman civilization has survived to our days in the Escaldunac speech of the Basques, the offspring of the Iberian race. while Brittany exhibits another block of pre-Roman custom in the speech and manners of its Breton population. St. Jerome testifies to the fact that in the neighborhood of Trèves, one of the mightiest centers of Roman civilization, a Celtic dialect was spoken by the peasants in the 4th century, so that a person reared there possessed a clue to the speech of the Galatians, the Celtic tribe of Asia Minor. In the Latinized northwest of the Balkan Peninsula, the vernacular Illyrian was never driven out or destroyed, and the present speech of the Albanians is directly derived from it, in spite of a sprinkling of Latin words and expressions. In the west of England, Celtic speech and custom runs on uninterruptedly through the ages of Roman, Saxon, and Norman conquest, not to speak of Welsh, which has borrowed many Latin words, especially technical terms, but remains a purely Celtic language. Cornish was spoken in Cornwall up to the 18th century, while in Cumberland and Westmoreland the custom of shepherds to count their sheep in Celtic numerals was the last vestige of a separate existence of a Welsh population. These traces of stubborn national life, forming a kind of barbarian subsoil to Roman culture, are important in many ways. They help us not only to understand the history of dialects and of folklore, but they account for a good many spontaneous outbursts of barbarism in the seemingly pacified and Romanized provinces of the empire at a time when the iron hand of the rulers began to relax its grip over the conquered populations. Berber, Punic, Iberian, Illyrian, and Celtic tribes come forward again in the calamitous years of the 4th and 5th centuries. Usurpers, riotous soldiers, and brigands gather strength from national aspirations, and in the end the disruption of the empire becomes inevitable on account of internal strife as well as of foreign invasions. Nowhere perhaps has this subliminal life of the province to account for so much as in England, where the arts and crafts of Rome were introduced in the course of 3 centuries and a half of gradual occupation, and Latin itself was widely spoken by the upper classes, but where nevertheless the entire fabric of Roman rule crumbled down so rapidly during the 5th century, and Celts were left to fight with the Teutons for the remnants of what had been one of the fair provinces of Rome. A transformation similar to that expressed in language is clearly perceivable in the history of art. Christianity introduced into the world a powerful new factor, the strength of which may be gauged in the paintings of the catacombs and in the rise of new styles of architecture, the Byzantine and the Romanesque. Thus we have to deal not with mere deterioration and decay, but also with the lowering of the level of culture and the barbarization of art, which make themselves felt in various ways. When Rome had to raise a triumphal arch to the conqueror of Maxentius, a great part of the reliefs for its adornment were carried over from the arch of Trajan, while some sculptures were added by contemporary artists, and the latter perpetuate the decay of art and of aesthetic taste. The figures are distorted, the faces deformed. On the so-called discus of Theodosius, the symbolical figures of the lower part were copied from ancient originals and are handsome. Their upper half was filled with representations of living people, and it is evident that the gross, flat, ugly faces with heavy embroidered uniforms were reproduced with fidelity, while the handling of the figures strikes the observer by its clumsiness and faulty designs. The chief thing in the pictorial and plastic arts of the 3rd and 4th centuries is not beauty or expression, but size and costly material. Gallienus, whose unfortunate reign was nicknamed the period of the 30 tyrants, ordered a statue of himself 200 feet in height. It was planned on such a scale that the child was able to ascend by a winding staircase to the top of the emperor's lance. Instead of marble, precious porphyry, a stone exceedingly difficult to cut, was used for plastic purposes. the contractor and polisher were more important persons than the sculptor for the purpose of making statues of this material. It is of special importance for us to notice the gradual degeneration, or rather transformation, of economic life. Towards the beginning of our era, a great circuit of industrial and commercial intercourse is formed under the protection of the empire. It reminds us in some ways of the world market of the present time. The different provinces exchanged goods and developed specialties fitting into one whole through mutual support. The excellent roads made quick exchanges possible. Considerable capital sought employment in productive enterprises. Firm political power and mutual confidence fostered the growth of credit. From the 3rd century onwards, the picture changes. The subjection of conquered peoples by Roman citizens ceases, and the greater part of the population of the empire is admitted to the rights of citizenship. This meant that masses of people, over whom governors, publicans, and contractors had exercised almost uncontrolled sway, were enabled to come forward with their interests and legal claims. Provincial forces began to assert themselves, and in husbandry, local needs and the requirements of small people made themselves more and more felt. As a consequence, the wide organization of world intercourse gives way before more direct and modest economic problems. Each social group has to look out primarily for itself in regard to food, clothing, housing, furniture. On the other hand, the supply of slaves gets more and more hampered by the fact that wars of conquest cease. In the beginning of the 3rd century, we hear already of a price of 200 aurii, or 500 denarii, of full ancient coinage for a slave. Digest, Volume 4, Chapter 4, Section 51. A very high price indeed, which shows indirectly how difficult it was to get slaves. During the protracted defensive wars which had to be fought on all the frontiers, prisoners were frequently made, but these Germans, Slavs, Huns, were difficult to manage and made clumsy laborers when settled for agricultural purposes. It was more profitable to leave them a certain independence on their plots, and therefore to cut up large estates into small holdings. Lastly, the rise of provincial and local interests and the change in the condition of the laboring classes coincided with the terrible political calamities which I have already had occasion to mention. The dislocation of the Commonwealth rendered all widely extended economic plans insecure and contributed by itself to the tendency of each separate locality to live its own life and to work for its own needs without much help from the outside. As a result of the working of these different causes, society falls back from a complicated system of commercial intercourse to the simpler forms of natural economy. This movement is not arrested by the restoration of the empire in the 4th century, but rather strengthened by it. Political power is indeed restored, but it has to be maintained by straining every nerve in social life, and this straining hampers free movement and free contract, fastens every one to a certain place and to a certain calling. In an exposition of the whole world and of nations, translated from Greek in the time of Constantius, soon after 345, much attention is still paid to the economic intercourse between the different parts of the empire. Greece itself is said to be unable to satisfy its own needs, but in regard to many of the other provinces, it is expressly noted that they are sufficient unto themselves. Besides, most of them produce goods which are exported to other places. Ascalon and Gaza, for example, are said to provide excellent wine for Syria and Egypt. Scythopolis, Laodicea in Syria, Byblus, Tyre, Berytus send out linen wares all around the world, while Caesarea, Tyre, Sarepta, and Neapolis are famous in the same way for their purple-dyed tissues. Egypt supplies Constantinople and the eastern provinces with corn and has a monopoly in the production of papyrus. From Cappadocia, furs are obtained, from Galatia, different kinds of clothing. Laodicea in Phrygia has given a name to garments of a special kind. Asia and the Hellespont produced corn, wine, and oil. In Macedonia and Dalmatia, iron and lead mines are noted. In Dardana, Illyria, pastoral pursuits are prevalent, and bacon and cheese are sent to market, while Epirus is distinguished by its large fishing trade. The western provinces are not described in such a minute way, but fine Italian wines are mentioned. The trade of Arles for imports into Gaul is noted, and Spain is extolled on account of its oil, cloth, bacon, and mules. Oil is also said to be largely supplied by the African province, while clothing and cattle come from Numidia. Pannonia and Mauritania are the only provinces mentioned as carrying on the slave trade. Some 45 years before this commercial geography of the empire was drawn up, another curious document shows the imperial authorities engaged in a wearisome struggle in order to protect easy intercourse and to ward off the rise of prices. I mean the famous edict of Diocletian and of his companion emperors, establishing maximum prices in the empire. Such measures are not taken without cogent reasons, and indeed we are told that prices had risen enormously, although it is hardly probable that the reason of the dearth had to be sought in the iniquities of the rulers. Lactantius de mortibus persecutorum, chapter 7. The enactment itself dilates on the evil greed of avaricious producers and vendors, and declares in the name of the fathers of humankind that justice has to arbitrate and to intervene. The emperors are especially incensed at the hard bargains which are extorted from soldiers quartered in the provinces or moving along the roads. Prices are screwed up on such occasions not to 4 or 8 times the ordinary value, but to an extent that could not be expressed in words. If such things happen in times of abundance, what is to be expected from seasons when actual want is experienced? Without attempting to fix normal prices, the emperors threaten with capital punishment merchants engaged in supplying the different provinces with wares. Lactantius reports that blood flowed, and that the impossibility of enforcing cheapness by the hands of executioners was only recognized after fruitless attempts to terrorize tradesmen into submission. Let us look, however, at some of the details of the edict, fragments of which have been preserved in several copies in the Balkan Peninsula, Asia Minor, and Egypt, viz., in the provinces under the direct sway of Diocletian. Traces of commercial intercourse of the same kind as that described in the Expositio frequently meet the eye. We hear again of the high-class wines of Italy, of linen vestments from Laodicea, Scythopolis, Byblus, of purple-dyed garments manufactured on the Syrian coast and fetching very high prices, and of somewhat less expensive kinds from Miletus. A piece of purple linen for ornamental stripes, clavi, weighing 6 ounces, may be sold for 13,000, 23,000, and even 32,000 denarii, 50,000 of the latter corresponding to 1 pound of gold. Cloth garments came from Laodicea in Phrygia, from Modena in Italy, and in the shape of coarse warm mantles from Flanders. In a word, the lines of commercial intercourse are clearly traced, but the difficulties encountered by trade under new conditions are also very visible. Some comparisons with extant valuations of goods ordered for soldiers enable us to form a judgment as to the fluctuations of prices which Diocletian's enactment tried to moderate. We hear, e.g., that in one case 80 pounds of bacon were estimated at 1 solidus, 6,000 copper denarii, and in another instance 20 pounds at 1,000 denarii. According to the tariff of Diocletian, the maximum price for bacon of the best kind would have been in the first instance 96,000 and in the second 16,000 copper denarii, the latter being almost 16 times more than the ordinary price. It is important to notice that while the ordinary agricultural laborer is not allowed to receive higher wages than 25 silver denarii, about 120 copper denarii per day besides board, the maximum price of a double sextarius, roughly about a quart of wheat, was fixed at 100 silver denarii, and that of a pound of pork at 12 silver denarii. One cannot wonder at the failure of Diocletian's attempt, which according to contemporary testimony only increased the evils it was meant to suppress, the penalties against the merchants leading to concealment of goods and interruptions of trade. But it is characteristic of the methods of compulsory legislation constantly employed by the emperors of the 4th century that Julian made a similar and quite as unsuccessful attempt to coerce the citizens of Antioch into fair trade. It is impossible to suppose that such measures were dictated by a kind of Caesar madness, prompting the rulers of the civilized world to affirm their will and wisdom as against economic laws. However faulty in its conception, the policy indicated by the edicts of Diocletian and Julian had its roots in a well-meaning though ineffectual desire to regulate trade and to protect fair intercourse. It may be likened, as most attempts to impose maximum limits to prices, to the police supervision of trade in necessaries of life practiced in besieged cities. The emperors and their bureaucracy had come to look on the whole civilized world subject to their authority as upon a besieged city, in which all civil professions had to conform to military rule. End of section 64. Section 65 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 65, Social and Economic Conditions of the Roman Empire in the 4th Century, by Paul Vinogradoff, Part 2. The same kind of evolution from free intercourse to compulsion may be observed in the legislation on commercial and industrial corporations. Roman law passed through several stages in this respect. At the time of the Republic, guilds of artisans and merchants could be formed by private agreement if their statutes and activity did not infringe on the laws of the state. Gaius in Digests, Volume 47, Chapter 22, Section 4. During the civil conflicts of the last years of the Republic and in the early Empire, organized corporations were several times dissolved and forbidden on account of the political agitation carried on by their members. And from Augustus's time, concession by the Senate and confirmation by the Prince had to be applied for when a new college or guild had to be formed. But police supervision by the state did not alter the main feature of the corporations, namely their spontaneous origin in the needs of society and the wish of private persons to carry on profitable trade and to form unions for mutual support and social intercourse. The imperial government was often inclined to repress these spontaneous tendencies, as we may gather e.g. from Trajan's correspondence with Pliny. The first indication of a further change in the relations between government and corporations may be noticed in the reign of Alexander Severus. This emperor, instead of restricting the rise of trade guilds, actually favored the formation of corporations of wine merchants, grocers, shoemakers, and other crafts. Lamperidius, Alexander Severus, Chapter 33. We may suspect that at this time, that in the second quarter of the 3rd century, the government began to perceive a slackening in the energy of trade and commerce and chose to exert its authority in patronizing trade guilds. The restoration of imperial power under Aurelian brought about another and more powerful attempt in the same direction. One of the measures of this emperor was the assumption of a wide-reaching guardianship over the alimentation of Rome. The supply of corn from Egypt was increased. lists of paupers, proletarii, entitled to be fed by the state were drawn up, and the privilege of living at the cost of the commonwealth was made hereditary. Instead of corn, bread was distributed, and along with bread, oil, salt, and pork. In connection with this system of alimentation of the poorer classes in Rome, Aurelian reorganized the service of the merchants responsible for the transport of corn on the Nile and on the Tiber. This throws light on the immediate reason for the transformation of corporations in the ensuing age. Trades and crafts which had a bearing on vital needs of social intercourse were taken under the tutelage of the empire and carried on thenceforth not as free professions but as compulsory services. This is clearly seen in the legislation of Constantine, and remains characteristic of the legal treatment of trade during the whole of the 4th and of the 5th century. In the Lex Julia of 747 UC, enacted by Augustus, the principle was already formulated that a combination of individual workmen or traders into a college had to be warranted not only by their wishes and interests, but by public utility. The public element assumes now a preponderating influence. Bakers are authorized to form a craft guild not because they see an advantage in being organized in this way, but because the state wants their services in regulating the trade in bread and providing for the needs of the inhabitants of cities. The result of this enlisting of trades and crafts into public service is a system entirely at variance with our conceptions of supply and demand and of economic intercourse. To begin with, all freedom in the choice of professions came to an end. Corporations are required to hold their members to their occupations all through life. All attempts of single members to leave their place of abode and customary work are considered as a flight from duty and severely forbidden. In 395 e.g., Arcadius and Honorius decree heavy fines against powerful people who conceal and protect fugitive members of curiae and collegia. For each one of the latter, the patron has to pay a fine of £1 of gold. Codex Theodosianus, Volume 12, Chapter 1, Section 147. The codices are full of enactments against fugitives of this kind, and such legislation would prove by itself that a regime of caste was being gradually established in the empire. It is certain that the invasions of barbarians, such as those of Alaric, for example, contributed powerfully to scatter the working population, but apart from these, one of the motives of flight was the heavy burden of taxation. It is probable that the initiative in regard to the measures of stern compulsion came not from the bureaucrats of the empire, but from the corporations themselves, which were made liable to the requirements of the state in case of the flight of their members. Of course, the consistent enforcement of such a policy actually blocked the natural selection of professions and the development of independent enterprise. Let us, to take a concrete example, attend somewhat closer to the discipline imposed on the important college of navicularii. During the first 2 centuries of our era, the term designated all ship owners engaged in carrying trade by sea. Gradually, it came to mean shippers employed by the state for the transport of goods, especially of corn. Most of the corn necessary for the population of Rome was derived from Egypt and Africa, and we hear of a large fleet starting from Alexandria for the purpose of carrying over the supply. There is good evidence to show that during the 2nd century A.D., the college was composed of men who had joined it as voluntary members and sought the privileges which were conceded to it in return for its services to the state. All this appears changed in the 4th century. The navicularii are to devote themselves primarily to the transport of goods belonging to the state, more particularly corn and oil for Rome and Constantinople, while African navicularii were bound to bring wood for fuel to the public baths of Rome. The Egyptian navicularii received their cargo from the collectors of the annona, the corn tribute in the province. The season for the voyages of their ships was reckoned from the 1st of April to the 15th of October, the other months being held free on account of stormy weather. Each navicularius had to send his ships to the fleet once in 2 years. When the ship weighed anchor, it had to proceed by the shortest route and not stop anywhere without absolute necessity. Should one of the ships of the corn fleet be delayed in a port, the governor and senate of the place were bound, if necessary, to use force in order to send the merchants out to sea again. Outside these official journeys, they had the right to move on their own behalf, but evidently their right did not outweigh the uncomfortable limitations imposed on them during their service period, as we find the emperors endeavoring in every way to keep the navicularii to their task and to prevent them from slipping out of the college. A curious letter of St. Augustine tells how the bishop refused to accept the bequest of a certain Bonifacius, an African navicularius, on behalf of the see of Hippo. Bonifacius had disinherited his son and wanted to pass over his property to the church. St. Augustine refuses to accept the gift because he does not wish to entangle the church with the dealings of the navicularii. In case of shipwreck, the government would order an inquiry, the sailors rescued from the wreck would be put to torture, the church would have to pay for the lost cargo, etc. The members of the college evidently had to be rich men, and sometimes, if there were gaps to be filled, the state would compel rich men to join the corpus naviculariorum. The service was hereditary, and if any member absconded, his property was forfeited to the college. These facts may be sufficient to show to what extent the commerce of those days suffered under the stringent discipline imposed by the requirements of the state, and what a queer mixture of a businessman and of an official a shipowner of those days was. I may add that although we know most about navicularii, bakers, purveyors of pork, and similar merchants engaged in supplying the capitals with food, the provisioning of the smaller towns and the management of all crafts and trades were carried on more or less similar principles. An important chapter in the history of the decline and fall of the empire is constituted by the gradual decay of municipal institutions. The ancient world took a long time to exchange its organization of free cities for that of a great power governed by a centralized bureaucracy. Even after the conquest of its provinces, the Roman Commonwealth remained substantially a confederation of cities, and municipal autonomy prospered for a long while. We see the cities of the 1st and 2nd centuries vying one with the other in local patriotism, in the munificence of leading citizens, in generous contributions of private men towards the welfare of poorer classes, public health, and order. The economic progress brought about by the establishment of the empire made itself felt primarily in the increased activity and prosperity of city life. But threatening symptoms begin to appear even in the 2nd century AD. Municipal self-government, bereft of its political significance, restricted to the sphere of local interests and local ambitions, is apt to degenerate into corrupt and spendthrift practices. The wealthier provincial citizens ruin themselves by lavish expenditure on pageants and distributions. Municipal enterprise in matters of building and philanthropy often turns out to be extravagant and inefficient. The emperors find no other means of remedying such defects than the institution of curators of different kinds, curatores rei publicae, curatores calendarii, commissioners for the correction of the condition of free cities, ad corrigendum statum liberarum civitatum. In the correspondence between Pliny and Trajan, the imperial commissioner is already seen to interfere in the most minute questions of city administration, and at the same time he is constantly applying for direction to his imperial master. The ideal of centralization is clearly expressed in this intimate intercourse of two well-meaning and talented statesmen. The emperor appears in the light of an omniscient and all-powerful providence watching over all the dealings and doings of his innumerable subjects. In order to embody such an ideal, The central power had to surround itself with helpers and executive officers, and Hadrian laid the foundations of a civil service more comprehensive and better organized than the rudimentary administrative institutions of the Commonwealth and of the early empire. Later on, Diocletian and Constantine multiplied the number of bureaucratic organs and combined them into one whole by the bands of constant supervision and iron discipline. But even before this ultimate completion of bureaucracy in the 4th century, in the very beginnings of this system of central tutelage, a kind of a vicious circle formed itself. Central authority was called upon to interfere on account of the deplorable defects of municipal administration, while municipal life was disturbed and atrophied by the constant interference from above. It is impossible to say precisely what was cause and what was effect in this case. The process was, as it happens in many diseases, a constant flow of action and reaction. The jurists of the 3rd century find already a characteristic formula for corporative town organization in an analogy with the condition of a minor under tutelage, and this analogy is followed up into all sorts of particulars as to rights and duties. No wonder that for many citizens municipal life loses its interest, that they try to eschew the burdens of unremunerated and costly local administration, and that as early as the time of the Severi, compulsion has sometimes to be used to bring together a sufficient number of unwilling magistrates and members of municipal senates. Digests 50:138-6 and 50:228. A circumstance which in itself would have hardly been sufficient to overthrow municipal organization certainly contributed to divert people's minds from the customary trend of local patriotism and to make the performance of certain duties difficult. I mean the spread of Christianity. Municipal institutions were intertwined with cults of Roman and local gods, including religious devotion to the deity of the emperors. The new faith, on the other hand, did not admit of sacrifices or prayer to the false gods of heathendom, hence a conflict which did not admit of a ready solution. Let us listen to the somewhat exaggerated statement of Tertullian. "We concede," he says, "that a Christian may without endangering salvation assume the honor and title of public functions, if he does not offer sacrifices nor authorize sacrifices, if he does not furnish victims, if he does not entrust anybody with the upkeep of temples, if he does not take part in the management of their income, if he does not give games either at his own or at the public expense, if he does not preside at them, if he does not announce or arrange any festival, if he avoids all kinds of oath and abstains, while exercising power, from giving sentence in regard to the life and the honor of men, decisions as to money matters being excepted, if he does not proclaim edicts, nor act as a judge, nor put people into prison or inflict torture on them. But is all this possible?" As a matter of fact, the heathen state did certainly not go out of its way to make all these exceptions possible, and conflicts between law and religious conviction arose every day. On many occasions, Christians of a softer mold submitted to what they considered to be inevitable, and performed most of the duties challenged by the fiery African. The Church had to work out a penitentiary code for those among its members who had sullied themselves by heathen practices. See e.g. the canons of the Synod of Elvira in Spain. Sometimes again, the more firm among the Christians made a stubborn stand and were martyrized for their protest as enemies of the Roman state. Altogether, there can be no doubt that the inherent contradiction between Christian religion and the pagan practices of municipal life did put an extra strain on the latter, and could not but increase the disorder which was setting in. The bold step taken by Constantine in recognizing Christianity as a state religion saved the situation to some extent, but it could not do away at a stroke with all the pagan elements of municipal life. The strife between religions assumed a new aspect, and as the vital connection between local self-government and local cults was never restored, that unity of conception which marked antiquity when at its best had to be replaced by a deep dualism tending towards new solutions of political and moral problems. The greatest representative of conquering Christianity, St. Augustine, recognizes the defeat of the material world of antiquity and has to fashion his ideals according to a scheme of two cities in which only the heavenly one appeals to his devotion and energy. Apart from this complication arising out of peculiarities of religious history, the middle class of the citizens was undergoing a transformation similar to that of the merchants and craftsmen. When the chaotic conditions of the second half of the 3rd century were arrested by the statesmanship and military power of Aurelian and Diocletian, the policy of compulsion was brought to bear with full weight on the well-to-do inhabitants of cities. They were mostly not only house owners in our sense, but also owners of lands in the vicinity of the towns, although distinctions which it is somewhat difficult for us at the present time to formulate in detail were drawn between them and the possessores or landowners properly so called. However, the bulk of the well-to-do townsmen was considered as a separate class, the curiales, out of which the actual members of city senates, the decuriones, as well as its executive officials and justices were selected. Yet the connection between the curiales group and the actual office holders was so close, there were so few members of the former who had not to serve in one way or the other, that the enactments of the codes currently confuse the two distinct terms, curiales and decuriones. This confusion of itself points to the overburdening of the middle class in the towns with service, and we find indeed that its members are compelled to take over without salary the various personal munera or charges of local government, to administer the town, to act as petty justices, to take part in deputations, to arrange games, to inspect public buildings, to provide fuel for baths, to superintend postal and transport service, cursus publicus, to collect rates, etc. The most burdensome of their obligations were connected with the collection of taxes. They were chiefly responsible for assessing the town population, and out of their number were selected the inspectors of public stores, horia, and the decem primi, decaprotoi, who had to collect the land tax and the tribute in kind, annona. Both heathen and Christian authors testify to the crushing burden of taxation during the 4th and 5th centuries, and the unfortunate curiales who were made the instruments of collection under the watchful and extortionate supervision of state officials were not only suffering from the unpopularity of their functions, but had constantly to fall back on their own resources in order to make good deficiencies and arrears. The decem primi were primarily responsible as collectors, and when they vacated their office, they had to nominate their successors and to stand security for their good behavior. Not content with this, the provincial authorities commonly made the town, that is primarily the town senate, curia, liable for deficiencies in the full sum required. The emperor sometimes intervened to forbid such collective liability. Codex Theodosianus 1172, Codex Justiniani 1159-16. But on other occasions they enforced it in the most sweeping manner, as for instance when Aurelian and later on Constantine decreed that the town senates, ordines, should be made responsible for the taxes of deserted estates, and in case they should be unable to support the burden, it should be distributed among the various local districts and estates. Codex Justiniani 1159-1. In consequence of such oppressive burdens laid on the curiales, we witnessed the curious spectacle of widely spread attempts on the part of the citizens to escape into more privileged professions, into the clergy or the army, and even of their flight into the country, where they were sometimes glad to live and work as simple coloni. The Codex Theodosianus and the Codex Justinianus are full of enactments forbidding the curiales to leave the place of their birth, condemning them to a hereditary subjection to municipal charges, munera, in fact turning their condition into a kind of serfdom. All the sons of a curialis had to follow their father's career. They were deemed curiales from the date of their birth. Codex Theodosianus 12:122. If there was not a sufficient number of persons of this class to uphold all its obligations, owners of estates, possessores, denizens, incolae, well-to-do plebeians were pressed into it. The wretched townspeople were suspected of wanting to escape by flight from their onerous condition, and had to apply to the governor for special leave of absence when they left the place of their birth for the sake of business or travel. If one of them wanted to change permanently his place of abode, he was bound to provide a substitute or to leave a great part of his fortune to the curia. This epoch of imperial legislation does away for fiscal and administrative purposes with some of the fundamental principles of Roman law in its better times. A curialis, though a Roman citizen in the exercise of full civil rights, is enabled freely to bequeath his fortune to another Roman citizen belonging to a different city. Property passing out of the jurisdiction of one curia into that of another is charged with a heavy special payment to the former senate, and in fact remains quote-unquote obnoxious to it. Codex Theodosianus 12:107. A later constitution enacted that at least 1/4 of the property should remain in the hands of the original curia. If a curialis wanted to sell land or slaves employed in the cultivation of his estate, he had to obtain leave from the governor of the province. Codex Theodosianus 12:3-1. Heiresses were much hampered in the right to marry strangers outside their late father's curia, and had in such cases to relinquish 1/4 part of their property. The climax of this legislation of servitude is reached when the emperors actually condemn people for some crime or misdemeanor to be enrolled as members of a curia. Sons of veterans, e.g., who by chopping off their fingers had rendered themselves unfit to serve in the army, were stuck into the curia, and the same fate awaited unworthy ecclesiastics. End of section 65. Section 66 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 66. Social and Economic Conditions of the Roman Empire in the 4th Century, by Paul Vinogradoff. Part 3. The policy of compulsion and the spread of caste were undoubtedly responsible to a great extent for another social process of great moment, namely for the formation of the colonate, an institution destined to play an important part in medieval peasant life. Its roots stretch far back into the earlier history of Roman husbandry. Columella, a writer on agriculture of the 1st century A.D., instructs his readers that it is advantageous for owners of estates of insufficient fertility and difficult cultivation to employ free farmers, coloni, instead of slaves. The tenants were sometimes settled on the métayer system, colonia patriaria, the farmers sharing crops with the owner. Juridically, the relation was regulated by the rules of the law of lease, locatio conductio, and the digest often refers to the various problems arising under this contract. Custom and tacit agreement played a great part in the treatment of such questions in practice. By the side of contractual relations between private landlords and tenants stood administrative regulations as to the management of vast domains of the crown and of the private patrimony of the emperor. Crowds of tenants were settled on these estates who had to look for a guarantee to the possession of their holdings rather to the equity and properly understood interest of their imperial masters than to formal contractual right. Lastly, a good many slaves were put into a position similar to that of the tenants of free birth, and as a matter of fact, it got to be more and more difficult to distinguish between coloni by contract and quasi-coloni by long usage and customary tenure. One trait which tended to reduce the distance between the different groups was the heavy indebtedness of most free farmers. They had often to take their agricultural outfit from the landowner along with the farm. In case of economic difficulties, they turned to him as to their natural protector and the capitalist near at hand, and when once debts had been made, it was exceedingly difficult to pay them off. 4th century legislation approaches these relations in its usual despotic manner. A law of Constantine, dated A.D. 332, gives us the first glimpse of a new order of men standing between the free and the unfree, and treated in fact as serfs of the glebe. It runs thus: with whomever a colonus belonging to someone else, alieni iuris, may be discovered, let the new patron not only restore the colonus to the place of his birth, origini, but let him also pay the tax for the time of his absence. As for the coloni themselves who contemplate flight, let them be put into fetters after the manner of slaves, so that they should perform duties worthy of freemen on the strength of a servile condemnation. Codex Theodosius, Volume 17, 1. But from Constantine again, we have another enactment marking the other side of the condition, namely the legal protection afforded to the colonus against possible exactions. About A.D. 325, the emperor laid down in a rescript to the vicarius of the East that a colonus from whom a landlord exacted more than it was customary to render, and than had been obtained from him in former times, may apply to the judge nearest at hand and produce evidence of the wrong. The person who is convicted of having claimed more than he used to receive shall be prohibited to do so in the future after having given back what he extorted by illegal superexaction. Codex Justinianus 1151. The legal protection afforded to the coloni was not suggested by principles of humanity, but by the necessity of keeping up at least some portion of the previous personal freedom of these peasants in order to safeguard the interest of the state, which looked upon this part of the population as the mainstay of its fiscal system. If the emperors made light of the right of free citizens to choose their abode and their occupations as they pleased, and did not scruple to attach the colony to their tenures, the absolute right of landowners to do what they pleased with their land was not more sacred to them. Constantine imposed the most stringent limitations on their power of alienating plots of land. If someone wants to sell an estate or to grant it, he has not the right to retain colony by private agreement in order to transfer them to other places. Those who consider colony to be useful must either hold them together with the estates, or, if they despair of getting profit from these estates, let them also give up the colony for the use of other people. Codex Theodosianus 13:10-3, A.D. 357. In the reign of Valentinian, Valens, and Gratian, about A.D. 375, this principle is characteristically extended to the very slaves. As born cultivators, originarii, cannot be sold without their land, even so it is forbidden to sell agricultural slaves inscribed in the census rolls. Nor must the law be evaded in a fraudulent manner, as has often been practiced in the case of originarii, namely that while a small piece of land is handed over to the buyer, the cultivation of the whole estate is made impossible. But if entire estates or portions of them pass to a new owner, so many slaves and born cultivators should be transferred at the same time as used to stay with the former owners in the whole or in its parts. Codex Justinianus 1148-7. The fiscal point of view is clearly expressed on many occasions. Valentinian and Valens entrust the landowners with the privilege of collecting the taxes of their colony for the state, with the exception of those tenants who have besides their farms some land of their own. Codex Theodosianus 11:114. This right and duty might be burdensome, but it certainly gave the landlords a powerful lever in reducing their free tenants to a condition of almost servile subjection. Perhaps the most drastic expression of the process may be seen in the fact that coloni lose their right to implead their masters in civil actions, except in cases of superexaction. In criminal matters they were still deemed possessed of the full rights of citizens. Codex Justinianus 1152. But it would be wrong to suppose that the condition of the farmers of the 4th and 5th centuries is characterized by mere oppression and deterioration. In the case of rustic slaves, it is clearly seen that their fate was much improved by the course of events and by legislation. Their masters lost part of their former absolute authority, because the state began to supervise the relations between master and slave for the sake of keeping cultivators to their work and thereby ensuring the coming in of taxes. Considerations of a similar nature exerted an influence on the fate of colony, and they made themselves felt not only in social legislation but also in husbandry. The tremendous agrarian crisis through which the empire was passing could not be weathered by mere compulsion and discipline. On a large scale, it was a case like the one described in Columela's advice to landowners. If you want to get your land cultivated under difficult conditions, do not try to manage it by slave labor and direct orders, but entrust it to farmers. The great latifundia of earlier times were parceled up into small plots, because only small cultivators could stand the storm of hostile invasion, of dislocation of traffic, of depopulation. Nor was it possible for the landowner to demand rack rents and to avail himself of the competition between agricultural laborers. He had to be content if he succeeded in providing his estates with tenants ready to take care of them at moderate and customary rents, and both sides, the lord and the tenant, were interested in making the leases hereditary, if not perpetual. Thus there is a second aspect to the growth of the colonate. The institution was not only one of the forms of compulsion and caste legislation, but also a quote-unquote meliorative device, a means for keeping up culture and putting devastated districts under the plow. Among the earliest fruits of the colonate we find the license given to squatters and peasants dwelling in villages adjoining wasteland to occupy such land and to acquire tenant right on it by the process of culture. The Emperor Hadrian published a general enactment protecting such tenants on imperial domains, and the African inscriptions testify that his regulations did not remain a dead letter. This feature, cultivation of waste and amelioration of culture, is seldom expressed in as many words in the enactments of the Codex Theodosianus and of the Codex Justinianus, because the laws and rescripts collected there are chiefly concerned with the legal and fiscal aspects of the situation. The legislators had no occasion to speak directly of low rents and remissions in their payment. Yet even in these documents, some indications of the quote-unquote amphiteutic tendency may be gleaned. I will just call attention to one of the earliest quote-unquote constitutions relating to the colonate, namely to the decree of Constantine of A.D. 319, Codex Justinianus 1163-1. It is directed against encroachments of colony on the lands of persons who held their estates by the technical title of amphiteutai, of which we shall have more to say by and by. It is explained that coloni have no right to occupy lands for the culture of which they have done nothing. Quote, by custom they are allowed to acquire only plots which they have planted with olives or vines. End quote. This ruling is entirely in conformity with the Lex Hadriana de Rudibus Agris, and testifies to the peculiar right of occupation conceded to cultivators of waste. The technical requirement of making plantations of olive trees or vines corresponds exactly to the Greek expression theutewein, which reappears in the term amphiteusis, so much in use in the later centuries of the empire. Of course, cultivation of the waste was not restricted in practice to the rearing of these two kinds of useful trees, nor can the view so clearly formulated in this case have failed to assert itself on other occasions, especially in the relations between landlord and tenant. But the luxuriant growth of amphiteusis as a widely prevalent contract is very characteristic of the epoch. The amphiteusis of the later empire is distinguished from other leases by three main features. It is hereditary. The rent paid is fixed and generally slight. The lessee undertakes specific duties in regard to amelioration of the plot and may lose the tenancy if he does not carry them out. These peculiarities were so marked that there was considerable doubt whether the relation of amphiteusis was originated by the sale of a plot by one owner to the other with certain conditions as to the payment of rent, or by a downright lease. A constitution of Zeno, published between 476 and 484, decided the controversy in the sense that the contract was a peculiar one, standing as it were between a sale and a lease, Codex Justinianus 466-1. The meaning of such a doctrine was, of course, that in many cases rights arose under the cover of dominium, Roman absolute property, which amounted in themselves to a new hereditary possession, and arising from the labor and capital sunk by the subordinate possessor into the cultivation of the estate, and leaving a very small margin for the claims of the proprietor. Such hybrid legal relations do not come into being without strong economic reasons, and these reasons are disclosed by the history of the tenure in question. Its antecedents go far back into earlier epochs, although the complete institution was matured only towards the end of the 5th century. One of the roots of amphiteusis we have already noticed in the occupation of wasteland by squatters or cultivators dwelling on adjoining plots. In the 4th and 5th centuries, the emperors not only allow such occupation, but make it a duty for possessors of estate in a proper state of cultivation to take over waste plots. This is the basis of the so-called epibole, epibole, of the imposition of desert to fertile land, an institution which arose at the time of Aurelian and continued to exist in the Byzantine Empire. It is worth noticing that the law of Valentinian, Theodosius, and Arcadius gives everyone leave to take possession of deserted plots. Should the former owner not assert his rights in the course of 2 years and compensate the new occupier for ameliorations, his property right is deemed extinguished to the profit of the new cultivator. Codex Justinianus 1159-8. In this case, voluntary occupation is still the occasion of the change of ownership, but several other laws make the taking over a wasteland compulsory. An indirect but important consequence of the same view may be found in the fact that the right of possessors of estates to alienate portions of the same was curtailed. They were not allowed to sell land under profitable cultivation without at the same time disposing of the barren and less profitable parts of the estate. The government took care that the quote-unquote nerves of a prosperous exploitation should not be cut. A second line of development was presented by leases made with the intention of ameliorating the culture of certain plots. The practice of such leases may be followed back into great antiquity, especially in provinces with Greek or Hellenized population, and it is on such estates that the terms phytewein and phyteusis first appear in a technical sense. A good example is presented by the tables discovered on the site of Heraclea in the Gulf of Tarentum, where land belonging to the temple of Dionysus was leased to hereditary tenants about BC 400 on the condition of the construction of farm buildings and the plantation of olives and vines. Emphiteutic leases of the same kind, varying in details but based on the main conditions of amelioration and hereditary tenancy, have been preserved from the 2nd century AD in the Boeotian town of Thisbe. Roman jurists, e.g. Ulpian, mention distinctly the peculiar legal position of such emphiteutic tendencies, and there can be no doubt that as the difficulties of cultivation and economic intercourse increased, great landowners, corporations, and cities resorted more and more to this expedient for ensuring some cultivation to their estates, even at the cost of creating tenancies which restricted owners in the exercise of their right. A third variety of relations making towards the same goal may be observed in the so-called perpetual right, jus perpetuum. It arose chiefly in consequence of conquest of territories by the Roman state. The title of former owners was not extinguished thereby, but converted into a possession subordinate to the superior ownership of the Roman people, and liable to the payment of a rent, vectigal, canon. The distinction between Roman land entirely free from any tax and provincial land subject to tax or rent was removed in the 2nd century AD when land in Italy was made subject to taxes, but the legal conception of tenant right subject to the eminent domain of the emperor remained, and the jus perpetuum continued as a special kind of tenure on the estates of cities and of the crown, as we should say nowadays, until it was merged into the general right of emphiteusis, together with the 2 other species already mentioned. These juridical distinctions are not in the nature of purely technical details. The great need of cultivation and the wide concessions made in its interest in favor of effective farming are as significant as the subdivision of ownership in regard to the same plot of land, one person obtaining what may be called in later terminology the useful rights of ownership, dominium utile, while the other detains a superior right nevertheless, dominium eminens. In this, as in many other points, the peculiarities of medieval law are foreshadowed in the declining empire. This observation applies even more to the part assumed by great landowners in the 4th and 5th centuries. A great estate in those times comes to form in many respects a principality, a separate district for purposes of taxation, police, and even justice. Already in the 1st century AD, Frontinus speaks of country seats of African magnates surrounded by villages of their dependents as if by bulwarks. By the side of the civitas, the town forming the natural and legal center of a district, appears the saltus, the rural, more or less uncultivated district organized under a private lord or under a steward of the emperor. The more important of these rural units are extraterritorial, outside the jurisdiction and administration of the towns. By and by, the seemingly omnipotent government of the emperor is driven by its difficulties to concede a large measure of political influence to the aristocracy of large landowners. They collect taxes, carry out conscription, influence ecclesiastical appointments, act as justices of the peace in police matters and petty criminal cases. The disruptive, or rather the disaggregating forces of local interests and local separatism come thus to assert themselves long before the establishment of feudalism, under the very sway of absolute monarchy and centralized bureaucracy. If the formation of the colonate means the establishment of an order of half-free persons intermediate between free citizens and slaves, if emphiteusis amounts to a change in the conception of ownership, the rise of the privileges and power of landowners corresponds to the appearance of a new aristocracy, which was destined to play a great part in the history of medieval Europe. Besides what was directly conceded to these lords by the central authority, we must reckon with their encroachments and illegal dealings in regard to the less favored classes of the population. The state had to appeal to private persons of wealth and influence because it was not able to transmit its commands to the inert masses of the population in any other way. Aristocratic privilege was from this point of view a confession of debility on the part of the empire. But the inefficiency of the state was recognized by its subject as well, and as a natural result, they applied for protection to the strong and the wealthy, although such a recourse to private authority led to the infringement of public interests and to the breakup of public order. Private patronage appears as a threatening symptom with which the emperors have to deal. In the time of undisputed authority of the Commonwealth, it was a usual occurrence that benefactors of a town or village, persons who had erected waterworks, built baths, or founded an alimentary institution for destitutes, should be honored by the title of patroni, and by certain privileges in regard to precedence and ceremonial rites. The emperors of the 4th and of the 5th century had to forbid patronage because it constituted a menace to law and to public order. We hear of cases of quote-unquote maintenance, parties to a trial being protected by powerful patroni, who seek to turn the course of justice in favor of their clients. Libanius, a professional orator in the epoch of Valentinian II and Theodosius I, gives a vivid description of the difficulties he had to meet in a suit against some Jewish tenants of his, who refused to pay certain rents according to ancient custom. If we are to believe our informant, they had recourse to the protection of a commander of troops stationed in the province, and when Libanius came into court and produced witnesses, he found the judge so prepossessed in favor of his opponents that he could not get a hearing, and his witnesses were thrown into prison or dismissed. In another part of the same speech, Libanius inveighs against officers who prevent the collection of taxes and rents and favor brigandage. There may be a great deal of exaggeration in the impassioned account of the Greek reader, but the principal heads of his accusation can be confirmed from other sources, especially from imperial decrees. A company of soldiers gets quartered in a village, and when the curiales of the next town appear to collect taxes or rents, they are met by violence, and may be called fortunate if they escape without grievous injury to life and limbs. In the Theodosian Code, enactments directed against patronage in villages go so far as to forbid the acquisition of property in a rural district by outsiders, for fear the strangers should prove powerful people capable of opposing tax collectors. According to the account of Salvian, a priest who lived in the 5th century in southern Gaul, patronage had become quite prevalent in that region. People turned to private protection out of sheer despair, and surrendered their land to the protector rather than face the extortions of public authorities. There can be no doubt that patrons and protectors of the kind described, if they were helpful to some, were dangerous and harmful to others, and the state in the 4th and 5th centuries had good reasons to fight against their influence. But the constant repetition of the same injunctions and prohibitions proves that the evil was deeply rooted and difficult to get rid of. The Sisyphean task undertaken by the government in its struggle against abuses and encroachments is well illustrated by various attempts to create special authorities to repress the exactions of ordinary officers and to correct their mistakes. One of the principal expedients used by Diocletian and his successors was to institute a special service of supervising commissaries under the names of agentes in rebus and curiosi. They were sent into the provinces more particularly to investigate the management of the public post, but as a matter of fact they were employed to spy on governors, tax collectors, and other officials. They received complaints and denunciations and sometimes committed people to prison. A decree of Constantinus tries to restrict the latter practice and to impress on these curiosi the idea that they are not to act in a wanton manner, but have to produce evidence and to communicate with the regular authorities. AD 355, Codex Theodosianus 629-1. But the very existence of such a peculiar institution was an incitement to delation and arbitrary acts, and in 395 Arcadius and Honorius tried to concentrate the activity of the agentes in rebus on the inspection of the post. Quote, "They ought not to levy illicit tolls from ships, nor to receive reports and statements of claims, nor to put people into prison." End quote. Codex Theodosianus 629-8. The service of the agentes and of the curiosi was deemed to be as important as it was dangerous, and those who went through the whole career were rewarded by the high rank of counts of the first class. It is hardly to be wondered at that these extraordinary officers, provided with peculiar methods of delation, did not succeed in saving the empire from the corruption of its ordinary officers. And yet the emperors found that the only means of exercising some control over the abuses of the bureaucratic machinery and the oppression of influential people was in pitting extraordinary officials against them. The defensor civitatis was designed to act as a protector of the lower orders against such misdeeds. The office originated probably in voluntary patronage bestowed on cities by great men, but it was regularized and made general under Valentinian I. The enactment of Gratian, Valentinian II, and Theodosius lays chief stress on the protection afforded by defensores to the plebs in regard to taxation. The defensor ought to be like a father to the plebs, to prevent superexaction and hardships in the assessment of taxes, both in regard to the town population and to rustics, to shield them against the insolence of officials and the impertinence of judges. Not merely fiscal oppression was aimed at, but also abuses in the administration of justice, and the emperors tried to obviate the evils of a costly litigation and inaccessible tribunals by empowering the defensores to try civil cases in which poor men were interested. It was somewhat difficult to draw the line between such exceptional powers and ordinary jurisdiction, but the government of the later empire had often to meet similar difficulties. An important privilege of the defensores was the right to report directly to the emperor over the governor of the province. This was the only means for making protests effective, at least in some cases. As to the mode of electing the defensores, we notice some variation. They are meant to represent the population at large, and originally the people took part in their election, though it had to be confirmed by the emperors. In the 5th century, however, the office became a burden more than an honor. A quantity of petty police functions and formal supervision was tacked onto it, and the emperors are left with no choice but to declare that all notable citizens of the town have to take it in turn. This is certainly a sign of decline, and there can be no doubt that the original scope of the institution was gradually lost sight of. A third aspect of the same tendency to counterbalance the evil working of official administration by checks from outside forces may be noticed in the political influence assigned to the Church. Here undoubtedly the emperors of the 4th and 5th centuries reached firm ground. It was not a mere shuffling of the same pack of cards, not a pitting of one official against the other by the help of devices which at best answered only for a few years. It was an appeal from a defective system to a fresh and mighty force which drew forth the best capabilities of the age and shaped its ideals. If anywhere one could hope to find disinterested effort, untiring energy, and fearless sense of duty among the representatives of the Church, and it is clear that both government and people turned to them on especially trying occasions. We need not here speak of the intense interest created by ecclesiastical controversies, or of the signal evidence of vigorous moral and intellectual life among the clergy. But we have to take these facts into account if we want to explain the part assumed by church dignitaries in civil administration and social affairs. A significant expression of the confidence inspired in the public by ecclesiastical authorities may be seen in the custom of applying to them for arbitration instead of seeking redress in the ordinary courts. The custom in question had its historical roots in the fact that before the recognition of Christianity as a state religion by the empire, the Christians tried to abstain as far as possible from submitting disputes and quarrels to the jurisdiction of pagan magistrates. There was a legal possibility of escaping from such interference of pagan authorities by resorting to the arbitration of persons of high moral authority within the Church, especially bishops. When Christianity conquered under Constantine, episcopal arbitration was extended to all sorts of cases, and an attempt was made, as is shown by two enactments of this emperor, Constitutio Sirmondiana 17:1, to convert it into a special form of expeditious procedure, well within the reach of the poorer classes. Episcopal awards in such cases were exempted from the ordinary strict forms of compromise accompanied by express stipulation. The procedure was greatly simplified and shortened. The recourse of one party to the suit to such arbitration was held to be obligatory for the other party. At the close of the 4th century, Arcadius considerably restricted this wide jurisdiction conceded to bishops, and tried to reduce it to voluntary arbitration pure and simple. But the moral weight of their decisions was so great that the ecclesiastical tribunals continued to be overwhelmed with civil cases brought before them by the parties. Not only Ambrose of Milan, who lived in the time of Theodosius the Great, but also Augustine, who belongs chiefly to the first quarter of the 5th century, complain of the heavy burden of judicial duties which they have to bear. The bishops had no direct criminal jurisdiction, but through the right of sanctuary claimed by churches, and in consequence of the general striving of Christian religion for humanity and charity, they were constantly pleading for grace, mitigation of sentences, charitable treatment of prisoners and convicts, etc. Panic-stricken and persecuted persons and criminals of all kinds flocked for refuge to the churches. Famous cathedrals and monasteries presented curious sights in those days. They seemed not only places of worship, but also caravansaries of some kind. Fugitives camped not only in the churches, but at a distance of 50 paces around them. Gangs of these poor wretches accompanied priests and deacons on their errands and walks outside the church, as in such company they were held to be secure from revenge and arrest. The government restricted the right of fiscal debtors to take sanctuary in order to escape from the payment of taxes, but in other respects it upheld the claims of ecclesiastical authority. Certain compromises with existing law and custom had undoubtedly to be effected. The Church did not attempt, for instance, to proclaim the abolition of slavery. It merely negotiated with the masters in order to obtain promises of better treatment or a pardon of offenses. But it countenanced in every way the emancipation of slaves and protected freedmen when once manumitted. The Acts of Councils of the 4th century are full of enactments in these respects, e.g. Council of Orange, chapter 7, Council of Arles, 2, chapters 33-34. Another domain in which the authority of the bishops found ample scope for its assertion was the sphere of moral police, if one may use the expression. To begin with, pious Christians were directed by the gospel to visit prisoners, and this commandment of Christ became the foundation for supervision of the clergy over the state of prisons, their sanitary conditions, baths, food, the treatment of convicts, etc. In those times when terrible need and famines were frequent, parents had the legal right to sell their children directly after their birth, sanguinolenti, and a person who had taken care of a foundling was considered its owner. It is to ecclesiastical authorities that the emperors turn in order to prevent these rites from degenerating into a ruthless kidnapping of children. The Church enforces a delay of 10 days in order that parents who wish to take back their offspring should be able to formulate their claims. If they have not done so within the days of respite, let them never try to vindicate their flesh and blood any more. Even the Church will treat them as murderers. Council of Vaison, chapters 9-10. Again, ecclesiastics are called upon to prevent the sale of human beings for immoral purposes. No one ought to be forced to commit adultery or to offer oneself for prostitution, even if a slave, and bishops as well as secular judges have the power to emancipate slaves who have been subjected by their masters to such ignominious practices. They are also bound to watch that women, either free or unfree, should not be constrained to join companies of pantomime actors or singers against their will. Codex Justinianus 1:4-10. In conclusion, it may be useful to point out once more that the social process taking place in the Roman Empire of the 4th and 5th centuries presented features of decline and of renovation at the same time. It was brought about to a great extent by the increased influence of the lower classes and the influx of barbarous customs, and in so far it expresses itself in an undoubted lowering of the level of culture. The sacrifice of political freedom and local patriotism to a centralized bureaucracy, the rigid state of siege, and the caste legislation of the Constantinian and Theodosian era produced an unhealthy atmosphere of compulsion and servility. But at the same time, the Christian Church asserts itself as a power not only in the spiritual domain, but also in the legal and economic sphere. Society falls back to a great extent on the lines of local life and of aristocratic organization. But the movement in this direction is not merely a negative one. Germs appear which in their further growth were destined to contribute powerfully towards the formation of feudal society. End of section 66. Section 67 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 67. Thought and Ideas of the Period, by the Reverend H. F. Stewart. Part 1. The 4th and 5th centuries A.D. were marked by the rise of no new schools of metaphysics, and were illustrated by only one preeminent philosopher. In theology, the period can boast great names, perhaps the greatest since the Apostles of Christ. But in philosophy it is singularly barren. Plotinus, A.D. 205-270, the chief exponent and practical founder of that reconstruction of Greek philosophy known as Neoplatonism, had indeed many disciples. But Proclus the Lycian, A.D. 412-485, is the only one of them who can be said to have advanced in any marked degree the study of pure thought. The mind of the age was inclined towards religion, or at least religious idealism, rather than towards metaphysics. Nor is this matter for surprise when we remember the spiritual revival of the centuries preceding, a movement which began under the Flavians and had by no means spent its force when Constantine came to the throne. From an early period in the empire, and more especially under the Severi, men were turning in disgust and disillusion to religion as a refuge from the evils of the world in which they lived, as a sphere in which they could realize dreams of better things than those begotten of their present discontent. This fact explains the quickening of the older cults and the ready adoption of new ones, which issued in a promiscuous pantheon and a bewildering medley of religious rites and practices. Then came philosophy and sought to bring order out of chaos. It tried, and with some success, to clear away superstition and to raise the believer in God's many, to living communion with the one divine, of which they were but different manifestations. There is no doubt that Proclus, who united to some extent the heterogeneous system of Plotinus, was engaged in the proper business of philosophy, viz., the contemplation of metaphysical truth. There is equally no doubt that in practice the philosophy of the age was addressed to the same human need as its religion, and that need was a better knowledge of God. It is most significant that the final rally of the old religions was under the banner of a philosophy. Julian and his supporters were Neoplatonists. We may therefore claim that the temper of the times was on the whole religious, concerned chiefly with man's relation to God, and the fact that the Church had recently achieved so signal a victory is in itself an indication that the best intellects had gravitated towards her. Thus the highest thought was Christian, finding expression in those systematized ideas about God which are summed up in the word theology. It would, however, be a grave mistake to suppose that the age which saw the triumph of the Christian idea and the establishment of Christianity as the state religion was entirely of one mind and Christian to the core. Side by side with the great current of Christian thought and belief that was now running free after a long subterranean course, there flowed a large volume of purely pagan opinion or preconception, such interfiltration as took place being carried on by unseen channels. Thus, while eager and courageous spirits were contending for the faith with all kinds of weapons against all kinds of foes throughout the empire, men, and some of them Christian men, were writing and speaking as though no such thing as Christianity had come into the world. And the age that witnessed the conversion of Constantine and inherited the benefits of that act was an age that in the East listened to the interminable hexameters of Nonnus's Dionysiaca, which contained no conscious reference to Christianity, that laughed over the epigrams of Cyrus, that delighted in the many frankly pagan love stories and saw nothing surprising in the attribution of one of them, the Ethiopica, to the Christian bishop Heliodorus, that in the West applauded the panegyrics when they compared emperor and patron to the hierarchy of gods and heroes, and that in extremity found its consolation in philosophy rather than in the gospel. Footnote. The most famous instance of such reversion is afforded by Boethius, who died in prison A.D. 525, but who fairly represents the age before him. End of footnote. This persistence of paganism in the face of obvious defeat was due to a number of cooperating causes. Roman patriotism, which saw in the worship of the gods and the secret name of Rome the only safeguard of the eternal city, the cults of Cybele, Isis, Mithra, and Orpheus, with their dreams of immortality, the stern tradition of the Stoic Emperor Marcus, the lofty ideals of the Neoplatonists, all these factors helped to delay the final triumph. But probably the strongest and most persistent conservative influence was that of the rhetoric, by which European education was dominated then, as it was by logic in the Middle Ages, and as it has been since the Renaissance, by humane letters. Rhetoric lay in wait for the boy as he left the hands of the grammarian, and was his companion at every stage of his life. It went with him through school and university, it formed his taste and trained or paralyzed his mind, but more than this, it opened to him the avenues of success and reward. For although by the 4th century oratory had lost its old political power, rhetoric still remained a bread-winning business. It was always lucrative, and it led to high position, even to the consulship, as in the case of Ausonius the Rhetor, A.D. 309 to 392, who was Gratian's tutor and afterwards quaestor, prefect of Gaul, and finally consul. Here is cause enough to account for the long life and paramount influence of rhetoric in the schools. Now the instrument with which both schoolmaster and professor fashioned their pupils was pagan mythology and pagan history. The great literatures of the past supplied the theme for declamation and exercise. Rules of conduct were deduced from maxims that passed under the names of Pythagoras, Solon, Socrates, and Marcus Aurelius. It was inevitable that the thoughts of the grown men should be expressed in terms of paganism when the education of the youth was upon these lines. And this education was for all, not only for the children of unbelievers. Gregory of Nyssa himself informs us that he attended the classes of heathen rhetoricians. So did Gregory of Nazianzus and his brother Caesarius, and so did Basil. John Chrysostom was taught by Libanius, the last of the sophists, who claimed that it was what he learned in the schools that led his friend Julian back to the worship of the gods. Even Tertullian, who would not suffer a Christian to teach rhetoric out of heathen books, could not forbid his learning it from them. They were indeed the only means to knowledge. Efforts were made to provide Christian books modeled upon them. Proba, wife of a prefect of Rome, compelled Virgil to prophesy of Christ by the simple means of reading Christianity into a cento of lines from the Aeneid. Juvencus the presbyter dared, in Jerome's phrase, to submit the majesty of the gospel to the laws of meter, and to this end composed 4 books of evangelic history. The 2 Apollinarii turned the Old Testament into heroic and Pindaric verse, and the New Testament into Platonic dialogues. Nonnus, the author of the Dionysiaca, rewrote St. John's Gospel in hexameters. Eudocia, consort of Theodosius II, composed a poetical paraphrase of the law and of some of the prophets. But as soon as Julian's edict against Christian teachers was withdrawn, grammarians and rhetors returned to the classics with renewed zest and a sense of victory gained. Jerome and Augustine, both of them students and teachers, pointed out the educational capacity of the sacred books. But some 80 years after the publication of the De Doctrina Christiana, in which Augustine as a teacher urged the claims of Scripture, we find Ennodius, the Christian bishop, speaking of rhetoric as queen of the arts and of the world. It was reserved for Cassiodorus, AD 480 to 575, the father of literary monasticism in the West, to attempt the realization of Augustine's dream. Like Ennodius, his older contemporary, Cassiodorus loved and practiced rhetoric, but he had visions of a better kind of education, and in 535-6 he made an abortive attempt to found a school of Christian literature at Rome, quote, in which the soul might gain eternal salvation and the tongue acquire beauty by the exercise of the chaste and pure eloquence of Christians, end quote. His project was ill-timed. It was the moment of the invasion of Belisarius, and Rome had other business on hand than schemes of education and reform. The schools were pagan to the end, and it may be said with truth that rhetoric retarded the progress of the faith, and that Christianity, when it conquered the heathen world, was captured by the system of education which it found in force. The result of rhetorical training is very plainly seen in all the literature of the period and in the characters of the writers. Even the fathers are deeply tinged with it, and Jerome himself admits that one must always distinguish in their writings between what is said for the sake of argument, dialektikos, and what is said as truth. Though perjury and false witness were heavily punished, lying was never an ecclesiastical offense, and rigid veracity cannot be claimed as a constant characteristic of any Christian writer of the period, except Athanasius, Augustine, and outside his panegyrics, Eusebius of Caesarea. Reference has already been made to some of the Eastern authors who wrote in the full current of Christianity, but with no sensible trace of its influence. Passing west, we find ourselves in better company than that of the novelist and epigrammatists, and among men who even more effectively illustrate the tendencies of the time. By Macrobius we are introduced to a little group of gentlemen who meet together in a friendly way for the discussion of literary, antiquarian, and philosophic matters. Most of the characters of the Saturnalia are known to us from the history of the day and from their own writings, which express opinions sufficiently similar to those which Macrobius lends them in his Symposium to make it a faithful mirror of 4th century thought and conversation. There is Praetextatus, at whose house the company first assembles to keep the Saturnalia. He is a scholar and antiquary, a statesman and philosopher, the hierophant of half a dozen cults, formerly prefect of the city and proconsul of Achaia. His dignity and urbanity, his piety, his grave humor, his overflowing erudition, his skill in drawing out his friends, render him in all respects the proper president of the Feast of Reason. There is Flavian the Younger, a man of action and of greater mark in the real world than Praetextatus, who, however, plays but a small part on Macrobius' stage. There is Q. Aurelius Symmachus, the wealthy senator and splendid noble, the zealous conservative and patron of letters, who opposed Ambrose in the affair of the Altar of Victory and brought Augustine to Milan as teacher of rhetoric. There are 2 members of the house of Albinus, chiefly remarkable for their worship of Virgil. There is Servius, the young but erudite critic, who carries his scholarship with so much grace and modesty. There is Evangelus, whose rough manners and uncouth opinions serve as a foil to the strict correctness of the rest. There is Dicerius the doctor, the friend of Ambrose, and Horace, whose name proclaims his foreign birth. These persons of the Saturnalia we know to have been living men. What are the topics of their conversation? The range is astonishing. From antiquities, the origin of the calendar of the Saturnalia of the Toga Praetextata, linguistics, derivations and wondrous etymologies, literature, especially Cicero and Virgil, science, medicine, physiology and astronomy, religion and philosophy, a syncretism of all the cults, ethics, chiefly stoical, e.g. the morality of slavery and suicide, down to table manners and the jokes of famous men. In a word, everything that a Roman gentleman ought to know is treated somewhat mechanically but with elaborate fullness, except Christianity, of which there is no hint. And yet one of the Albini had a Christian wife, and the other was almost certainly himself a Christian. This silence on a topic which must have touched all the characters to whom Macrobius lends utterance is equally felt when we pass to fact from fiction. Symmachus, in the whole collection of his private letters, refers but rarely to religion, and never once to Christianity. Claudian, the poet-courtier of Christian emperors, has only one passage which betrays a clear consciousness of the new faith, and that is in a lampoon upon a bibulous soldier. It is the same with panegyrists, the same with allegorist and dramatist Marcianus Capella, whose Manual of the Arts, entitled The Nuptials of Mercury and Philology, represents the best culture of the epoch and enjoyed an almost unexampled popularity during the Middle Ages, passes over Christianity without a word. The anonymous Querulus, an agreeable comédie à thèse, written for the entertainment of a great Gallican household, and obviously reflecting the serious thought of its audience, is entirely dominated by the stoical and heathen notion of fate. This general silence cannot be due to ignorance, rather it is due to Roman etiquette. The great conservative nobles, the writers who catered for their instruction and amusement, would seem to have agreed to ignore the new religion. We must now consider in some detail the character of this persistent paganism, especially as it is presented to us by Macrobius, either in the Saturnalia or in his commentary on the Dream of Scipio, to which last we owe our knowledge of the treatise of Cicero bearing the title. The philosophy of religion of these 2 works is pure Neoplatonism, drawn straight from Plotinus. Macrobius seems to have known the Greek original. He gives actual citations from the Enneads in several places, and one passage, Commentary 114, contains as good a summary of the Plotinian Trinity as was possible in Latin. The universe is the temple of God, eternal like Him, and filled with His presence. He, the first cause, is the source and origin of all that is and all that seems to be. By the overflowing fertility of his majesty, he created from himself mind, mens. Mind retains the image of its author so long as it looks towards him. When it looks backwards, it creates soul, anima. Soul, in its turn, keeps the likeness of mind while it looks towards mind. But when it turns away its gaze, it degenerates insensibly, and although itself incorporeal, gives rise to bodies celestial, the stars, and terrestrial, man, beasts, vegetables. Between man and the stars there is real kinship, as there is between man and God. Thus all things from the highest to the lowest are held together in an intimate and unbroken connection, which is what Homer meant when he spoke of a golden chain let down by God from heaven to earth. Then Macrobius describes the soul's descent. Tempted by the desire for a body, it falls from where it dwelt on high with the stars, its brethren. It passes through the 7 spheres that separate heaven from earth, and in its passage acquires the several qualities which go to make up the composite nature of man. As it descends, it gradually, in a sort of intoxication, sheds its attributes and forgets its heavenly home, though not in all cases to the same extent. This descent into the body is a kind of temporary death, for the body, soma, is also the tomb, or sema, an old Platonic play upon words, a tomb from which the soul can rise at the body's death. Man is indeed immortal. The real man is the soul which dominates the things of sense. But although the body's death means life to the soul may not anticipate its bliss by voluntary act, but must purify itself and wait, for we must not hasten the end of life while there is still possibility of improvement. Heaven is shut against all but those who win purity, and the body is not only a tomb, it is a hell, infera. Cicero promised heaven to all true patriots. Macrobius knows a higher virtue than patriotism, viz., contemplation of the divine, for the earth is but a point in the universe, and glory but a transient thing. The wise man is he who does his duty upon earth with his eyes fixed upon heaven. If, beside this pure and lofty idealism, grafted upon Roman patriotic feeling, we set the somewhat crude syncretism of the Saturnalia, we have a true reflection of all the higher thought of 4th century paganism, except demonology and its lower accompaniment, magic. Of the former we have no direct indication beyond a doubtful etymology. The latter is present, but only in its least objectionable form, viz., divination. The omission is the more remarkable since demonology was a salient feature of the Neoplatonic system, and magic was its inevitable outcome. For the god of Neoplatonism was a metaphysical abstraction, yet a cause, and therefore bound to act, since a cause must have an effect. Being above action himself, there must be a secondary cause or causes, and the Platonic philosophy provided a host of intermediary beings who bridged the chasm between earth and God, and who interpreted and conveyed on high the prayers of men. The ranks of these divine agents were largely supplied by the old heroes and demons, who in the popular imagination were omnipotent, watching over human affairs. All demons, however, were not equally beneficent. At the bottom of the scale of nature lurked evil demons, powers of darkness, ceaselessly scheming man's destruction. It was to these supernatural beings, good and bad, that his mind turned in hope or fear. He dreaded the evil demons and sought to charm them. He loved the good and addressed to them his prayers and worship. Plotinus indeed forbade, but could not prevent, the worship of demons, for he admitted their real existence. With Porphyry, died circa 305, the tendency towards demonological rites is clearly marked. With Proclus, the habit is established. Thus, upon a monotheistic basis, there arose a new polytheism, in which the Olympian deities, whose credit had been shaken by rationalistic philosophy, were largely replaced by demons and demigods. Theology, which is presented on its purer side by Macrobius, degenerated in popular usage into theurgy. The ethical and intellectual aspirations, after union with the divine, were replaced by mere magic. Yet magic had the countenance of the philosophers, who, distinguishing carefully between white and black magic, to borrow later terms, repudiated the latter while they allowed the former. And although theurgy was a sharp declension from the principles of Platonism, whether old or new, it was very natural. It was extremely venerable, and it was able to take the color of science. The doctrine of the sympathy of the seen and unseen worlds, together with the gradual recognition of the mighty power of cosmic law, even when controlled by spirits or demons, resulted necessarily in an attempt to coerce these beings by means of material things, almost, one might say, by means of chemical reagents. So the larger the knowledge of nature and its operations, the wider the spread of magical practices. Magic had a living force which Christianity was for ages powerless to break. Another potent factor in keeping alive the flame of paganism was the belief in the eternal destiny of Rome. Christian writers in the 2nd century, like Tertullian, held that Rome would last as long as the world, and that her fall would coincide with the day of judgment. Christian writers, before whose eyes the city fell without the coming of the day, stood bewildered and in part regretful. The news dashed the pen from the hand of Jerome in his cell at Bethlehem. "The human race is included in the ruins," he wrote. And Augustine, while he looks for the founding of an abiding and divine city in the room of that which had disappeared, and taunts the Romans with the poor protection afforded them by their gods, declares that the whole world groaned at the fall of Rome, and is himself proud of her great past and of the qualities of Roman endurance and faith that gave her so high a place among the nations. Orosius, again, who carried on the plan and thought of the De Civitate Dei, to whose mind the Roman Empire was founded upon blood and sin, yet proclaims, as Augustine his master had proclaimed, that Roman peace and Roman culture were greater and would last longer than Rome herself. If such were the sentiments of Christian writers towards the imperial city, which had been much more of a stepmother than a mother to their faith, what must pagans have felt for the home of their religion, upon which Plutarch had exhausted his store of eulogistic metaphor, cf. De Fortuna Roma, which to Julian was Theophile Adamantine, dear to the gods, invincible, whose piety might surely claim divine protection. To discover this we have but to turn to the pages of Claudian and Rutilius Namatianus. Claudian, flourished A.D. 400, was not a Roman born, but a Greek-speaking native of Egypt. Yet he has Juvenal's contempt for Greek Quirites and an unconcealed hatred of New Rome, and he finds his true inspiration in the great city on the Tiber, whom he addresses as Roma Dea, consort of Jupiter, mother of arts and arms and of the world's peace. "Rise, reverend mother," he cries, "and with firm hope trust the favoring gods. Lay aside old age's craven fear. O city, coeval with the sky, iron fate shall never master thee till nature changes her laws and rivers run backward." But it is not only the city with her pomp and beauty, her hills and temples, the home of gods and fortune, that compels his praise. The empire of which she was the visible head, an empire won by bloodshed, it is true, but kept together by the willing love of all the various races that have passed into the fabric. This is Claudian's real theme, the mighty diapason that runs through all his utterance, and redeems his panegyric of Roman noble and emperor from the charge of mere servility. We have said that Claudian hardly ever refers directly to Christianity, and indeed echoes of spiritual language in his verse are faint and uncertain. The hostility which he must have felt against the religion that was sapping the seeds of the ancient worship is to be gathered from hints rather than from direct expression. That hostility lies near the surface in the return from exile, AD 416, of Rutilius Claudius Namatianus, a great Gaulish lord and friend of Roman lords who betrays more clearly than Claudian the sentiments of the ruling class. But even in Rutilius the allusions to Christianity are veiled. As a high official, he was prefect of the city, he could not openly attack the religion of the emperor, and must content himself with fulminations against Judaism, the root of superstition, and the monks whose life is a voluntary death to life, its pleasures, and its duties. It is almost needless to say that Rutilius the Gaul shares the belief of Claudian the Egyptian in the destiny of Rome. The sight of the temple still shining in the sun after the Gothic invasion was to him an earnest of her perennial youth. Quote, Alia did not keep back the punishment of Brennus. Rome will rise more glorious for her present discomfiture. Ordo renascendi est crescere posse malis. This faith in Rome meant, of course, faith in the gods who had made her great, and good Romans all believed in them and were eager to maintain the national cult with which Rome's welfare was bound up. Roman worship was at all times directed mainly towards the attainment of material blessings, and the material disasters which, despite the optimism of Rutilius and his circle, lay heavy on the city, were attributed to the anger of forsaken deities. How, asked Symmachus, could Rome bring herself to abandon those under whose protection her conquests had been made and her power established? The appeal to the gods was already more than 2 centuries old, and now the disaster seemed to justify it. In answer to it, Augustine took up his pen and wrote The City of God. It occupied the spare moments of his episcopal life for 13 years, AD 413 to 426, and with all its defects, it remains a noble example of the new philosophy of history, and sets in vivid contrast the 2 civilizations from whose fusion sprang the Middle Ages. He answers the heathen complaints one by one. Christianity was not responsible for Rome's disaster. The Christian enemy even tried to mitigate it, and Christian charity saved many pagans. Had Rome been really prosperous? Her history is dark with calamity. Had the gods really protected her? Remember Cannae and the Caudine Forks. These boasted gods have ever been but broken reeds, from the fall of Troy onwards. The glory of Rome, which he admits, is due under the Christian's God to Roman courage and patriotism. This God has a destiny for Rome, and he means her to be the eternal city of a regenerate race. Such is the main subject of the first 10 books. The next 12 develop the contrast between the city of men and the city of God, the one built upon love of self to the exclusion of God, the other built upon the love of God to the exclusion of self. The history of the world is briefly sketched, but the elaboration of the historical theme, on which he sets great store, was entrusted to his disciple, Orosius, a young Spanish monk who came to Hippo in AD 414. Orosius's cue was this: the world, far from being more miserable than before the advent of Christianity, was really more prosperous and happy. Etna was less active than of old. The locusts consumed less. The barbarian invasions were no more than merciful warnings. Here is an optimism as false in its way as that of Rutilius, but it shows the spirit that carried Europe safe through the darkness that was coming. 30 years later, the situation had changed. Optimism was difficult. It could no longer be said with Orosius that the world was only tickled with fleas, and none the worse for it. Under the almost universal dominion of the barbarian, the old complaints of the heathen against heaven were now heard on the lips of the Christians. Why had a special dispensation of suffering accompanied the triumph of the cross? Salvian the Gaul takes up the theme, and in his treatise on the government of the world compares Roman vice with barbarian virtue. His brush is too heavily charged, he protests too much, but he undoubtedly helped his contemporaries to recover tone, to bear the burdens laid upon them with resignation, and to see the guiding hand of Providence in their misfortunes. Salvian has not the faith of Augustine and Orosius in the future of the empire. For him the future was with the new races. But Sidonius Apollinaris, circa 430 to 489, who perhaps saw them closer and at any rate describes them more minutely, is very loth to allow the ascendancy of the stinking savages over Rome, which is still the one city where the only strangers are slaves and barbarians. Thus, even when Roman citizens were bowing their heads to fate, even seeking help and an emperor from the hated Greeks, the old love of Rome was strong, the sense of her greatness hardly dimmed. It is not difficult to see how a city which could command so much affection even from Christians served as a strong support to those who, for her sake, strove to uphold her gods. End of section 67. Section 68 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 68, by the Reverend H. F. Stewart. Meanwhile, the religion which men of letters and Roman patriots passed over in silent contempt or attacked with covert hatred had been gathering notions from the very sources which fostered opposition to it. Spoil the Egyptians was Augustine's advice, and not a few distinctive Neoplatonist tenets were borrowed by Christian theologians and lived on through the Middle Ages. The Church indeed rejected from her authoritative teaching the pantheism and nihilism to which those tenets lead if held consistently, and affirmed a personal triune God, intelligent and free, a world created out of nothing and to return to nothing, mankind redeemed from evil by one sole mediator, a future life to be enjoyed without the sacrifice of the soul's individual nature. But the Neoplatonists supplied illustration of church doctrine and interpretation of Christian truth, and thinkers who saw danger in anthropomorphism found support for their metaphysic in the heathen school of Alexandria. The time is past when men spoke of 4th century Christianity as a mere copy of Neoplatonism, but the object and principles of the two systems are so much alike that it is not surprising to find points of close resemblance in their presentiment. The resemblance is most marked in the writings of the Greek and Syrian fathers. The Eastern element in Neoplatonism could not but appeal to Eastern theologians. This appeal and its response explain the large welcome extended to the works of the two supposed disciples of St. Paul, Hierotheus and Dionysius the Areopagite, whose rhapsodies were received as Pauline truth not only by their credulous contemporaries, but by the mystics of the medieval church. In these writings, the personal existence of God is threatened, and the direct road to him is closed. Quote, God is the being of all that is. The absolute good and beautiful is honored by eliminating all qualities, and therefore the non-existent must participate in the good and beautiful. End quote. God, who can only be described by negatives, can only be reached by the surrender of all personal distinctions and by a voluntary descent into uncreated nothingness. As has been well said, the name God came to be little more than the deification of the word not. All this is the language of Brahmanism or Buddhism, and but for the corrective influence of Christian experience on the one hand, and of Greek love of beauty on the other, it would have led to Oriental apathy and hatred of the world, which God called good. The Cappadocian fathers, Basil and the two Gregories, who were Platonists at heart, and were driven by the argument that God, being simple, must be easily intelligible, to assert in strong terms the essential mystery of the divine being, yet maintained that imperfection does not render human knowledge untrue, and that the wisdom displayed in the created universe enables the mind to grasp by analogy the divine wisdom and the uncreated beauty. This habit of tracing analogies between the seen and the unseen is characteristic of Platonism, Christian or heathen, and, we may remark in passing, it bears pleasant fruit in that love for natural beauty that marks the writings of the Cappadocians. The mind of Plotinus is seen still more clearly in Synesius of Cyrene, AD 365 to 412, country gentleman, philosopher, and bishop, who was in every sense a Neoplatonist first and a Christian afterwards. All his serious thought is couched in the language of the schools, while his hymns are merely metrical versions of Neoplatonist doctrine. When he was chosen bishop, he was reluctantly ready to give up his dogs. He was a mighty hunter, but not his wife, nor his philosophy, although it contained much that was opposed to current Christian teaching on such important points as the end of the world and the resurrection of the body. He probably represents the attitude of many at this transition period, though few possessed his clearness of mind and boldness of speech. The influence of Neoplatonism in the West is less marked, but it is there. Hilary's curious psychology, according to which soul makes body, is Plotinian, although he may have taken it from Origen. And his own sketch of his spiritual progress from the darkness of philosophy to the light gives evidence that he first learned from Neoplatonism the desire for knowledge of God and union with Him. Cf. De Trinitate, 1st 1-13. Augustine was yet more deeply affected by the philosophers, especially in his early works. It was Plato, interpreted by Plotinus, whom he read in a Latin version, that, as he himself tells us, delivered him from materialism and pantheism. Thus the ecstatic illumination recorded in the Confessions 7:16-23 was called forth by the perusal of the Enneads, and is indeed expressed in the very words of Plotinus. Again, in more than one passage there is a distinct approach on his part to the Plotinian Trinity, one, mind, soul, or at least a statement of the Christian Trinity in terms of being, knowledge, and will, that seems to go beyond the limits of mere illustration or analogy. Again, Augustine accepts and repeats, word for word, the Neoplatonic denial of the possibility of describing God. Quote, God is not even to be called ineffable, because to say this is to make an assertion about him. End quote. De Doctrina Christiana 1:6. But, like the Cappadocians, his feet are kept from the hopeless via negativa by an intense personal conviction of the abiding presence of God and by a real vision of the divine. His mind and heart taught him the real distinction between the old philosophy and the new religion. But all his deepest thoughts about God and the world, freedom and evil, bear the impress of the books which first impelled him, quote, to enter the inner chamber of his soul and there to behold the light. End quote. The appeal away from the illusion of things seen to the reality that belongs to God alone, the slight store set by him on institutions of time and place, in a word, the philosophic idealism that underlies and colors all Augustine's utterance on doctrinal and even practical questions and forms the real basis of his thought, is Platonic. And considering the vast effect of his mind and writings on succeeding generations, it is no exaggeration to say with Harnack that Neoplatonism influenced the West under the cloak of church doctrine and through the medium of Augustine. Boethius, the last of the Roman philosophers and the first scholastic, certainly imitated Augustine's theology and thought like him as a Neoplatonist. At the same time, it must be remembered that Platonism was the philosophy that commended itself most naturally to Christian or even to heathen thinkers. Aristotle had no attraction for Plutarch, while Macrobius deliberately set out to refute him. The influence of Aristotle is certainly seen in the treatment of particular problems by individual writers, but the only school that deliberately preferred his method to his master's is that of Antioch. To the mystical and intuitive movement of Alexandria, the Antiochenes, especially Diodorus and Theodore of Mopsuestia, opposed a rationalism and a systematic treatment of theological questions which is obviously Aristotelian. But there were two articles of the old religion that went deeper and spread further into the new than any philosophic method. These were, first, the mediators between God and man that were so prominent in Neoplatonism, and secondly, the magic that was its inseparable accompaniment. It is mere futility to find a pagan source for every Christian saint and festival, but a study of hagiographic literature reveals a very large amount of heathen reminiscence, and even of formal adoption, in the Church's calendar. Doubtless there were other factors in the growth of the cultus of the saints and their relics: human instinct, the Jewish theory of merit, the veneration of confessors and martyrs, and the strong confidence which from an early date was placed in the virtue of their intercessions. But the extraordinary development of the cultus between A.D. 325 and 450 can only be explained by the polytheistic, or rather the polydemoniac tendencies of the mass of Gentile converts with the memories of hero and demon worship in their minds. Again, Neoplatonism involved the use of magic. The Christianity of the day admitted belief in it, for while the Bible forbade the practice, it did not deny its potency. Closely connected with magic stood divination, whether by astrology and haruspication, or by dreams and oracles. The Neoplatonists, following earlier thinkers, were committed to a theory of inward illumination, and ascribed the various phenomena of divination to the agency of spiritual forces working upon responsive souls. Christians allowed the supernatural inspiration of pagan oracles, but held that it came not from God like the inspiration of the prophets, but from the fellowship of wicked men with evil demons, of whose real existence they had no manner of doubt. The fact that Scripture used the word daimonion of an evil spirit was immediate evidence of his existence and his wickedness. Philosophers might plead that there were beneficent demons. Daimonion had only one sense in the Bible, and that was enough to condemn all that bear the name. The demons, in the worship of whom, as Eusebius said, the whole religion of the heathen world consisted, were the object of the Christians' deepest fear and hate, as being the source of all material and spiritual evil, and the avowed enemies of God. To them were due all the errors and sins of men, all the cruelty of nature. Wind and storms fulfilled God's word, but when mischief followed in their train, it was the work of Satan and his angels. Intercourse with these was stringently forbidden, but no one questioned its possibility. Augustine records the various charms and rites by which demons can be attracted. He was a firm believer in his mother's dreams, and in her power to distinguish between subjective impressions and heaven-sent visions. And Synesius, writing, it is true, before his conversion, states his conviction that divination is one of the best things practiced among men. Magic had been the object of penal legislation from the early days of the empire, but the very violence of the laws passed by Christian emperors against it points to the prevalence of the belief in it, a belief which the lawgiver shared with his subjects. Constantine and Theodosius may have really looked to their anti-magical measures as a means to destroy polytheism and purify the Church, but the former emperor expressly excluded from the scope of his edict rites whose object was to save men from disease and the fields from harm, while his son Constantius and Valens and Valentinian were persuaded that magic might be turned against their life or power, and by way of self-defense fell to persecuting the magicians as fiercely as their predecessors had persecuted the Church. The title enemies of the human race, formerly applied to Christians, was now transferred to the adepts of magical arts. But present punishment and future warnings were powerless to check practices that were the natural result of all prevailing credulity. What this was in heathen circles may be learned from the pages in which Ammianus Marcellinus, AD 325 to 395, describes the Rome of his day. Quote, "Many who deny that there are powers supernal will not go abroad, nor breakfast, nor bathe, till they have consulted the calendar to find the position of a planet." End quote. In Christian circles, the credulity took also another form, that of an easy belief in miracles, not only of serious import such as the discovery of the bodies of Gervasius and Protasius, which is still a problem to the historian, but trivialities such as the winning of a horse race through the judicious use of holy water, the gift of reading without letters, and all the marvels of the Thebaid. The truth is that amid the universal ignorance of natural laws, men were ready to believe anything. And it must be confessed that what greatly fostered credulity and error among educated Christians was the literal interpretation of Scripture, which held the field in spite of Alexandrian allegorism. The scientific and common sense of Augustine were alike shocked by the interminable fables of the Manichaeans concerning sky and stars, sun and moon. But it was their sacrilegious folly that finally turned him from the sect. "The authority of Scripture is higher than all the efforts of the human intelligence," he wrote, and the words exactly expressed the mind of churchmen whenever there was a conflict between physical theory and the faith. The erroneous speculations of early philosophers, from whatever source derived, were taken up and readily adopted, provided that they did not contradict the Bible. There are already anticipations in the 4th century of the marvelous scheme of Cosmas Indicopleustes in the 6th, whereof the chief features were a 2-storied firmament and a great northern mountain to hide the sun by night, all duly supported by scriptural quotations. The result to which Greek speculation had by supreme intellectual effort arrived were cast aside in favor of the wildest Eastern fancies, because these latter had the apparent sanction of Genesis and the Psalms. The heliocentric theory of the universe, which, although not universally admitted, had at least been propounded and warmly supported, was deliberately refused, first on the authority of Aristotle, and a system adopted which led the world astray until Galileo. Genesis demanded that the earth should be the center, and the sun and stars lights for men's convenience. Again, the notion of a spherical earth was favored in classical antiquity even by geocentricians, but the words of psalmist, prophet, and apostle required a flat earth over which the heavens could be stretched like a tent, and the believers in a globe with antipodes were scouted with arguments borrowed from Lucretius the Epicurean and materialist. Augustine denies the possibility not of a rotund earth, but of human existence at the antipodes. Quote, "There was only one pair of original ancestors, and it was inconceivable that such distant regions should have been peopled by Adam's descendants." End quote. The logic is fair enough. The false premise arises from the worship of the letter. The fact is that, while as spiritual teachers the fathers are unrivaled, common sense interpretation is rare enough in our period. It is not often that we find such sober judgment as is shown by Basil. "What is meant," he writes, homilies in Psalm 28, "by the voice of the Lord? Are we to understand thereby a disturbance caused in the air by the vocal organs? Is it not rather a lively image, a clear and sensible vision imprinted on the mind of those to whom God wishes to communicate his thought, a vision analogous to that which is imprinted on our mind when we dream?" In connection with the unquestioning trust in the letter of Scripture as the touchstone of all matters of knowledge, some mention must be made of attempts to adjust universal history by the standard of biblical dates, although the results in one instance at least bear witness to no uncritical credulity, but to singular freedom from prejudice and to love of truth. The science of comparative chronology, so greatly developed by the Byzantines, was really founded by Sextus Julius Africanus in the early 3rd century. The beginning which he made was carried out with far greater knowledge and with the use of much better material by Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea, AD 265 to 338. Former critics were inclined to belittle Eusebius's work and to qualify him as a dishonest writer who perverted chronology for the sake of making synchronisms, so Niebuhr and Bunsen. It is certainly true that he manipulates the figures supplied by his authorities and employs conjecture and analogy to control the incredible length of their time periods. But his reductions are all worked in the sight of the reader, who, if he cannot allow the main contention, viz. The infallibility of the biblical numbers, must confess the honesty of the method and the soundness of the process. In dealing with Hebrew chronology, Eusebius shows candor and judgment. There was need of both, for even when the discrepancies between the Hebrew and the Septuagint texts were removed by claiming for the latter a higher inspiration, there remained contradictions enough between the covers of the Greek Bible. For instance, the time between the Exodus and Solomon's Temple is different in Acts and Judges from what it is in Kings. On this point, Eusebius, after a fair and sensible discussion, decided boldly, to the dismay of his contemporaries, against St. Paul in favor of the shorter period, remarking that the apostle's business was to teach the way of salvation and not accurate chronology. The effect of this decision is to lessen the antiquity of Moses by 283 years. This was clean against the whole tendency of previous apologists who desired to establish the seniority of the Hebrew over all other lawgivers and philosophers. Eusebius, although conscious that the reversal of preconceived opinion demands some apology, is content to place Moses after Inachus. The work in which these novel conclusions were set forth consists of 2 parts, of which the first, Chronographia, contains the historical material, extracts from profane and sacred writers, for the synthetic treatment of the second part, Canones. Here the lists of the world's rulers are displayed in parallel columns, showing at a glance with whom any given monarch is contemporary. Side notes accompany the lists, marking the main events of history, and a separate column gives the years of the world's age, reckoned from the birth of Abraham. The choice of this event as the starting point of the synchronism distinguishes the work of Eusebius from that of his predecessors, and does great credit to his historical sense and honesty. As a Christian, he felt that his standard of measurement must be the record of the Scriptures, but as a historian, he saw that history really begins with Abraham, the earlier chapters of Genesis being intended for edification rather than instruction. At a time when the Jews were a despised race, it was no slight achievement to place their history on a footing with that of proud and powerful monarchies. And although Eusebius's work cannot at all points stand the test of modern science, it is of permanent value today, both as a source of information and as a model of historical research. The canons were translated by Jerome, and thus obtained at once, even in the West, a position of undisputed authority. The Latin medieval chronicle is founded on Eusebius, whose name, together with his translators, quite overshadowed all other workers in the same field, whether earlier or later, such as Africanus or Sulpicius Severus. But although the learned labors of Eusebius bear witness to a strong individual regard for truth and a vast range of secular knowledge, the solid contributions to thought on the part of Christian writers must be looked for in other directions. The period which we must admit to have been marked by so much credulity and error in matters of science is the period of the ecumenical councils, of the conciliar creeds, and the consequent systematization of Christian doctrine. Councils gathered and expressed in creed and canon the common belief and practice of the churches. Their aim was not to introduce fresh doctrine, but precisely the reverse, to protect from ruinous innovation the faith once delivered. Nor were the creeds, which served as tests of orthodoxy, intended to simplify or explain the mystery of that faith. Rather, they reaffirmed in terms congenial to the age the inexplicable mystery of the revelation in Christ. It was such heretics as the Arians who tried to simplify and explain the difficulties that confronted the Christian believer. This intellectual effort was met by an appeal to experience, to man's need of redemption, and the means by which that need is satisfied. The great advance made by Athanasius was really a return to the simple facts of the Gospel and the words of Scripture. Quote, "He went back from the logos of the philosophers to the logos of St. John, from the God of the philosophers to God in Christ, reconciling the world to himself." End quote. In a word, the great victories of the 4th and 5th centuries were the victories of soteriology over theological speculation. Into the thorny labyrinth of the Arian and Nestorian conflicts there is no need to enter in this chapter. We have only to consider what contributions to general thought were made by the victorious party. The process of fixing the terminology in which the results of the Arian controversy were expressed, and the doctrine affirmed of one God in 3 persons, of equal and co-eternal majesty and Godhead, could not be carried through without a serious attempt to deal with the problem of personality. Pre-Christian thinkers had no clear understanding, or at least had not formulated a clear view, of human personality in its 2 most essential features, viz., universality and unity. These were necessarily brought out by Christianity, first in the historic figure of its founder and his unexampled life, and then in the development of the doctrine of his person. In that development the Cappadocian Fathers were pioneers. The formula in which they declared the eternal relations existing within the Godhead, mia ousia tres hypostases, marks a great advance in scientific precision of thought and language. Up to AD 362, ousia and hypostasis were interchangeable terms. Athanasius, in one of his latest writings, says that they both mean being. Misunderstanding and confusion inevitably followed. But after the Synod of Alexandria in AD 362, ousia, in Christian documents, means the being which is shared by several individuals, and hypostasis, the special character of the individual. For this happy settlement, Basil of Caesarea was largely responsible. He distinguishes between the terms and defines ousia as the general, hypostasis as the particular in application to both human and divine existence. Quote, "Every one of us both shares an existence by the general term of ousia and by his own properties in such and such a one. Similarly, the term ousia is common, like goodness or Godhead, while hypostasis is contemplated in the special quality of fatherhood, sonship, or the power to sanctify." End quote. The way was thus prepared for Boethius's great definition of person as the individual substance of a rational nature. Persona est naturae rationalis individua substantia, contra Eutychem et Nestorium 3, which was accepted by Thomas Aquinas and held good throughout the Middle Ages. But between the time of Basil and Boethius, a great controversy had arisen which carried forward the recognition of the facts of human personality, the controversy concerning the will and its freedom. To understand this, we must know what were the current opinions concerning the origin of the soul. The Platonic doctrine of pre-existence, as taught by Origen, had had its day. The only traces of it within the period are to be found in the pages of Nemesius, the philosophic bishop of Emesa, and less certainly in those of Prudentius, the Spanish poet. Thus the field was divided between creationism and traducianism. The former view, according to which each soul is a new creation, the body alone being naturally begotten, emphasized the essential purity of the spiritual principle, the evilness of matter, and the unity of man's physical nature. Traducianism, on the other hand, maintained the transmission from the first parents through all the succeeding generations of both soul and body, and sin therewith. Creationism left room for the exercise of a free will, enfeebled but not destroyed by the fall. Traducianism seemed to exclude free will and to posit a total corruption of soul and body. Creationism was held by most of the Eastern Fathers and by Jerome and Hilary in the West. Traducianism by the Westerns generally and by Gregory of Nyssa. Augustine, without definitely declaring himself on either side, was so far Traducianist that he regarded the fall as a historical act resulting in such a complete disablement of man's will that a special divine operation was required to start him again on the Godward path from which Adam's sin had driven him. Without grace, man can only will and do evil. To this conclusion, Augustine was led in large measure by his own experience. He had undergone a twofold conversion, first intellectual and then moral. The former brought him a conviction of divine truth and beauty, the latter a recognition of human weakness. He had seen God, but the cloud of sin obscured the vision. The power of the world still enthralled his will. For the surrender to which he felt himself called meant surrender of all his habits, hopes, and desires. The conflict between his will and his reluctance was terrific. The world must have won had not God come to his aid and set his will free to serve. Looking back at his life, the long enslavement of his will, and the final victory, he is compelled to confess that he himself contributed nothing towards the restoration of his will and the recovery of peace. He had always believed in God's grace, but once he held that man's own faith, fruit of free will, went forth to meet it. Now he felt, and St. Paul confirmed the conviction, that the whole movement was from God, that faith as much as grace is his gift, and that both are determined by the inscrutable decree of his predestinating counsel. Henceforth, this conversion took place in A.D. 386. The sense of God's guidance colors all his thought, a guidance unseen at the time, but recognizable in a retrospect. What was true for him must be true for all. Augustine's character and circumstances are the clue to his later doctrine and his controversies. Thus it was the passionate cry of the Confessions for help against self, Da quod iubes, et iube quod vis, that evoked the Pelagian controversy. Pelagius, quiet inmate of the cloister, hardly knew what temptation is, and protested against words that discouraged moral effort and fostered fatalism. Quote, "Grace was good and a help, sin was widespread, but the latter was due not to an inherited taint, but to the influence of Adam's bad example. Man can overcome temptation if he sets his will to it." End quote. Augustine met the charge of fatalism by a scornful repudiation of the superstitions that attend the system, and of the impiety that confuses blind and undiscriminating fate with grace working with infinite wisdom on vessels of choice. But God's predestination involves necessity, and this he coordinates with man's free will in a scheme that clearly betrays the influence of Roman jurisprudence. The synthesis is incomplete. The facts are stated scientifically and empirically, but the legal cast given to a purely metaphysical conception clouds rather than clears the issue. Here was material for debate. The fight began in AD 411 and lasted with varying fortune until AD 418, when Pelagianism was condemned by councils in Africa and at Rome, the infirmity of the will and the vital need of grace for the fulfillment of God's purpose being affirmed against all compromise. But a strong body of Christian sympathy, due partly to the prevalence of the monastic ideal and partly to a confusion between sin and atrocious sin, remained and still remains on the side of the Pelagians. Attempts were made to mediate between the two extremes by Cassian and Faustus of Ries, both of them monks who were in great fear of fatalism, and who, while condemning Pelagius as a heretic, urged the need of man's cooperation in the work of grace. The predestination of a few they regarded as simple impiety, though they could not deny God's foreknowledge as to who are to be saved. It is plain that foreknowledge raises more difficulties than it answers. A further and a bold attempt at explanation is offered by Boethius, who saw very clearly the danger of measuring the arm of God by the finger of man. He starts with the thesis, all things are foreseen, but all do not happen by necessity. But how can human freedom be really free if it is already foreseen by God? The answer lies in a recognition of the difference between the divine and human faculties of knowledge. Quote, God's knowledge is a present consciousness of all things, past, present, and to come. Human knowledge as regards things future is called prescience. The divine knowledge of things future is rather called providence than prescience, because transcending time, it looks down as from a lofty height upon a time-conditioned world. Such knowledge is no more incompatible with human freedom than human knowledge is incompatible with present free acts. End quote. De Consolatione Philosophiae. End of section 68. Section 69 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 69. Thought and Ideas of the Period by the Reverend H. F. Stewart, Part 3. The thought of man's fallen nature and consequent alienation from God, which is the starting point of the free will controversy, leads naturally to the thought of atonement through the death of Christ. An atonement involves the theory of the Church and its sacraments, whereby the benefits of the atonement are secured. On all these topics our period throws fresh light. Two of the main aspects under which the earliest Christian writers regarded the atonement were those of a sacrifice to God and of a ransom from evil. They did not specify to whom the price was paid. The 3rd century had tried to remedy their indefiniteness by the unfortunate addition of the words "to Satan," and the proposition thus enlarged held its own for nearly 1,000 years, until it was discredited by Anselm. The notion that the arch-enemy had overreached himself, and while receiving the ransom found no advantage in it, inasmuch as Christ's death saved more souls than his life, appealed to the mind of the age, and Gregory of Nyssa's grotesque image of the devil caught by the hook of the deity, baited with the humanity, was taken up and repeated with applause, but not by all. The harrowing of hell in the form current in the 4th century describes deliverance of souls by the triumphant Christ without a word of ransom. Gregory of Nazianzus rejects with scorn the notion of ransom paid to Satan or to God. The views of Athanasius and Augustine are entirely free from bad taste and extravagance. They start from the thought of God's goodness and justice. Goodness required that man should be delivered from the bondage of misery. Justice required something more than mere repentance in order to effect that deliverance, nothing less than the offering up of the human nature which contained the sinful principle. This was achieved by him who assumed human nature and represented man. Thus far Athanasius. Augustine, who is equally insistent on the fact of the sacrifice of Christ, goes deeper than Athanasius into the reason for the particular form that it took and the effects that it wrought. He shares Athanasius's admiration of the divine goodness exhibited in the long-suffering of God and the voluntary humility of the God-man. He is even more jealous for the divine justice. It was just that Satan, who had acquired right over the race, should be satisfied in respect of his claims. But Satan took more than his due, slaying the innocent. It was therefore just that he should be forced to relinquish the sinners in behalf of whom the sinless suffered. The controversy concerning free will and grace also affected the idea of the Church and sacraments. Until the rise of Pelagianism, a very wide scope was allowed here to free will. The grace conveyed by the sacraments, which were not to be had outside the Church, was considered to be conditioned by the faith and life of the recipient. It was tacitly assumed that these factors were within the control of the will. That is to say, grace preceded election. This, according to Augustine's mind, matured by reflection and controversy, was an inversion of the truth. His theory of predestination demanded that election should precede grace. And thus, side by side with his practical belief in an external society in which good and bad, wheat and tares, were growing together, partaking of the means of grace, i.e., the visible church, he conceived the novel idea of a spiritual society of elect, the communion of saints, the invisible church whose members were known to God alone, whether they were within the fold of the external society or not. Of this body it might be affirmed without a trace of bigotry, extra ecclesiam nulla salus. The two conceptions are not kept strictly apart, and the characteristics of the invisible church are constantly transferred by Augustine to the visible church. This body, whose growing nucleus is thus supplied by the invisible church, is the civitas Dei on earth. Over against it stands the civitas terrena, the earthly polity. The two states, separate in idea, origin, purpose, and practice, are yet dependent the one on the other, giving and taking influence. The civitas Dei needs the practical support of the civitas terrena in order to be a visible state. The civitas terrena needs the moral support of the civitas Dei in order to be a real state, for a civitas only exists on a basis of love and justice and by participation in the sole source of existence, which is God. The city of God is the only real civitas, gradually absorbing the civitas terrena and borrowing its authority and power in order to carry out the divine purpose. Magistrate and legislator become the sons and servants of the Church, bound to execute the Church's objects. We have here the germ of the medieval theory of the Church as the kingdom of God on earth, but it must be noted that Augustine does not start with the assumption of identity, does not use Church and kingdom of God as interchangeable terms, despite the assertion Ecclesiae iam nunc est regnum, which he is the first of Christian writers to make. Even in this phase, he does not mean that the Church is actually the kingdom, but only that it is so potentially. The full and perfect realization he reserves until the consummation of all things. From the earliest days of Christianity, the words sacrament and mystery were borrowed to denote any sacred secret thing, and especially the means of grace. The number of these was not distinctly specified, for Christians, believing that the Church was the storehouse of unlimited grace, were not careful to count the means. Two, however, stood out preeminent: baptism and the Lord's Supper. With regard to the doctrine underlying these two, it may be said that it was in the 4th and 5th centuries essentially what it had been before. No doubt Christian experience and the struggle with paganism and heresy tended to produce explanations, but the main thought was always simply that of life bestowed and life maintained. The early believers had not asked how, but the question could not but arise, and that rather in connection with the Eucharist than with baptism. For the water of baptism did not invite speculation to the same degree as did the bread and wine, and their relation to the body and blood of Christ. Not that baptism was ever regarded merely as a ceremony of initiation. It was the fear of losing, through post-baptismal sin, the grace conveyed by baptism that in our period kept many from the font. Other causes, such as negligence, reluctance to forego the world, and various fancies and superstitions, combined to render baptism, as in Constantine's case, the completion rather than the commencement of Christian life. Such delay was not the intention of the Church, and the necessity of checking slackness, together with the Western doctrine of prevenient grace helping the first step Godward, brought about a strict insistence on the necessity of baptism and readiness, in the West at least, to allow the baptism of heretics, provided the right form of words was used. But both wisdom and generosity were shown by the refusal to tie down the operation of the Holy Spirit to ritual action, and by the admission of faith, repentance, or martyrdom as substitutes for formal baptism when this could not be had. It must not be forgotten, however, that Augustine, when he found the Donatists' proof against persuasion, advocated a resort to violence, coge intrare. The Eucharist was more obviously mysterious, and at a time when the rite was attended by many who were more conscious of its mysterious experience than of any effect it might have upon life, speculation was active, and teachers labored to assist inquiry by analogy and illustration, which often grew to something more. Thus from Gregory of Nyssa came an impulse which finally developed into the doctrine of transubstantiation. Not that Gregory means to teach this. The passage in his works containing the germ is not a definition. His style is highly imaginative, and the Oratio Catechetica is full of similes. One of these is borrowed, but without hesitation, from physiology. Gregory draws a parallel between the change of bread and wine by digestion into the human body, and the change of the sacramental elements by consecration into Christ's immortal body. Using Aristotelian terms, he says that in each case the constituents are arranged under a fresh form. This is not transubstantiation, but transelementation, metastoicheiosis. The image commended itself, and it was repeated and elaborated by other writers until at length the complete identification of the bread and wine with the body and blood of Christ became the authoritative doctrine of the Eastern Church. The Roman doctrine of transubstantiation has points of resemblance with Gregory's illustration, but it is expressed in terms of a different and later philosophy. Gregory teaches a change of form, the schoolmen a change of both material and form, which they explain by the help of the distinction between substantia and accidentia. The great contribution of the age to the doctrine of the sacraments is the view that in a real sense they continued the process of the Incarnation. Human nature first became divine in the person of Christ by union with the divine Word, and subsequently and repeatedly in the person of the individual believer through union with Christ in the sacraments. This is the teaching of both East and West, as represented by Hilary and Gregory of Nyssa. As in baptism the soul is joined to Christ through faith, so in the Eucharist is the body, being transformed by the Eucharistic food, joined with the body of the Lord. Thus the special purpose of the Incarnation, viz., the deification of man, is being constantly fulfilled. The language in which this noble conception is expressed, especially in the East, tends to encourage a superstitious reverence for the outward symbols, which the Greek fathers frequently have occasion to correct. Augustine earnestly desired that the civitas terrena should help to establish the civitas Dei, and that the civitas Dei should leaven with moral influence the civitas terrena. It remains for us to see how far his dream was realized. In other words, how far the Christian empire affected the Church and was in turn affected by it. The influence of the empire upon the eternal and external structure of the Church has been felt from the first. Thus, the development of the monarchical episcopate was doubtless due in great measure to the example of Roman law, which required all corporate bodies to have a representative. The mark of Roman law is also seen in the Western doctrines of free will, sin and its transmission, and atonement. The language in which these problems are stated is the phraseology of the courts, and recalls the Roman penal code, theory of contract and delict, debt, universal succession, etc. The effect of civil order is seen in certain places of church administration, which, though themselves practical, are the expression of underlying theory, and therefore call for notice here. 1. The church was organized in dioceses with exarchs or patriarchs, provinces with metropolitans or primates, and cities with bishops, much in the manner of the empire. This arrangement was not directly imposed upon the church by the empire, nor did it exactly correspond to the imperial distribution. But the sudden rise of the See of Byzantium from a subordinate position into the next place of honor after Rome proves that civil importance was a factor in determining ecclesiastical precedence. 2. The bargain proposed by Nestorius to Theodosius II, "Give me the world free from heretics, and I will give thee heaven," was in a fair way of fulfillment. The emperors, from being foes, became powerful friends of the Church, able to give the material support that Augustine desired. Constantine would no doubt gladly have enjoyed the same controlling relation towards his adopted religion as he held towards the religion of which he and his successors till Valens remained chief pontiffs. But the Church was too strong for that, and the rescript of A.D. 314, in which he declared that the sentence of the bishops must be regarded as that of Christ himself, shows what their power was, and hints what they might have done with it. Still he was allowed to style himself, perhaps in jest, episkopos ton ektos, and he set the example of convoking general councils, the decrees of which were published under imperial authority, and thus acquired a political importance. Those only who accepted their rulings could enjoy the rights of state favor, and civil penalties were presently threatened in the interest of civic peace against all who declined to acknowledge them. 3. Pagan teachers, priests, and doctors were already exempt from certain civil charges on the ground of professional usefulness. To this list Constantine added first the African and later all Christian clergy, and them he allowed to engage in trade untaxed because they could give their profits to the poor. Clerical families and property were likewise excused all the ordinary responsibilities of curiales. Many citizens sought this immunity from taxation, even after the state, fearing the loss of useful service, had forbidden the ordination of curials. And the Church came to welcome the exclusion of the well-to-do from her ministry as a protection against unworthy ministers, as she also did the removal of exemption from trade taxes, for the age was averse from any interference with the spiritual duties of the clergy. But the fact that privileges were withdrawn from the heathen priesthood and bestowed on the clergy enhanced the position of the latter as a favored class. 4. The Church was distinguished as a corporation capable of receiving donations and bequests. Earlier confiscations and restorations proved that the Church had held property long before the time of Constantine, but Constantine bestowed upon it a more extensive privilege than was known to any heathen religious foundation. Whereas the latter could only be endowed under special circumstances, and with few exceptions never acquired the right to receive bequests, the sacred and venerable Christian churches might be left anything by anybody. Abuse of the privilege gradually led to its withdrawal under Valentinian III, and Christian writers deplore the cause more keenly than the result. But the growing wealth was as a rule generously applied to philanthropic work started by the Church, and Augustine was justified in calling upon churchmen to remember Christ as well as their sons. They were the more likely to listen since the old Jewish belief that alms win heaven had taken root and sprung up in the doctrine of merit. 5. The Church secured another prerogative which was fraught with serious consequences in the establishment of episcopal courts as an integral part of the secular judicial system with final jurisdiction in civil cases. But it had analogy with the Roman institution of recepti arbitri, an extrajudicial arrangement allowing the civil authority to step in and enforce the decision of the arbitrator. At a time when, as we learn from Salvian and Ammianus, the courts were monuments of justice delayed and of chicanery, it was no small boon to be allowed to carry a civil suit to the arbitration of a bishop whose equitable decision had the force of law. The early history of this remarkable legislation is obscure and complicated, but it clearly contained in germ the clerical exemption from criminal procedure, which formed one of the most difficult problems in medieval politics. The episcopal jurisdiction underwent considerable limitations, and bishops lost their position of privilege before the law, but appeal to the episcopal court became a tradition in the Church. 6. There are other indications of the great influence acquired by the bishops in the administration of justice. Into their hands passed the right of intercession, formerly exercised in behalf of clients by wealthy patrons and hired rhetoricians. One of their duties, according to Ambrose, was to rescue the condemned from death, and he himself was active in its discharge. So Basil interceded for the unfortunate inhabitants of Cappadocia at the partition of the province in AD 371. So Flavian of Antioch, with better success, stood between his flock and the emperor, not unjustly irritated by the riot of 387. 7. Closely connected with episcopal intercession was the right of asylum, transferred from heathen temples to Christian churches, which afforded protection to fugitives pending the interference of the bishops. One out of many instances, and that the most romantic, is the case of the miserable Eutropius, AD 399, who benefited by the privilege which he had himself in the previous year sought to circumscribe. Such are some of the points at which the empire touched the Church. The effect of the Church upon the empire may be summed up in the word freedom. Obedience to authority was indeed required in every department of public and private life, provided that it did not conflict with religious duty. But the old despotic attributes were gradually removed. The Roman patria potestas suffered notable relaxation, and children were regarded no longer as a peculium, but as a sacred charge upon which great care must be bestowed. In a word, authority was seen to be a form of service according to God's will, and such service was freedom. This great principle found expression in many ways, and first in respect of literal bondage. The better feeling of the age was certainly already in favor of kindness towards the slave. Stoicism, like Christianity, accepted slavery as a necessary institution, but no one ever more clearly discerned its baneful results than Seneca, and Seneca was still listened to. It is in his words that Praetextatus in Macrobius's Saturnalia pleads the slave's common humanity, faithfulness, and goodness against the old feeling of contempt of which there were still traces in Christian and pagan writers. It was, however, not from Seneca, but from Christ and St. Paul that the Fathers took their constant theme of the essential equality of man, before which slavery cannot stand. Not only do they establish the primitive unity and dignity of man, but seeing in slavery a result of the fall, they find in the sacrifice of Christ a road to freedom that was closed to Stoicism. They offered a more effective consolation than the philosophers, for they pointed the slave upward by recognizing his right to kneel beside his master in the Lord's Supper. Close upon the Church's victory follows legislation more favorable to the slave than any that had gone before. Constantine did not attempt sudden or wholesale emancipation, which would have been unwise and impossible. Nor is there any sign that he recognized the slave's moral, intellectual, or religious needs, but he sought to lessen his hardships by measures which, with all their inequalities, are unique in the statute book of Rome. He tried to prevent the exposing of children, though he could not stop the enslavement of foundlings. He forbade cruelty towards slaves, in terms which are themselves an indictment of existing practices. He forbade the breaking up of servile families. He declared emancipation to be most desirable. He transferred the process of manumission from pagan to Christian places of worship in a way and with words that testify to his view of it as a work of love belonging properly to the Church. But the Church was not content to influence the lawgiver and preach to master and slave the brotherhood of men and the duties of forbearance and patience. She struck at all the bad conditions that encouraged slavery. The stage and the arena had always been the objects of her hate as hotbeds of immorality and nurseries of unbelief. Attendance there was forbidden to Christians as an act of apostasy. Julian caught the feeling and forbade his priests to enter theaters or taverns. Yet Libanius, Julian's friend and mentor, defends not only comedy and tragedy, but even the dance, exalting it above Scripture as a school of beauty and a lawful recreation. But dancing, as Chrysostom points out, was inseparable from indecency, and far from giving the mind repose, only excites it to base passions. The ban of the Church accordingly was proclaimed against the ministers of these arts upon the public stage. It followed them into private houses when they went to enliven wedding or banquet, forbidding them baptism so long as they remained players. This apparent harshness, which can be matched from civil legislation, was in reality a kindness. The actor's state was at this time incompatible with purity, and the Church sought to deliver a class enslaved to vice. A notable victory was won when it was ruled that an actress who asked for and received the last sacraments should not, if she recovered, be dragged back to her hateful calling. The only way to escape from it, in any case, lay in the acceptance of Christianity. As the theatre gratified low tastes, so the arena stimulated tigerish instincts. Both Pliny and Cicero apologized for it as being the proper playground of a warrior race. It certainly held the Roman imagination. The story of Alypius, a friend of Augustine, is well known, whom one reluctant look during a gladiatorial show enslaved completely to the lust for blood. Attempts to suppress the shows were made, doubtless under Christian influence. They met with little response, except in the East, where the better spirits, like Libanius, repudiated them as a Roman barbarity unworthy of a Greek. But the action of Constantine in forbidding soldiers to take part in gladiatorial shows, and of Valentinian in exempting Christians from suffering punishment in the arena, prove that earlier regulations were a dead letter. The show which Alypius attended was at Rome in AD 385. Symmachus, as urban prefect, speaks with pride of the games he gave, and when Saxon captives with whom he had hoped to make a Roman holiday committed suicide in prison, he had to turn to Socrates as his example for consolation. The sum spent on these games is an index of the wealth of noble Romans. The same Symmachus spent 80,000 pounds on the occasion of his son's praetorship. A festival given in the reign of Honorius lasted a week and cost 100,000 pounds. Ammianus, Marcellinus, and Jerome paint the same picture, and even when their charges have been discounted by the more sober pages of Macrobius, it is still clear that the dying Roman civilization was marked by a general luxury and self-indulgence. The Church could not stop this waste. Sumptuary laws was outside her competence, but leaders practiced and encouraged simplicity and frugality, and reproved the tendency towards ecclesiastical display. Jerome meets the argument that lavish hospitality would strengthen the hand of clerical intercessors by answering that judges would honor holiness above wealth, and simple clergy more than luxurious ones. Golden mediocrity doubtless had its devotees. There were many Christian men of the world to whom monasticism was a riddle, as it was to Ausonius, whose prayer was, "Give me neither poverty nor riches." But better than moderation was renunciation of the world, and the ascetic element of early Christianity, reinforced by the example of all exponents of high thought, led many to turn their faces from the luxury around them and flee to the desert. To those who remained behind, the Christian writers tried to teach the view of poverty as a probation and of wealth as a trust, the mutual dependence of rich and poor, and the lesson that men should be one in heart as they are one in origin. Caritas tua in uno incommunicabili unum sumus. They frequently recall the communion recorded in the Acts, and now that change of conditions had rendered community of goods impossible, a new means of applying the principle was sought. First, in the feasts of charity and regular collections for the poor, in the private munificence of the bishop, or in a proportionate and elaborately organized distribution under the bishop of church revenues. These, by dint of careful administration and continual accessions, grew to an immense property, till by the 5th century the church had become the greatest landowner in the empire. In general, promotion to a bishop's stool meant merely entry into a large fortune. "Make me Bishop of Rome, and I will become a Christian," was Praetextatus's reply to Damasus, and it reflects the public opinion. Ammianus Marcellinus waxes scornful over the episcopal splendor and extravagance at Rome, but he qualifies or points his sarcasm by the admission that there were bishops in the provinces who, moderate in eating and drinking, simple in dress, show themselves worthy priests of the deity. Instances of fine and unselfish philanthropy are equally common in the theory held by great churchmen and in their practice. Perhaps the most striking justification of the common claim that bishops are the proper and recognized helpers and guardians of the poor, the widow, and the orphan is found in their readiness to convert the communion plate into money for the distressed. It is better to save living souls than lifeless metals. The ornament of the sacraments is the redemption of the captives, are the words with which Ambrose defended himself against the charge of sacrilege. Refuge from the tax-burdened world was afforded by the monasteries, which are too often judged not by the circumstances which called them into being, but by the abuses which attended their decay. And side by side with the strictly religious houses, there sprang up innumerable charitable institutions, orphanotrophia, ptocotrophia, nasocomia, gerontocomia, brephiltrophia, intended to relieve the wants of every class and every age, and not merely those of citizens, as had been the case in heathen Rome and Athens. Not the least of the debts which the world owes to 4th century Christianity is this invention of open hospitals. Julian felt its power, and summoned his followers to imitate in this respect the hated Galileans. But with superior organization, the old spirit of voluntary charity waned. Individual effort disappeared. A steward discharged the philanthropic activities of the bishops. Deaconesses waited less on the poor and more on the worship of the church. Charity became less discriminating and aped the pagan largesses. Begging now finds a place in the statute book, and the first law against mendicancy was issued by a Christian emperor, Valentinian II. Yet the Church sought to meet this evil also by restoring labor to honor. Slavery had degraded it, and commerce had always been despised at Rome. Before the eyes of an idle and unprofitable multitude was now displayed the example of Christ and his apostles, workmen all, an example which was actually followed in the monasteries, where the perfect life joined prayer with work, both to charitable purposes. The Pachomian houses, as self-sufficing communities, provided regular work, not merely as a penitential exercise, but as an integral part of the life. Basil would have his ascetics despise no form of labor. Augustine reproved African monks who were deserting work for prayer. Sloth was assuredly no inmate of the cloister then, though the work done cannot be described as always useful or rational. But the efforts of Christianity in behalf of the weak are nowhere seen more clearly than in the uplifting of women. The Church gave them a place of consideration in her ministry, not, however, the privilege of preaching or administering the sacraments, though a deaconess was allowed to assist in the baptism of women. Besides the carefully regulated orders of deaconesses, virgins, and widows, there arose towards the end of the 4th century classes of widows and virgins of higher rank who gave themselves to voluntary work under church auspices, without taking regular vows or living in communities. Such were Jerome's friends and correspondents, Paula and Eustochium. In the East, where this class attained a position of greater prominence than in the West, the Roman spirit was averse from the public ministry of women. They approximated to an order and were finally assimilated to the deaconesses. Outside the ministry of the Church, women were made the subject of special legislation. Constantine was austere in morals. The age was loose. The antique ideal of the Roman nation had long since disappeared. Constantine determined to restore it. The severity of his measures against adultery and rape shows his zeal in the cause of morality, while the terms of those which regulate the relations of women to the courts exhibit his care for their good fame and the matris familiae majestas. Thus, to spare their modesty, wives were forbidden to appear in court at all. His tenderness is also seen in his forbidding a son to disinherit his mother, and in the exemption of widows from the penalties visited on coiners. On the other hand, there are signs, both in contemporary legislation and literature, of unchristian and brutal contempt for the women who had most need of protection. Tavern keepers and barmaids are set free from the operation of the laws against adultery. Quote, "Since chaste conduct is only expected of those who are restrained by the bonds of law, and immunity must be extended to those whose worthless life had set them beyond the pale of the laws." End quote. Again, it is difficult to understand the mind of Augustine, who loves his natural son Adeodatus as David loved the child of Bathsheba, and who yet has regret but no word of pity for the mother whom he cast off. So Sidonius Apollinaris, the aristocratic bishop of Auvergne, is very lenient towards the irregularities of a young noble, and quite heartless towards the victim. But in the latter case it must be remembered that the Christianity of Sidonius was not very deep, that the girl was a slave, and that for all their good intentions and growing instincts of humanity, the Church and churchmen did not yet regard slaves as free, and in the former that concubinage, i.e. the association of one man with one woman, was recognized by Roman law and by the Council of Toledo, A.D. 400, and hardly differed from wedlock except in name. What is astonishing to modern notions in the case of Augustine and his mistresses is not so much his own conduct as the line taken by his friends and the saintly Monica, and too readily adopted by himself. Something like a mariage de convenance was projected for him while he was still attached to a woman whom there is no reason to suppose unworthy to become his wife, in the hope that as soon as he was married he might be washed clean in saving baptism. Monica was indeed more concerned by his Manichaeism than by his irregular life. The incident reveals a flaw in a great character. But if that were all, it would have no place here. It is of value to our purpose as illustrating the view of the relation between the sexes held at this time, and as a witness to the vastness of the task that lay before the Church in purifying and uplifting society. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce 1. Cambridge Medieval History Volume 1, Section 70. Early Christian Art by W.R. Lethaby. Chapter 21. Early Christian Art. Not many years ago, Greek art seemed to be marked off from Roman, and Roman from early Christian, by wide intervals. The art of Greece was typified by the buildings of the Athenian Acropolis, Roman art by those of the Imperial Forum and the Palatine, and Christian art by the catacombs. Unceasing exploration and fruitful discoveries have since brought to light so many works of the transitional periods, that art history has become rather the account of a continuous process than of clearly defined epochs and schools. The art of Rome itself, under the new light, appears rather as one of the many later Hellenistic schools than as purely indigenous. Part of the transition from classical Greek may be traced in the art centers of Asia Minor, and part, again, in the known Roman city of Pompeii. As to the latter, it is held that the sequences of style which have been distinguished in its wall paintings were probably fashions imported from Alexandria. The covering of internal walls with thin slabs of rare colored marbles and porphyries, and the incrustation of vaults with mosaics of gilt and colored glass, had the same origin. This process of change in classical art carries us to some point in the early centuries of Christianity, and many groups of facts show that it was long continued. Not only did Egypt and the East export porphyry, ivory, glass, bronze, and textiles, but craftsmen were drawn to the Roman capital from every Hellenistic city. The works used or made by the early Christians could at first have been differentiated in no obvious way from the current classical works of the time. When anything emerges which we can entitle Christian art, the change is, for the most part, manifest in a new spirit dealing with old forms. The art was necessarily shaped externally by the modes and codes of expression of the time. In many cases, new ideas were expressed under old forms. Thus the winged angel derives from the antique Victory. The nimbus is classical as well as Christian. The story of Orpheus is interpreted as a type of Christ, and armor and Psyche are adopted as symbols of the divine love and the soul. In so far as there was novelty, it is clear that, as Christianity itself was from the East, so the changed forms must themselves have held in them much that was Oriental. Early Christian art is Roman art in the widest sense, purified, orientalized, and informed with a new and epical content, which held as seed the possibilities of the mighty cycle of Byzantine and medieval art. It is still in Rome and in the catacombs that the best connected series of works of the first 3 or 4 centuries of this early art is found. The great roads of approach to Rome were lined by countless tombs of every degree of magnificence, rotundas, pyramids, celae, and sarcophagi. Amongst them stood vestibules to underground tomb chambers, where large numbers were buried in common. Along their walls, tier upon tier, urns of ashes were packed like vases in a museum. The Jews and other Oriental peoples follow the custom of burying the unburnt body in subterranean galleries, and appropriate sites for these also were obtained round about Rome. The Christians, following the same usage, at first shared such catacombs, and in other cases formed groups of their own. The catacombs were primarily not places of hiding, however much they may have been so used. Frequently there was a space above ground planted as a garden, and made use of as a cemetery. In some were small burial chapels from which access was obtained to the catacombs beneath. The ruins of 2 or 3 such chapels have been discovered and described. They agree in having had a central apse and 2 lateral apses grouped together at one end. There were also subterranean chapels, the most famous of which is the Capella Graecae of the catacomb of Priscilla. It has, roughly, the form of a small nave or body, 8 by 25 feet, ended by an apse with lateral apses on each side of it. It opens from a long vaulted apartment or atrium. The walls are decorated with paintings of the usual subjects, Daniel and Lazarus, Moses, Susanna, and the Adoration of the Magi. On the vault over the nave are 4 heads representing the seasons. Above the central apse is represented the Eucharistic repast. This recently discovered Fructio Panis is not only one of the most interesting, it is also one of the most beautiful of the catacomb paintings, as may be seen in the large photogravure published by Wilpert. The forms and features of the 7 participants are classic and gracious. It is painted in a masterly way in a few simple colors on a vermilion ground. The inscriptions on the walls are in Greek, hence the name of the chapel. In the apse was an altar tomb. It belongs to the 2nd century. Another catacomb church is probably of the 3rd century, and a third, the largest, in the catacomb of St. Hermes, is probably of the 4th. The catacombs themselves are complexes of subterranean passages and galleries excavated for the disposal of the dead, who rested one above another along the sides. The chambers, more or less square, were roughly vaulted above, and the vaults and walls were for the most part decorated with painting, and occasionally with stucco reliefs. This ornamentation was a branch of the ordinary house and tomb decorators' work of the time, and the painted subjects were clearly executed with the swift mastery which came of long practice in repeating a limited stock of ideas. The vaulted ceilings were usually decorated by some geometrical arrangement of panels, radiating from the center and bounded by a large circle. In these panels were little figures, groups, birds, and foliage. The colors were reds, greens, and ochres, and a little blue, the whole mellow yet bright. The subjects of these paintings have been most thoroughly illustrated, and their chronology analyzed, in Wilpert's large work. Under the 1st century he grouped several schemes of vault decoration, in which the motives consist of the geometrical division of the field, and of little putti and foliage. One vault is entirely covered with a branching vine. On others of the same century are landscapes and burial feasts, while the cycle of biblical subjects begins with Daniel standing between 2 lions, and the Good Shepherd. To the 2nd century he assigns vaults on which appear the 3 children in the furnace, Moses striking the rock, the Eucharist, Noah and the ark, scenes from the story of Jonah, and subjects from the life and miracles of Christ, the raising of Lazarus, the cure of the paralytic, the cure of the woman, and the meeting with the Samaritan. The most noticeable and beautiful is in the cemetery of Priscilla, and represents the seated Virgin and Child, with a prophet standing by, and a star or the sun above. This is a small group at the side of a central composition of the Good Shepherd, from which it is divided by a flowering tree, This central subject and the trees on either hand of it were roughly modelled in the plaster before colouring. The modelling of the tree is but a few swift marks of the tool, defining the trunk, and the leaves and flowers are painted. The Virgin and Child are beautifully drawn, with some remaining tradition of classical feeling. The figures are only about a foot high, and unhappily the lower part is much injured. The whole is very like a sketch by Watts. Belonging to this century are 2 or 3 versions of the Baptism. Another subject is the mocking of Christ. Others are symbolical. A ship in a storm, Orpheus charming the beasts, and Orante, who represents souls rather than persons. One beautiful vault is decorated by a series of bands, on the lowest of which, on the 4 sides, are 4 typical occupations of the seasons: picking flowers, cutting corn, the vintage, and gathering olives, while the upper bands are ornamented successively with pattern work of roses, corn, vine, and olive. Amongst the 3rd century paintings may be noticed Christ enthroned, the Virgin and the Magi, and Amor and Psyche gathering flowers. In the 4th century Christ is represented enthroned amidst the 12 apostles, as in the apses of the early basilicas. In the 5th century the treatment of the figures becomes more rigid and hieratic, while their costumes are much bejewelled in a manner distinctly Byzantine. There is little in the catacomb paintings which has peculiar application to the grave. The raising of Lazarus or Daniel between the lions belonged to a series of deliverance subjects, which were in general use in all forms of early Christian art. When we come to the 4th and 5th centuries, the decoration resembles that which we are accustomed to in the churches of those centuries, and the decoration of the earlier catacombs would have been equally according to the general custom of the time when they were built. That is, the pre-Constantinian churches and earlier domestic oratories must have been painted in like fashion with the catacombs. The ideas underlying the choice of subjects are of resurrection and salvation, thoughts which are further expressed in the simple epitaphs which speak of hope, peace, and eternal welfare. Some of the subjects chosen have, indeed, been compared with the ancient prayers for the dying: "Deliver, O Lord, thy servant, as thou didst deliver Enoch and Elias from the common death, as thou didst deliver Noah from the deluge, Job from his torments, Isaac from the sacrifice, Moses from the hand of Pharaoh, Daniel from the lions, the 3 young men from the furnace, and Susanna from false accusation, Sodiain, to deliver the soul of thy servant." The Orante, who were figured with extended arms amid such scenes, are types of supplication. They are generally feminine, and are symbols of the soul in prayer. Thus understood, they go far to explain the scope and meaning of the art of the catacombs. There is little sculpture in the round extant from our period, but it is almost surprising that there is any. The examples of 3 or 4 figures of the Good Shepherd, bearing the lamb on his shoulder, the most perfect of these in the Lateran Museum, is a sweet pastoral figure. They have been compared with statues of Hermes bearing the ram. The composition is clearly derived, but the sentiment is very different. As usual, the Christians were using old symbols in a new spirit. The early sarcophagi furnish us with a series of relief sculptures parallel in extent and interest to the paintings of the catacombs. Some are so little differentiated from late classical art that it is hardly possible to say whether they are indeed Christian. Others have quite a collection of the usual triumph subjects which appear in the catacombs as paintings. The most noteworthy of all of them is a fragment, now in the Berlin Museum, which was lately brought from Constantinople. On it appears Christ and two apostles, standing in niches, separated by columns. Christ is unbearded, and the head has a cruciform nimbus. The figures, which are about 4 feet high, are draped in a dignified style like classical statues of philosophers. This remarkable work has the closest relation of style with the series of late antique sarcophagi, one of which is in the mausoleum room of the British Museum, another in the Cook collection at Richmond. The Berlin relief probably belongs to the 3rd century, and had its origin at Constantinople or in Asia Minor. Another famous sarcophagus is that of Junius Bassus, prefect of Rome, who died in 359. It has several scenes sculptured on it, amongst which are Christ enthroned, the entry into Jerusalem, Christ brought before Pilate, and Pilate washing his hands, also Adam and Eve, Daniel, etc. The sculptures are in panels divided by columns, some of which are covered with scrolls of foliage, among which climb amorini. This ornamentation is noteworthy, as the columns thus decorated resemble the celebrated sculptured columns at St. Peter's, which are usually thought to be antique. These columns formed a screen in front of the altar of Constantine's basilica. They were saved and reused in the new church. The motive of Cupids climbing amidst vines is also found on the mosaics of Santa Costanza, circa 360, and on many tombs. Two more most famous sarcophagi must be spoken of, those of the Empress Helena and of Santa Costanza. Both are of royal porphyry, with sculptures in high relief, and they are now in the Vatican. That of the Empress is sculptured with a military triumph, that of Costanza with amorini and the vintage peacocks and lambs. With the latter, Stryzygowski has lately compared fragments of other porphyry sarcophagi at Constantinople and Alexandria, and has shown that they must all have come from Egypt, the land of the porphyry quarries and the place of origin of other porphyry sculptures, such as the well-known group at the southwest corner of St. Mark's, Venice. A class of objects which dates from the time of the catacombs, if not from the apostolic age, is that of engraved gems. Of these the British Museum has a good representative collection. The use of rings as signets or ornament was as widely spread among the early Christians as among their pagan contemporaries. St. James speaks of the man who wears a gold ring and goldly apparel, and the fathers of the church were obliged to reprimand the community for extravagance in this respect. The devices engraved on these gems are for the most part of a simple symbolic character, as befits the small field which they occupy. In the British Museum collection we have anchors and fish, doves and trees, sheep, branches of olive and palm, shepherd's crooks, ships, sacred monograms, the word IXOYC, and the inscription Vivas in Deo. Of more pictorial subjects we have the Good Shepherd bearing the sheep, Adam and Eve, Daniel, Jonah, and the Crucifixion. Two are especially important. One of them contains quite a collection of the favorite subjects brought together on its narrow space. The Good Shepherd with the sheep, Daniel and the lions, the dove with the olive branch, and the story of Jonah, as well as two trees, fish, a star, and a monogram. The other is probably the earliest representation of the Crucifixion known, and must date from the 3rd century at latest. On either side of the crucified Christ are 6 much smaller figures, the apostles, and above is the word IXOIC. Monsieur Beyer, in Les Origines du Crucifix, 1904, suggests that the representation was of Syrian origin and arose in opposition to merely symbolical interpretations. At South Kensington there are several early Christian, Gnostic, and Byzantine rings, some of which are of importance. One is a ship with the XP monogram on its sail. Another has 2 saints embracing, probably the Visitation. Another has a symbolic composition engraved on silver, which has been figured by Garucci and others. Later writers copy it from Garucci and seem not to know of its being preserved now at South Kensington. From a pillar resting on a pyramid of steps spring branches of foliage above which, in a circle, is a lamb with the XP monogram. Below the branches stand 2 sheep, and 2 doves fly toward the tree. It is inscribed Janvari Vivas. The elementary symbols which are found on the engraved rings and all the other objects of art are so direct and simple, as has been said, that they are still perfectly obvious and modern. We have the anchor, cross, crook, ship, lighthouse, fish and star, the dove, lamb, drinking hearts, palms and olive branches, trees, baskets of fruit, lamps and candles, chalice, amphora, bowl of milk, the vintage, harvest, sowing and fishing, the shepherd, the orante, Eros and Psyche, the heavenly sanctuary, the celestial banquet, and garden of paradise. Out of this alphabet ideas were built up by combination. Thus we have a ship with a cross mast, and the sacred monogram on its sails, another ship on a stormy sea, approaching a lighthouse, still another ship, made fast to land, bearing vessels of wine, and with a dove holding a branch of olive perched on the rigging. Or we have a lamb lying at the foot of the cross, or another caressing an axe. There are combined anchors and crosses, flowering crosses, crosses with birds perched on their arms, and crosses rising from a mound from which flow 4 rivers. Larger objects in metalwork must be mentioned, if only that attention may be drawn to the celebrated cascade of projecta, and the excellent collection of bronze candlesticks and hanging lamps at the British Museum. The silver toilet casket is entirely pagan in style. On the top are the portraits of a husband and bride, in a wreath supported by cupids. On the front is embossed the toilet of Venus, and a lady seated between handmaids who bring to her articles of the toilet. At the ends are nerkids, and the smaller spaces are filled by peacocks, doves, and baskets of fruit. The most interesting subject is that on the back, where the bride is being led to her new home, a house of 2 stories, covered above by several domes. The inscription, which is in letters pricked on the plain border, is the only Christian thing about the work, and it is possible, as in the case of some of the sarcophagi with pagan subjects, that it was shop work, and that the inscription was added for the purchaser. There are many indications that it was made in Alexandria. We have in our English museums a remarkably fine collection of early Christian ivories. At South Kensington there is a leaf of a famous diptych inscribed Symmachorem, the companion of which in Paris is inscribed Nicomachorum. It is not itself Christian, but it can be associated with other works which are, and it can be accurately dated as of the end of the 4th century. It is of extraordinary beauty, both of design and workmanship, and is the most perfect existing example of marriage diptychs. It was made on the occasion of the marriage of Neomachus Flavianus with the daughter of Quintus Aurelius Symmachus, consul in AD 391, or another marriage between the same families in 401. Now there is an ivory in the Trivulzio collection at Milan, sculptured with a representation of the Holy Sepulchre and watching soldiers, on which some of the details are identical with the one just spoken of, and a third diptych of the same class, having exactly similar details, and inscribed with the name of Rufinus Probianus, is now at Berlin. They are all so much alike in style that it would seem that they must come from one shop, and may even be the work of the same hand. At the British Museum there are some pieces which form the sides of a casket, which are sculptured with scenes from the Passion. Some of the subjects have so much in common with the other ivories just discussed, that they may be assigned to the same school. On these panels are represented Pilate washing his hands, St. Peter's denial, Christ bearing the cross, the crucifixion, Judas hanged, the women at the sepulchre, the incredulity of St. Thomas. Pilate washing his hands is a fine classical composition, which may be compared with the same subjects on the Brescia coffer, which also has the denial of St. Peter and the death of Judas. This coffer is acknowledged to be early 4th century work, which is further confirmed by the fact that on the sarcophagus of Junius Bassus, the subject of Pilate washing his hands is treated in a similar manner. The Brescia coffer has often been called the most beautiful of Christian ivories. It has been pointed out that the cycle of subjects from the Passion represented upon it stops before the crucifixion, and it has been held that this omission was a matter of principle, but the London series and other still earlier treatments of the crucifixion which are now known contradict this view. The Holy Sepulchre, as it appears on the British Museum fragments, is identical with that on the Trivulzio tablet before mentioned, and the curious costume of the watching soldiers is alike in both. In both the doors of the tomb are burst open, and in both on the panels of the doors is carved the raising of Lazarus. These British Museum panels have been assigned by the museum authorities to the 5th century, but there can be little doubt that they should be classed with the other 4th century works they so closely resemble. They are distinctly earlier in style than the carved doors of Santa Sabina in Rome, which are usually dated about 425. There are other points which go to show that these ivories were wrought in Rome, although possibly by a school of Eastern ivory carvers. A domed building practically identical with the upper part of the Holy Sepulchre on the British Museum ivory is found on a 4th century Roman sarcophagus now in the Lateran, while the Trivulzio tablet has the symbols of the 4 evangelists appearing in the sky, which are remarkably similar to the same symbols in the apse mosaic of Santa Pudentiana, wrought about 390. These symbols hardly appear in Byzantine work, but they do in Egyptian wall paintings. Another casket at the museum, which is carved with the stories of St. Peter and St. Paul, has much in common with the one last described. Moses striking the rock seems at first an intrusion amongst these subjects, but it was in fact a favorite early Christian type of the Gospel, and is frequently found in the catacombs. Christ is the rock, St. Peter is the Moses of the New Law, and the water is that of baptism. In some cases, indeed, the name of Peter is written over what appears to be the figure of Moses. This treatment occurs again engraved on the glass vessel from Colleen in the museum. At South Kensington are sides of a casket sculptured with scenes from the life of Christ, and known as the Werden casket. The subjects comprise to the Annunciation, the angel appearing to Joseph, the Visitation, the presentation of the Virgin, the three shepherds, the Nativity, the Magi, men going out of Jerusalem toward the Jordan, the axe laid to the root of the tree, the baptism. The Annunciation is represented after a form which appears in the apocryphal Gospel of St. Matthew, according to which the Virgin was drawing water at a fountain when the angel appeared. The ox and ass of the Nativity come from the same source, as also does the presentation in the temple. On this casket Christ at the baptism is represented as small and youthful as compared to the Baptist. Mr. Cecil Torr has founded on this the conjecture that an account different from that in the Gospels was followed, but it may be suggested that it came about through some stylistic formula like that of the old Egyptian monuments, whereby some persons might be bigger than others. Compare 3 Ivories, 373 to 375 in Cabroll's dictionary. It is true that we should expect the Christ to be the dominating figure, but may it not in this instance be the Baptist's office which is magnified? A famous ivory book cover at Milan has subjects which resemble those of the Verdun casket so closely that they must have come from the same shop. Except for slight changes called for by the different spaces to be filled, the Nativity, the Wise Men, the Shepherds, and the Annunciation, the presentation of the Virgin and the Baptism, are all practically identical. There is also at the Bodleian an ivory of the same school which contains a baptism. The early Christian gilt glasses from Diderot were shallow glass bowls and other vessels decorated with figures, inscriptions, etc. in gold leaf, the detailed drawing being made out by removing parts of the gold, and the whole fixed by a film of glass fused over the surface. The subjects show that vessels so ornamented were used alike by pagans, Jews, and Christians. They have been more particularly associated with the later, as a large number of the decorated medallions which form the bottoms of the glasses have been found in the catacombs, where they were stuck in the plaster, probably as one means of the identification of the loculus. In the fine collection at the British Museum is a medallion with a figure of the gladiator Stratonicus, which, together with some others, is evidently of pagan origin, and one with the 7-branched candlestick and other ritual objects of the temple is Jewish. In the main, the gilt glasses belong to the 3rd and 4th centuries of our era. They were most popular from circa 300 to circa 350, and few were made after 400. The method of decoration seems to have originated in the glassworks of Egypt. Many of them are inscribed TTIE ZHCAIC, which on others is found in the corrupt form PIE ZESES. This suggests a Greek origin, and there is in the British Museum Christian collection a fragment of a glass bowl found at Benessa in Egypt in 1903, which bears part of the earlier form in large engraved letters. In the Slade collection, in the glass room, there are 2 most beautiful basins with exquisitely refined classical decoration in gold. These, it is said, were probably made in Alexandria in the 1st century, and the method of ornamentation by designs in gold foil, enclosed between 2 thicknesses of glass, is similar to that employed in the case of early Christian gilded glasses. Probably the Christian, Jewish, and pagan vessels were sold together in the same shops. Among those at the British Museum, for instance, there is one with profile heads of St. Peter and St. Paul and Christ between, crowning them. Another has a man and wife with a small figure of Christ offering them garlands, and the inscription, "Long life to thee, sweet one." Similar pagan compositions show a Cupid or a Hercules between the husband and bride. The Jewish glass with the golden candlestick also has the popular inscription "Long Life." The vessels were evidently made use of largely as memorial anniversary or wedding gifts, and some were especially made with personal inscriptions. Volpel, in his thorough study of these objects, has shown that where the names of two saints occur in one piece, the names also come together in the calendar, as St. Agnes and St. Vincent of Saragossa, 21st and 22nd January. This goes to confirm the view that they were prepared for special festivals. In the British Museum there are also fragments of a larger glass dish, or paten, decorated with small medallions of such gilded glass which were made apart and fused into it. Glass patens were used in the office of the Mass during the 4th century. At South Kensington Museum one little medallion of Christ with the wand of power is a replica of one of those on the British Museum paten. With the latter may be mentioned two beautiful plain blue glass chalices in the Slade collection. The biblical subjects which appear on the gilt glasses resemble for the most part those popular in the catacombs: Adam and Eve, Jonah and the whale, Daniel, and so on. Some of the fragments at the British Museum may be restored by a comparison with other objects. One interesting piece which shows two columns with a lattice between the lower part and a lamp hanging above, compared with a figure in Pirates' manual, is seen to have been, when complete, a deceased person in the attitude of prayer before the heavenly sanctuary. The inscription INDEO confirms this view. Number 615, which shows the golden candlestick in the lower half, the upper being lost, must have had the ark and the cherubim in the upper part like another figured by Garucci. None of these gilt glasses are known to have ever been found in Britain, but fragments of engraved glass, almost certainly Christian, were found at Silchester. The fashion for engraved glasses seems to have followed that for those decorated in gold. Cologne was an important centre for the production of this glass. The paten above mentioned and another ornate gilt glass were found there. So also was the cup with engraved subjects, number 625, in our National Museum, and others like it are preserved at Cologne. The small terracotta lamps decorated with the cross, monogram, dove, vine, or other symbol can here be only mentioned, but a small shallow bowl of glazed ware in the British Museum must be referred to as one of the most important of early Christian works of art. On it appears Christ having a cruciform nimbus, and the face bearded, the earliest example of the kind, which may be compared with heads of the more youthful type on some of the gilt glasses in the same gallery. On the bowl there are heads also of Constantine and Fausta, on either hand of the chief figure. They are named in an inscription around the rim and shoe, and show that it must have been made before the death of Fausta in 326. Following the analogy of the gilt glasses, where a figure of Christ is placed between the portraits of a husband and wife, may we not suppose that this vessel was made for Constantine himself? Recently, Wilpert has argued against its authenticity, but Stryzagowski, who formerly doubted, is now entirely convinced. It is generally agreed that it was of Egyptian origin. Most of the objects preserved in our museums show how freely the early Christians of the time, following the peace of the Church, made use of various materials in ornamental art. A bishop, indeed, complained that the weavers rivaled painters in representing animals, flowers, and figures on their stuffs. Of late years great stores of early textiles have been found, wonderfully preserved under the sands of Egypt, and a fine collection has been brought together at South Kensington. Some of the earliest figured linens seem to have been printed. Two of these, at the museum, are of the Annunciation, and another shows some scenes from the miracles of Christ, and also Moses receiving the law. These stained linen clothes were sometimes figured with pageant subjects. On the staircase of the Egyptian section at the Louvre there has recently been exhibited an important piece on which is depicted the story of Dionysus. In this classical piece we have the same characteristics of style, big eyes, flowing draperies, inscriptions associated with the figures, and even the large nimbuses. End of section 70. Recording by Hopeforce 1. Section 71 of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hopeforce 1. Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, Section 71. Early Christian Art by W. R. Lethaby. We must now turn from these smaller objects to the beginnings of Christian architecture. The first meeting places of Christians were the private houses where they came together for the breaking of bread. In the Recognitions of Clement, 2nd century, it is told that while St. Peter was at Antioch, Theophilus, a leading citizen, turned his house into a basilica, that is, a place of assembly. Some of the early acts of the martyrs tell how they left their houses to the church, and so it came about that certain churches were associated with the names of their founders, as the churches of Clement, Pudens, and Cecilia in Rome. Basilica was a word in very general use, very much like our word hall, and there is no direct relation between the basilicas of Justice and Christian churches. More true it is, that the greater private houses had triclinia, and halls which were themselves called basilicas, and it is probable that these were actually used for the assemblies of Christians. It is possible further, that there may be some sympathetic relation between the developed church plan and the Basilica of Justice, for the scene of the heavenly temple in the Apocalypse appears to be cast into the form of such a basilica. The origins of church fabrics have been worked out in great detail in regard to the possible prototypes found in private dwellings, but so far as architectural arrangement goes, it is looking for elaborate explanation where but little is required. The basilican type was the appropriate and popular plan for any place of meeting. It is found in temples as those of Apollo at Cortina, which had an apse and internal pillars. In the Isle of Samothrace was the temple of the Kabiri. This was of rectangular plan. It had a portico with an atrium. The interior was divided into 3 aisles. At the end was a semicircular niche. In Rome itself, the temples of Venus and Rome are of the same form except that there is no subdivision of their interiors, and they were surrounded entirely by the enclosure instead of having an atrium. The temple at Jerusalem and many Hellenistic temples were in the same way isolated in a court surrounded by a colonnade. Several of the Christian churches built after the peace of the church were also surrounded by similar colonnaded courts entered through an outer portico. Orientation certainly derives from temple arrangement, and many of the earliest churches were built with their entrances facing the east, as was Herod's temple. Again, the foundations of several synagogues which have been discovered show a division of the interior into 3 or 5 aisles, with 3 entrance doors in the facade. A description of the synagogue at Alexandria calls it a basilica, and speaks of its colonnades. It probably had an apse as well. The earliest special places of assembly were the holy sites and the burial chapels of the martyrs. The subterranean chapels in the catacombs, already mentioned, belong to this class. Probably the first specifically Christian buildings were martyria, tomb chambers, usually round, which were practically memorial churches. During the course of the 3rd century, a large number of churches were built in Syria, Asia Minor, Armenia, and North Africa. An ancient church at Edessa is said on good authority to have existed before 201, but Edessa was then a Christian city. A document of 303 mentions the house where the Christians assemble, together with its library and triclinium, at Urta in North Africa. And another document of 305 says that as the basilicas had not been repaired, the bishops met in a private house. An episcopal election, however, was held in Area Martyrum in Casa Maggiore. An inscription from the tomb of Bishop Eugenius of Laodicea Combusta has lately been published. He held the see immediately after the cessation of Diocletian's persecution, and speaks of rebuilding the whole of his church from its foundations, together with the colonnaded court which surrounded it. Eusebius speaks of such rebuilding as general, but says that the new churches were larger and more splendid than those that had been destroyed. Of the churches built after the imperial adoption of Christianity, only a few of the most famous can be mentioned here. In and near Jerusalem, 3 churches were built in association with the sacred sites of the Holy Sepulchre, the Nativity, and the Ascension. All 3 are mentioned in 333 as basilicas by a pilgrim from Bordeaux. At the Holy Sepulchre there was a memorial above the tomb called the Anastasis, and a basilica called the Great Church, or Martyrium, both included in a precinct called New Jerusalem. According to Eusebius, Constantine first adorned the sacred cave, the chief point of the whole, with choice columns and other works. The great church rose high within a large court surrounded by porticos. It was lined within with marble, the ceiling was carved and gilt woodwork, the roof was covered with lead. The body of the church was divided by rows of columns into 5 aisles. It was entered from the cast by 3 doors, and opposite to these, continues Eusebius, was the hemisphere, the crown of the whole work, containing 12 columns bearing bowls of silver, probably lamps. This hemisphere would seem to be the dome building over the tomb, which first was spoken of as the chief point of the whole. That the Anastasis and Basilica were separate buildings is made clear by the account of Etheria, formerly known as St. Sylvia, who, about 380, described the sacred sites. The churches at Bethlehem and the Mount of Olives were, says Eusebius, built over the 2 sacred caves, one church at the scene of the Saviour's birth, the second on the mountain top in memory of his ascension. These 2 beautiful edifices were dedicated at the 2 holy caves. At Bethlehem, a noble basilican church still exists, which many hold to be the original edifice, although there is some conflicting evidence that it was either rebuilt or repaired by Justinian. It is 180 feet long, by 85 feet wide. The head of the church over the grotto of the Nativity is cruciform, and the nave is divided into 5 aisles. The columns are marble with Corinthian capitals having crosses upon their abaci. The walls above are carried by level beams instead of arches. To the west was an extensive atrium. A point in favor of the antiquity of this great church is that the historian Socrates says that the church at the grotto of the Nativity was not inferior to that of the New Jerusalem. Constantine's church on the Mount of Olives is generally understood to be the circular edifice which is known from later descriptions and which occupied the site of the present church. The pilgrim Etheria, however, says that the church was at Eleona, on the mount from which the Lord ascended, and in which church is that cave, Spelunca, in which the Lord taught the apostles. From thence pilgrims ascended with hymns to the Imbomon, the actual place from which the Lord ascended. Now Eusebius, although he speaks of the church as on the summit, says that in it was the cave, where Christ taught his disciples the sacred mysteries. Saint Eucharius, a later pilgrim, about 440, says that there were upon the Mount of Olives 2 celebrated churches, one where Christ taught and the other on the site of the Ascension. The cave site is known to be below the summit, and remains of buildings have been found there. From this it seems that Constantine built a church at the cave, and probably a memorial on the summit. He also built large churches as martyr memorials at Constantinople, where that of the apostles is described as high, covered with marble and adorned with gilding, and situated in a court having porticos all round and chambers opening from them. It was completed about 337. As rebuilt by Justinian, it was a pronounced cross, and there seems to be no doubt that it had this form from the first. Gregory of Nazianzus speaks of the earlier building as the splendid church of the apostles, divided in the 4 parts of the arms of a cross. The account of Eusebius, that it was very high and was covered above with gilded brass which reflected the sun to a distance, suggests a dome or a tower at the crossing. That this church was cruciform in shape is confirmed by the fact that the Church of the Apostles built by St. Ambrose in 382 at Milan was also a cross. It has been rebuilt and is now St. Nazario Grande, but it is still cruciform. An existing building which may represent the whole series is the little church of SS Nazario and Celso, the mausoleum of Galla Placidia at Ravenna, which has 4 equal arms and a tower in the midst. At Antioch, Constantine rebuilt the metropolitan church, which Eusebius describes as unique in size and beauty, and built in the form of an octagon. It was very high, and decorated with a profusion of gold, so that it came to be called the Golden Church. Around it was an enclosure of a great extent. The great church of Tyre was also built within a large walled enclosure, Peribolus, having a great foregate, Propylon, toward the east. Within the atrium was a fountain, and the church was entered through 3 doors, the center one of bronze. The pavement was marble, and it was roofed with cedar. The interior was divided into aisles by rows of columns, stoae. The altar place, the asterion was screened by lattice work. Other churches were erected at Nicomedia and at Mamre. The former is described as great and splendid. Such, says Eusebius, were the most noble of the sacred buildings erected by the emperor. He only refers to those at the holy sites, at the emperor's own city of Nicomedia, and in the city which was called after his own name. He does not mention even his own metropolitan church of Caesarea, nor does he mention the churches in Rome, much less those that arose by hundreds all over the empire. One of these is that of Bishop Eugenius, referred to above, and further evidence as to them is frequently being brought to light. Wiegand has lately uncovered the foundations of an early church at Miletus, which may be of Constantine's time. The Bishop of Rome built the great Basilica of St. Peter over the tomb of the Apostle. The interior had 5 avenues between colonnades, crossed at the end by a transept, from which opened the apse raised high above the crypt, which contained the Apostle's tomb. Screening the apse were 12 most beautiful columns of a spiral form, carved on the surface with Amorini climbing amidst vines. In front of the entrances, which were at the cast, was the fine atrium, with a fountain in the centre. The outer gates and the facade, as well as the apse and the triumphal arch of the interior, were subsequently adorned with mosaics. The church of St. Paul, outside the walls, was also of the Constantinian age, but the first church was not of the great scale of that one which still exists in a restored condition today. Its foundations were exposed in 1835. It was so small that the length of the church was almost exactly the same as the width of the present transept. It had its entrances towards the east, and the atrium abutted on the Ostia road. When the great basilica was built later, its orientation was reversed, but its altar, as is usually the case, yet stands over the site of the older one. There are still 3 buildings in Rome which date from this early period: the Lateran Baptistery, the Basilica of Santa Annise, and the attached tomb church of Santa Costanza. Santa Annise is a most beautiful type of church, having arcaded galleries within, around the 2 sides and the end opposite the apse. It is sunk into the ground to the level of the catacombs in which the saint was buried, and these are entered from a door in the side wall, the descent into the church being by a long flight of steps. The church is 9 bays long, and the columns are of marble. The apse is lined with marble and porphyry, and in the midst is the bishop's throne. Above, in the conch, is a fine mosaic, but not so ancient. Close by, but at a higher level of the natural ground, stands Santa Costanza, built about 354. It is circular, with an inner ring of columns which supported a dome. The diameter is about 76 feet, and the columns are only about 18 feet high. They are mostly of grey granite. The walls were sheeted with marble, and the annular aisle has its vaults covered with mosaic, chiefly of pattern work, but in some places there are vintage scenes, with Amorini gathering the grapes and making wine. The most splendid feature of the early churches was the mosaic work which from the Constantinian age adorned their vaults, and especially the conches of their apses. Such mosaics were generally formed of small cubes of glass, variously coloured and gilded. At the same time, mosaics of marble of the more ordinary Roman kind were used for floors. The glass mosaics and even gilt tesserae had been employed under the Roman Empire. Glass is found so far west as Cirencester, where small parts of a floor are of that material. Gold mosaic has been found on the vaults of the baths of Caracalla and of the Palatine Palace, also on the vaults of the baths Caracalla and of the Palatine Palace, also in North Africa. Quite recently, a mosaic having gilt cubes have been found at Pompeii. It is next to certain that, like the vessels of gilded glass, this kind of mosaic came from the factories of Egypt. There is in the British Museum a small glass plaque, decorated with a flowering plant of several colours fused into its substance. This was found in London, while similar pieces, now at South Kensington, have lately been discovered at Benessa in Egypt. The earliest existing Christian mosaics are those of the vaults of the round church of Santa Costanza in Rome. Besides the mosaics mentioned above, there are 2 small, much injured, conches which display figure subjects. In one of them God the Father gives the ancient law to Moses, and in the other St. Peter receives the new law from the hand of Christ. The whole of the central dome was once covered with mosaic, but of this only a slight drawing is now preserved. The next mosaic in point of date, but more interesting and beautiful as a work of art, fills the apse of the Basilica of Santa Pudenziana. This church, not far from the better known Santa Maria Maggiore, in the ground, itself a mark of a primitive foundation. The apse mosaic forms part of a work undertaken about 390. On it, Christ sits enthroned in the midst of a semicircle of apostles, while behind St. Peter and St. Paul stand two female figures robed in white and holding crowns. These are interpreted as the churches of the circumcision and of the Gentiles. Behind Christ, on a mountain stands a vast jeweled cross, and on the sky are the four symbolic beasts. This noble work still retains much of classical grace. The fixity characteristic of Byzantine art is entirely absent. The color, also, is fair and extremely beautiful, gold being used to illuminate the highlights of the draperies and other parts, but not in broad fields as in the later mosaics. It is desirable to include here some account of early Christian art in Britain. The discovery, about 12 years ago, of the perfect plan of a small early basilican church at Silchester makes more certain than anything else had done the existence of recognized Christian communities in British cities. The Silchester church occupied an important position near the civil basilica, but in itself was quite small. It had a nave about 10 feet wide and aisles 5 feet. The length, including the apse, which was at the west end, was about 30 feet. The aisles had a small additional projection at the end next the apse, which made the whole plan cruciform. At the cast end was a narthex, and in front of that a court with a fountain in the centre. The position of the altar in the apse was marked by a square of pattern work in the mosaic floor. This pattern, of the chessboard type, is in quarters, what heralds call quarterly. A very accurate model of this important relic is now in the Reading Museum. It is well known that the XP monogram appeared on a mosaic floor found about a century ago at Frampton, and figured by license. The monogram occurred in the center of a band of ornament, which separated an apse from a square compartment. License thought that the general style of the ornaments of the apse seemed inferior to that of the square part, and spoke of the monogram as inserted. The last writer on Christian antiquities in Britain, in Cabril's great dictionary, says that the monogram must have been inserted at some time not earlier than the middle of the 4th century. License tried to suggest, being interested in the Roman art point of view, that the payment was pre-Constantinian, but he himself remarked that the pattern on a neighboring area occurred also on the vault mosaics of Santa Costanza at Rome, a work of the second half of the 4th century. This is, probably, the date of the whole of the Frampton mosaics, and a consideration of the sequence of the turns of the scroll ornament in the middle of which the monogram was found shows that the scroll work and the symbols certainly formed part of one design. The only other subject figured on the floor of the apse, excepting patterns, was a single vase or chalice in the middle. At the Roman villa at Shedworth, again the XP monogram had been found cut in the foundation stones of some steps. In the museum on the site there is also a small plain stone cross. Mr. Romilly Allen suggested that 2 other Roman pavements found in this country may possibly be Christian. That at Harpole, which has a circle in the middle, divided into 8 parts by radial lines, so as to resemble one form of the monogram of Christ, and that at Horkstow, which has some small red crosses in the decoration. The latter not only had the crosses, but at the centre is Orpheus playing the lyre, a subject frequently found in early Christian art. The writer in Cabril's dictionary has independently come to the conclusion that this mosaic is Christian. It has passed unrecognized, he says, but we have no doubt of its Christian origin. Now, if this mosaic with the catacomb subject of Orpheus and the beasts is Christian, is it not probable that the several other British mosaics which display the same subject are also works of Christian art? All these mosaics probably date from about 350, when the church must have been a recognized institution in every city. And it is difficult to think that the subject, once Christianized, should have been employed in another sense. An Orpheus pavement was found at Littlecote Park, Ramsbury, at the centre of a triapsidal apartment resembling the Roman Christian burial chapels. Yet another pavement, at Stourton, had a quartered design practically identical with that of the altar space of the Silchester Basilica. The subject of Orpheus is known to have occurred 4 times in the catacombs, but none of these appear to have been later than the 3rd century, and it has indeed been suggested that the subject was taken over in profane art, especially in Gaul and Britain, but this is unproven, and in any case we get the Christian influence. Several British pavements are known in which ornamental cross forms appear. It has been said that these cannot be Christian, as the cross symbol did not come into general use at so early a time. But the many instances which have now been found contradicting this view reopen the question. With those Roman objects having crosses which have been found in England, may be mentioned the chain bracelet with an attached cross. A comparison with figure 1606 in Cabrillo's dictionary makes it almost certain that it is Christian. Perhaps the most important Christian documents found in Britain are ingots of pewter found in the Thames at Battersea, which are stamped several times over with the XP monogram, surrounded by the words Spes in Deo. These look like official marks. When a full history of early Christian art in Britain is written, it will be seen that it shared in the great movement of the time, although of course it was second to Gaul and third to Italy. End of section 71. Recording by Hopeful Swan. End of Cambridge Medieval History, Volume 1, J.B. Bury.